ke dunia AI robotik, game development dan content creation. Berbekalkan pelatih dari industri dan fasiliti canggih dan premium. Todak Academy dari industri kependidikan.
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟。子供騙しか。
アマテラス。
ふっ、行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Transform diri anda cuma memerlukan 1 tahun. Sijil kemahiran Malaysia, 3D animation sesuai untuk anda langkah ke industri dengan cepat. Kenali juga dunia AI robotik, game development dan content creation. Berbekalkan pelatih dari industri dan fasiliti canggih dan premium. Todak Academy dari industri kependidikan.
渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟。子供騙しか。
アマテラス。
ふっ、行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Transform diri anda cuma memerlukan 1 tahun. Sijil kemahiran Malaysia, 3D animation sesuai untuk anda langkah ke industri dengan cepat. Kenali juga dunia AI robotik, game development dan content creation. Berbekalkan pelatih dari industri dan fasiliti canggih dan premium. Todak Academy dari industri kependidikan.
Tonight is movie night. Cerita apa you suka? Contoh macam cerita makan-makan ke, macam dia ambil makanan ni kan?
Tengok. Ada rasa pahit coklat. Ada rasa manis susu. Ada rasa pahit manis coklat campur susu.
Roti dah nak siap.
Sedap pula macam ni.
Sedap bang.
Inilah masanya.
RM10 satu gelas.
RM10?
Kau dah tahu kau allergic dengan tapai tu, kenapa kau belasah lagi?
Sedap, cute.
Zon. Sabar je. Aku pun lapar, Zon. Kami faham, Cik. Kami sahut sabaran Cik Man tu untuk menuju ke wawasan tu. Ayuh, kawan-kawan.
Amaterasu.
愚かなる弟よ。
Tengok ending semalam.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton.
Macam ni baru boleh kawan.
sekeping je.
Mesti shopping pun boleh. Siap ada diskaun lagi.
MPL Talk MY dibawakan khas daripada Pautan Gaming.
Gimana ngelihat standings yang sesuai ekspektasi?
Invictus Gaming, waktu diorang nak secure that second turtle, diorang dah ready untuk main dengan 1-4.
Cultured by Toda.
Ditelan air mata, selamanya ku takkan di bawah. Perjalananku sampai ke puncak dalam perjuangan. Bila hati terang menyala, setiap luka jadi kekuatan. Pengorbanan yang jauh ujungnya. Sudah tiba masanya melangkah takdir, jalan yang gentir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita pastinya
sweat and grind, guess we never gon' fade. This that definition of a legend. Every single move that I make, feel the same, no doubt. Dorang kena aku, I'm a winner. Cuba check gerak-geri aku semua tiptoe macam ballerina. Genggam bara api, biasa berjadi arah. Mimpiku mula menjadi, tiada siapa je yang halang. Kalau bikin hari-hari, benda susah jadi senang. Segala cabaran aku ready, masa depan aku terang.
Tiba masanya melangkah takdir, jalan yang gentir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
Satu hati, satu jiwa, bangkit bersama kita Wira Arena. Dari bayang kenyala api, nama kita terpahat di bumi.
Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. mesti telan air mata. Selamanya ku takkan di bawah perjalananku sampai ke puncak. Dalam perjuangan, bila hati terang menyala, setiap luka jadi kekuatan. Pengorbanan yang jauh ujungnya. Sudah tiba masanya melangkah takdir jalan yang gentir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
MPL Malaysia Season 17 is powered by Pautan. Presented by Celcom DG. Power up now with Celcom DG Prepaid 5G. Climb to mythical immortal with unlimited 5G power, uncapped hyperspeed and endless entertainment. Celcom DG Prepaid 5G. Limitless. Made for Gen Now. Infinix Note 60 Pro. It's note what you think. With Snapdragon 7S Gen 4 plus 3D Ice Core Vapor Chamber cooling, active matrix display, and 90-watt wired plus 30-watt wireless charge. Grab your Infinix Note 60 Pro. Available now at Infinix Official Store or TikTok Shop Infinix Malaysia. Official food delivery Grab. Definitely focused when full. When people is hungry, they lose focus. Then, they will have bad aim or bad performance during the game time. Hence, order from GrabFood to stay focused. Cultured by Torak. Torak Academy. Accelerate your skills and career with Torak's Academies, TVET certificates. Be industry ready in under a year. Official motorcycle partner, Yamaha. Official content partner, Media Prima. Official streaming partner, Tauntaun. Our strategic partner, Ferry. TNT Co. Obspot. Quill City Mall. Supported by KBS, ESI, Rakan Muda, MESF.
Ini sudah kembali untuk membuka tirai minggu yang kedua yang ditunggu-tunggu ramai oleh kita akan sama-sama saksikan yang dinantikan beramai-ramai, yang ditunggu-tunggu, di mana satu sosok yang dikenali dalam MPL Malaysia yang ditunggu-tunggu oleh semua telah pun tiba. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, hos kegemaran kita semua sudah kembali. Mempersilakan our trilingual queen, the stage host of MPL Malaysia, Ro!
Hello semua, I am back in the MPL arena. And of course to everybody, selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-17. Nama saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Now, Minggu lepas Rose tak ada. Rose nampak beberapa banyak DM, komen, semua tengah cari Rose. Rose dah quit ke MPL MY? Guys, it's okay, chill. Jangan risau. Sepanjang MPL MY berlaku ni, Rose takkanlah pergi ke mana-mana, okay? Rose akan stay dekat sini. I'm pretty sure everybody dah sangat-sangat ready untuk minggu kedua. Tapi sedikit recap lah pasal minggu lepas. Di hari pertama walaupun Rose tak ada, Rose mestilah tengok MPL dan kita nampak banyak sangat yang benda menarik jadi di minggu pertama. Semua pasukan-pasukan nampak sangat-sangat kuat. Unexpected results even happen di minggu pertama. So Rose harap actually di minggu kedua and of course onwards lebih banyak aksi yang akan berlaku di MPL Malaysia. Now speaking about today, hari ini adalah minggu kedua hari pertama. Jadi mari kita sama-sama tengok jadual untuk perlawanan hari ini. Untuk match pertama, kita akan saksikan Invictus Gaming menentang dengan RRQ Tora, di mana perlawanan ini merupakan perlawanan antara bekas-bekas rakan sepasukan. Now, kedua-dua pasukan ni dah dapat kemenangan minggu pertama, which is minggu lepas. So, pasukan mana yang akan continue win streak mereka di minggu ini. Untuk perlawanan kedua pula, kita akan melihat pasukan Selangor Red Giants menentang dengan Bigatron Malaysia by Vitality. Dua pasukan dengan warna merah. And of course, SRG masih lagi win streak dengan match point 2-0. Manakala BTR pula masih lagi mencari kemenangan pertama mereka. Adakah The Robot Merah akan bagi kejutan dengan menewaskan sang gergasi merah hari ini? Only time can tell. Nampaknya semua orang dah tak sabar nak start kita punya day. Rose pun dah tak sabar. Tapi sebelum tu, you guys boleh scan the QR code di bawah ni di dalam MLBB anda untuk mendapatkan skin carry Ice Talent secara percuma daripada MPL Malaysia. It's my time, my era. Jadi, tanpa membuang masa, mari let's show it to our beloved casters. Casters, throwing it to you guys.
Thank you so much, Rose, and welcome back. Week 2 has already begun here at the MPL MY Season 17. Here on the English broadcast, we got me, Getting Q, as well as Sadafa here at the desk. We've got some great games lined up for you guys, but have we figured it out? I feel like everybody has jumped the gun on this one. They saw Week 1 and they're like, yeah, I know who's going to be in the grand finals for sure.
Yeah, this is a long regular season, longer than usual. So while we would like to say, hey, these teams performed really well in Week 1, seems like they might have a chance to make it into the top echelons, we don't know that to be the case. Unfortunately, inconsistency has remained a constant threat here in MPL Malaysia, so we gotta keep our eyes peeled to see whether these teams can keep their streaks going.
Now, good thing that you mentioned that these teams have been playing for a good amount of time, because with the experience comes history, and with history obviously comes with teammates who used to be teammates, now enemies, clashes of the former teammates here. Plenty all across the board. I think we could already start naming some of the big ones. Dyron facing off against Hazel at some point, and the rest of the members. There's so many to go through. But before we start getting deeper into that, I feel like right now, especially with the impression that we saw from IG, people are kind of excited for this team. Like maybe they're not in the middle of the pack compared to RRQ, where I think people have put them on the pedestal already.
Yeah, I think after Week 1, a lot of us can agree that RRQ Tora is one of the teams to watch. We're, of course, not really thinking about SRG because they're in their own ballpark, but RRQ Tora definitely looks to be one of the top contenders this season. Whereas in comparison, IG looked strong in Week 1, but they're probably the team we have the least direct information about because they've only played one match. It was 2 games pretty cleanly won, and it was up against BTR, if I remember correctly, who unfortunately isn't really performing right now. So hard to really say if we actually got to see what IG is capable of. Therefore, this is the match that will prove both of these teams' true potentials.
I'm with you on that one because BTRM unfortunately skewed the data a little bit for some of these teams, which is unfortunate. But hey, there's more to talk about because we first need to promote one of our official sponsors here at Cellcom DG. Power up with Cellcom DG's prepaid 5G Power Pass. You go limitless with unlimited 5G power and uncapped hyperspeed made for Gen Now.
Make sure you guys go check out Cellcom DG if you guys are looking for a new data provider. know, I think Cellcom DG is a pretty reliable bet. And if you guys are already using them, thank you very much for supporting our sponsors. And thank you very much once again for Cellcom DG for helping to contribute in making all of the action happen today. And I'm looking forward to the action happening today because even if it is early in the season, I think these teams are already feeling each other out.
Okay, let's paint the picture here because so far we have initial impressions from week number 1, but coming into week number 2 and considering that these are former teammates, there's some insider info. There's like, I know some of your bad habits, I know the certain movements you like to make depending on the map or composition. What is your perspective here between IG and RRQ? Does this give enough for IG to, let's say, maybe come up with a particular strat against RRQ, or is it really just down to the individual players or team play?
Well, one of the benefits of IG in this case is that when I say they're probably the team we have the least info about, that doesn't only apply to us, that also applies to their opponents, right? It means that they technically have one extra game from RRQ Tora to watch, and RRQ Tora has definitely shown a little bit more of their style across the first week. We know they're a very aggressive team. They like going for those early game style of aggression. So maybe that's something IG can use, but will they be able to adapt quick enough?
I want to agree with that so badly, but we also have to inform the audience that the transfer window will be opening starting next week. So teams are already in that motion of like, all right, we're looking at the performance of our team here today. If we need Ultraman to sub in for our EXP, it's possible.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering about that silhouette right there.
Hey,
you would think they'd normally try to keep the potential players a little bit more on the down low, but yeah, I think a lot of people will be excited if Ultraman decides to show up. And,
that or it's a terrible birth defect. One or the other, right? Just missing eye sockets all the way through the skull to the back so that like an illumination.
Terrifying to look at.
It would be terrifying
Absolutely.
to look at. But keep in mind that, again, when you're coming into this partnership, a lot of money has already been invested in a lot of these teams. So making a change at this stage could show one of two things. One, maybe this is a shaky foundation and they don't like it, so you might as well solve the problem now before we get into the second round robin. Or was there already a problem to begin with?
Well, nowadays, I do think that our audience is pretty observant, Gideon. You gotta admit, you guys out there, you guys figured things out really, really quickly. And I don't even think this season is a particularly well-kept secret that some of these teams may not have been as prepared for the start of the season as you would like. So the transfer window will be a big lifeline.
It's a huge lifeline. But now we talk about the clash of the former teammates. Hazel versus Dyron from RRQ Hoshi Season 14. Kim versus Hazel. Hazel as well, because Hazel moved over to Aero Esports during Season 15 and 16. Mel QT now facing off against Kim. He was in Red Esports as well from Season 11 to 12. Ruff versus Nova X Goldbar. Who could forget MV?
Of the good old Monster Vicious local lineup. Now a rivalry on opposite ends. We got, of course, the RRQ veterans, Hazel, literally being loaned over from RRQ initially and now making a name for himself in MPL MY. And not to mention former teammates, former rivalries from the era of Aero Esports. These players, we've already stated, they know each other, but do they know each other now in this new era? It's been a while since the last season of MPL. Most of these players haven't really gone to the internationals, so not much of direct experience in the past couple of months.
Well, we say that, but at the same time, Dyron is supposed to be that guy. It's like, I'm the guy who should have the international experience. I should be the one who's able to lead this team, but at the same time, we've seen that, at least from RRQ's POV, they're really good at team fighting. I gotta give them that, right? They've got a clear direction coming into week number 1. The question is whether they're expanding upon the current arsenal, or are they just, knowing Sasa, if it works, don't fix it.
That is true. There is a tendency for Coach Sasa to stick to the guns that work, and you can't really argue, right? No reason to change something if it's already functioning well, but I imagine there are some secret weapons. I don't think RRQ Tora has really been pushed to the point where they need to reveal those yet. But IG also still hiding a lot. 1 match, 2 games, really not a lot shown to all of us watching. So this is also going to be Invictus demonstrating to MPL Malaysia.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, I think that IG's draft, if we're talking about strictly drafts, I feel like Tora understandably has a very fixed style. It feels rigid. It feels like there's different layers and protocols in place. IG is a bit off in the feels, right? It's like vibe checking it, going through that very first phase. We see many times that they get some decent picks on their side, and then the second half is where they really kind of make it the sum of all of their parts. We've seen teams really struggle in the second half of their drafts, especially teams like AC, for an example. The drafting phase should be top-notch from these two. In-game, roll the dice.
I can agree. I think both these teams have had pretty solid drafts so far. They seem to understand what kind of playstyle they want to go for and what each of their players are comfortable with. But again, how far can they push each other, right? There's a little bit of history. These players kind of know how their former teammates play. Could be information that they can use. There's a lot of questions in the air, and I'm just excited to jump in and see what happens.
I mean, there's many different facets that need to be researched upon. But for you guys at home for now, do you think that RRQ can continue its domination and win against IG? A, no, I think RRQ's winning streak will stop here. B, yes, they're on a roll now and they're going to stop IG. Or C, maybe, but I'm hoping for a 2-1 series.
I like what production has done here. Normally, yes is the first answer.
Yeah,
right?
they made sure.
But they put no on top. So if anyone's just like automatically pressing, oh yeah, I think so, and then oh wait, that's the wrong answer.
I set the wrong text for the bots.
Make sure you guys read. Reading is important. Scan the QR code. Let us know what you think. But yes, RQ is on a win streak. 4-0, hasn't dropped a single game thus far. IG is also on a win streak, but again, less games. Only one match in total, 2 games. One of these teams will lose that streak today.
Somebody's going to be walking away with an imperfect streak, but that's to be expected. Ideally, you don't want to lose it so early on into the season, but at the same time, considering that both sides are really just trying to play their best, we hear that a lot of teams, they're like, yes, obviously the expectation is to fight SRG at the end of the day, but up until then, it's kind of anybody's game.
And even now, is SRG really the same final boss as before? They dropped the game against Team Ray, who I think a lot of us can agree isn't at top form either. So questions about the Red Giants? Who knows? It's already shaping up to be a more interesting season, and that's what we're hoping for when it comes to the new era.
Speaking of the new era, a lot of things that we didn't get to see last week comes down really to the draft and metaing, right? How often do we get to see Harley show up, right? A very big primary focus on Guinevere, which is totally understandable, but now we need to start seeing the other things that have shown up in other regions, whether or not they've been utilizing it. I don't think RRQ in particular is going to be the one showing some new tech. Maybe game 1 max, I think, depending on the result.
I think it's not impossible. If we're looking from coaching staff perspective, Sasa likes to stick to what works, so maybe not. But then you look at players like Kim, for example, and you know he has a few tricks up his sleeves. So there's a lot of possibility, right? Is there a compromise there? What's going to be the idea going in? We've seen heroes continue to be banned out. The Marcel still only showed up once. Happened to be the one game that SRG dropped as well, so maybe perma-banned from now on?
Possibly. That's the thing, right? When we're looking at the draft, there's a lot of things that we have to keep in mind, especially the openers, right? I do want to talk about the Valentina opener in just a little bit, but first, we got to throw over to a quick video. Because RRQ Tora has been doing so much work, we want to have just a little bit, just a word from some of their fans. Let's have a look.
Hey guys, it's Rose again, dan sekarang Rose actually bersama dengan satu super fan daripada RRQ Tora.
Hi, I'm Lil from Malaysia and I'm fans of RRQ Tora.
Oh my. Hi Lil, how are you?
I'm doing good and I'm doing well.
You're doing good and you're doing well. Nampak sehat dan nampak memang fan RRQ Tora. Okay, Rose actually nak tanya, you ni suka siapa dalam RRQ Tora actually?
Of course, the best marksman, Raf.
Oh, kenapa you suka Raf?
Sebab dia punya gameplay dia memang on top and other best marksman in Malaysia.
Wow, memang on top. Now actually guys, sekarang ni Rose tengah borak dengan Lil bukan sahaja untuk borak kosong, tetapi kita actually nak bagi dia jersey daripada RRQ Tora. So I think kita boleh panggil Raf. Raf, can we have Raf please?
Oh my god.
Hello Raf.
Hello.
Raf, so Lil cakap dia ni big fan of you. Is there anything yang you nak cakap kat Lil?
Oh yeah. Terima kasih lah sebab jadi fans aku. Terima kasih lah, I appreciate.
Comel. Okay, mana jersey?
Oh ni, jersey.
Tunjuk nama. It's a named jersey guys, and Lil akan dapat named jersey daripada Raf.
Yeah.
Alright, kita ambil gambar dulu.
Gambar.
Kita ada satu RRQ Tora dekat sini sebelah Rose, so kita akan ambil gambar. Smile for the camera. And of course guys, kalau you guys terlepas peluang ni, jangan nangis sebab every match of RQ Tora, you guys akan dapat peluang untuk dapat jersey daripada your favorite RRQ Tora player. Thank you very much, boys.
Sama-sama.
Thank you Lil. Thank you so much for supporting RQ Tora. If you guys nak dapatkan jersey juga and you guys love RQ Tora, jangan lupa dapatkan tiket untuk match esok dan juga minggu depan.
And the Kingdom continues to look to herd more fans here in MPL MYs. We're seeing droves and a lot more fans now understanding what the Kingdom fandom is all about.
And honestly, I like that jersey as well. The jersey design is pretty nice, you know? The purple and white, I'm literally wearing it today. Not part of the plan, by the way. It just happened. Perhaps fate has told me something, and the next time you see me, I may be wearing a jersey as well.
Hey, who knows? Might be a jersey under the whole thing the entire time. But with that being said, though, I will admit that the Kingdom is doing a very good job, and honestly, this move seemed a little unprecedented initially because I felt, you know, RQ, why? They've already made attempts, right? They've made attempts in the Philippines, they've made attempts in South America. Why take the chance in MY? And considering the number of imports we've been trading between Malaysia and Indonesia, I think, honestly, pretty good move.
Feels like a logical next step, right? And if you've already tried other places, may as well try them all until you find what works. For now, let's see if Invictus Gaming will be able to find what works against their opponents. We got Mel QT, Nova X Kobar, Spencer, Hazel, and Gojes.
Now, Invictus Gaming also taking a pretty big risk at trying to get an MPL team of this caliber. With Melqt and Nova X Kobar, they have experience on their side, but when you add it with the extra mechanics of Hazel, then you start praying that Spencer and Gojes can hold up the team as pillars. That's when you see that there is a little bit of structure to Invictus Gaming. Whether or not they're going to go above and beyond or show us something new is going to be a very big question mark.
Yeah, this is still a team that we don't have much info about, so I think all of us can keep our eyes peeled, keep our minds open about what possibilities they could pull out. I think a lot of us thought that Invictus would be more middle of the pack before the season started. They have solid players, but some of them haven't been the most consistent over time, and they had a good start. But can they keep that going?
Yep, a lot of it just depending on scaling at the very end of the day, right? If they struggle during the flaning phases. But let's have a look at RRQ Tora with their full lineup of Ruff, Super Yoshi, Kim, Gary, and as well as Dyron. I'm really liking so far the way that Super Yoshi is looking at the game, even though he is not at 100% communication with the rest of the team. It's just raw instinct and a lot of feeling it out, the vibes with the rest of the team.
It just means that there's even more potential for growth from this lineup. In comparison to IG, I think RRQ also a team a lot of people thought maybe middle of the pack somewhat, but has already made a splash enough to escape from those clutches and now looking as a mainstay in the top spots of most tier lists out there. Ruff has definitely proved himself time and time again. I think he's only had, what, one death in all 4 of the games that RRQ Tora has played so far. They work well together. They're an aggressive team that knows their timings, and I just want to see how far they can take it.
Yep, I'm looking at the two, Ruff and as well as Gary, right? Everybody has shown that they know what they are doing, but the real standouts here is the way that Gary plays. Like, when we saw him playing Suyo as a counter-initiator, I thought it was like, I don't know, the mid-trio does look a little uneven depending on what the draft looks like, but generally speaking, Gary is starting to come back into that shape, and it's great to see that Ruff, now he has a team that's willing to say, you know what, we've given you the resources, you've got the time, let's overextend, let's push the boundaries.
A lot of these players have had the mechanics for a long time. They've just needed the right lineup, the right timings to really make full use of that. And we saw a lot of it in week 1, but there's a lot of different conditions that you got to be prepared for as well. These players have had the chance to demonstrate that in the past, but not always. So let's see what happens.
Oh, I'm nervous. I'm already scared, but let's kick this best of 3 out. I'm guessing that the teams, they're going to be walking out right here, right now.
Invictus. Invictus.
Coming off a convincing debut victory, this squad has wasted no time shaking off early doubts. what was once seen as a middle-of-the-pack team lineup is now moving with confidence. With every lane stepping up and Hazel leading the charge from the jungle, they're not just winning, they're sending a message. This is Invictus Gaming!
We saw Hazel deliver an outstanding performance last week. Now facing his former team, can he maintain that momentum? And will we see a showdown in the EXP lane between Gojas and Dyren? Matches in and still untouched. No losses, no hesitation, just dominance from start to finish. Every roll firing, every fight controlled with Super Yoshi calling the shots and Kim holding the line in the mid lane with unwavering consistency. Can they continue the winning streak? Here comes the kingdom! Viva RRQ Tora!
Team has shown comprehensive gameplay, but we have to thank the coaches for making this possible. Coming in from Invictus Gaming, Coach Bam and Coach Jess as assistant coach. From RRQ Tora, it's Sasa and Coach Link.
Time to keep it going with fist bumps between the teams. A true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. This is Malaysian sportsmanship. This is a battle of former friendships, new formed rivalries, and a brand new era opening the second week of MPL Malaysia.
What a way to kick things off. Already former teammates turned rivals on the spot. No hostility between the two, but once we get into that game, oh boy, nothing is off the table between them. And I think right now, so far, both teams are looking very good. I'm happy that Coach Bam coming out with a bit of personality on his walkout. It feels like they are confident, and so far, IG now taking first pick on the blue side.
Having that first pick is going to be quite handy, especially since nowadays we got a lot of pretty high priority heroes. I think this is one of the metas where the pool is pretty big. At least I hope that it stays this way, because we know that as seasons go through, people start settling on what those top 10 to 15 heroes are going to be. Right now, it's still pretty open, and that is what I like.
Yeah, but there's a lot of the annoying part is the number of flex picks that we have in the current metagame as well. And I think that's the most frustrating part for a lot of the brains for these bronze. A lot of these coaches have been having a bit of a headache, right? Because you want to set up the best plan possible, but there's 50 different iterations of the exact same thing, all of their plus and minuses, which has been a little frustrating to deal with. But looks like we've got a little bit of a word from IG themselves.
Ooh, from multiple players in Invictus, in fact. Mel QT is saying to Kim, I hope we have a great match and go the full series. Nova sending a message, I want to beat Ruff as he was my ex-teammate from Monster Vicious. And Hazel saying, don't get ganked so easily, Dyren. I'll be taunting you when I win.
Oh boy, already some strong words coming out from IG's side before the match even begins. I think this will be pretty exciting if they have something new to show, something a little bit more early game gank related, just to really snowball and really piss off their opponents for game one.
Yup, if we're able to get under the skin of RRQ, which has so far been a team that's hyper aggressive, great at controlling the flow of the game, that would be a really good foundation for Invictus Gaming to be playing for. We know from behind the scenes info, both these teams were actually very excited for this particular matchup, and it's easy to see why with how many familiar faces are on opposing sides of the stage.
At the end of the day, despite the number of familiar faces on each side, you still have to play a strong game. And I want to see what Sasa has cooking up here, right? Because if he's coming up there, solemn face, not really giving us much emotion, you know that he's already locked into the game.
And I think that's just kind of Sasa's natural state, to be honest. It feels like he's never not showing that face, especially when he is on that camera. And I'm looking forward to seeing whether RRQ has been able to prepare enough for IG as well. We already hear the drums, the chants of the crowd before the draft has even started. It's great to see the support that this new branch of the kingdom has already garnered.
Yeah, I'm rather surprised that this branch of the kingdom is populating the arena pretty quickly. Like, initially I thought maybe they'll take one full section front all the way to the back, and now they're slowly but surely spilling into the 2/3 majority.
They're spreading. They're slowly but surely. The infection is spreading. The infectious energy.
The Torah pandemic.
Torah pandemic.
I mean, we can't just say RQ pandemic, right?
I don't think so. Or can we?
Maybe until RQ Hoshi gets their first win. I think that's when we're like, okay, now it's a pandemic. But for now, our MPL MY Insiders by Cellcom Digi, we look over to RRQ side.
Of Kim saying to MelQT, let's see between Ruff and MelQT, who is the most ordinary marksman? Ruff saying, for Nova, make sure you eat before the game, don't lose, and then say it's because you didn't eat. And Dyron just saying, have mercy, Black Alien.
He says that with 88 BPM. He says that casually. All right, so again, there are certain expectations that are being set amongst at least the Malaysians. The Indonesians a little different. It's like, yeah, I could. He knows, Dyron knows. It's like, he's gonna show up in my lane, god damn it.
I mean, the Indonesian imports, they already know what's about to happen. They're ready. They've already had these taunts prepared in advance.
It was in their contract. If you have to face a former teammate, you must attack them at any opportunity possible.
100% mandatory.
It is contractually obligated to do so.
It affects your salary.
It affects your salary! You didn't get him enough. 50% offer today. With that being said, though, it's time to get ready for the upcoming game. The draft will determine what we will see as we start heading into the land of Dawn. But first of all, IG on the blue side will determine the opening pick to kick us off here in the drafting phase.
And we'll now get to see whether or not any new heroes have been injected in the pool ever since week number 1. With the season being longer than before, there is a lot more time for experimentation as well, so this is still a good opportunity, but the cries of the audience will herald the beginning of the draft. We got the Cho and the Sora band first on the blue side, and then the Fanny and Freya on the red.
Come on, give it to this guy. Give it to this guy. Oh, does he need more diamonds?
Oh, he's out of diamonds.
Oh, wait,
okay, hold on. He's got more.
He's got a 10 roll. He's got a 10 roll here. Come on, give it to him. Wait.
He's still got enough? More?
He's got enough? What? It's 9 diamonds. Use your promo diamonds. Yes, everything.
Oh, no. Not enough.
Unlucky. All right, coming back into the draft. Notice that Cho is getting banned out here for the side of Coach Bam so far. Cho, 100% win rate, pick bans by far. And it has been pretty notorious, specifically in MY, because we're not leaning into some of the others. Kalia consistently being banned out as one of the few top supports.
Yeah, it is surprising considering that Kalia is still a very solid pick-off style roamer. Doesn't have quite as much mobility as Cho, but the healing makes up for it. Yet, we do still like our flavor of the Kung Fu guy. We do like kicking people when necessary, though Kalia does get banned out as well. So IG already giving a lot of respect to RRQ's early game aggression.
Gotta make sure that the Bruce Lee lookalike is gonna be kept in place. RRQ this time. Final ban, going to get rid of the Jushin. Very nice, but this looks like a Valentina opener, potentially from IG, unless they want to show something else.
Or they've opened Marcel.
Oh, you're right. You're absolutely right. Marcel is wide open. So far, only picked once here in MPL MY. Then again, it was only been the first week. They go for Glue instead.
Interesting. Now, RRQ played a mean game with Super Yoshi on the glue. The reason why Gary and Ruff were allowed to basically run away with the game was because Super Yoshi would never go down. So IG is respecting that very, very early on, but revealing this hero as the first pick is not something we've seen yet.
Yeah, I agree. And I think this time around, at least with Glue, more flexible in this current metagame compared to the last time. Not only can it go into the EXP, but also the support. With that being said, it feels like Coach Bam, and this is all under assumption that Coach Bam is playing denial in the first half of the picks and bans against RRQ.
But is it really wise? You've let go of Marcel, you've let go of Valentina. You could be countered with heroes like the Faramis, but I assume that's why they're actually open to leaving the Valentina for now, since there's a chance of countering it. Looks like RRQ will secure the Valen, but also the Guinevere.
Very nice, very nice. It feels like the Valentina had to be picked up kind of no matter what here. Marcel eventually should get picked up unless, you know, IG don't want to deal with it at all. Yishin Shin alongside with Yves are going to be the pickups for the side of IG. Rather surprising that they wanted to go for Yves this time.
Yes, surprisingly going for that here. While it is one of the better mid laners still, Valentina can steal the RWM, and then Guinevere can actually counter it quite easily too. Not to mention that Marcel is still in the pool and doesn't do too badly into these pickups. Right now, the first trio from IG is very solid, very safe. These are 3 heroes that'll work well almost no matter the situation. But there's still power picks that you've ignored.
I think so far the first 3 picks coming in from IG are just hyper flexible, really good at what they do, and also gives you a direction of what the comp wants, right? With Glue and Yves alone, that could be a powerful mid duo that we're talking about, or just a strong team fight combination that they can go for. A lot of slows, a lot of ways to poke, a lot of ways to contest for space.
Let's see what it's going to be. It's the Arlet, making his first appearance for Season 17 in the hands of Gojes. Look at him smile. This was one of his signature picks, but it has not been seen in a very long time. And I do have to question it a little bit, because that's not a particularly good pick against any of these heroes on IG.
So far, and that, I mean, it's just so far. We have to see the second half, and while we look at the second half, hopefully this guy gets either Minato or Itachi. Which are you part of? The Akatsuki are you talking about? Or the 4th Hokage?
No more diamonds!
No! He keeps running! Okay, here we go! Here we go! Okay.
Hey, wait a minute.
Wait, that's not what I'm thinking of. That's the... I didn't want to... I mean, it's a good skin. It's a good skin.
It is a good skin, but it's not Minato or Itachi. It's Ling.
It's Ling.
It's just Ling.
No. Oh no, what are you gonna do? Alright, second half of the bans. We haven't moved from Harith just yet. They spent the full 30 seconds here so far inside of Coach Bam to discuss what needs to go. I mean, you are playing Dangerous Grass, so I can understand where like the Arlet may provide a couple of problems for you. But at the same time, like, what do you do against Glue? Like, Arlet is like, oh, I engage. If I don't hit the final slash, I'm just dead, right?
There is a combo here with the Arlet Eve where Valentina can steal RWM. The good old sweep everyone into the box of death broomstick combo that could work in terms of team fighting. But it is fairly conditional, and yeah, you still don't really have a good way of removing the glue.
That's the thing. And also, I think right now, I don't know how much RRQ cares about setting up more knockups for the Guinevere just to enable her. So far, Final Slash technically is a knockup. Don't know why that's the case, but it just is. Just go with it. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Are we getting a tech issue? It looks like possibly. I'm going to take a quick look at the back here.
It does look like it. I think we have a Marshall on the stage.
Yep, we got a Marshall on site already handling the situation. Don't worry about it. I don't think it's coming from IG, though. Hard to tell because I don't see the signal. Is it a Type 1 or Type 3 issue? We'll never know.
They're still diagnosing it for now, so we'll give them a moment. The final ban on the IG side before was the Harley. So they're starting to target the junglers. We saw the Harif being banned out. That was one of MelQT's signature. Got him gameplay of the season 2 seasons ago. So it's understandable. Do they still want to focus on the gold lane though?
Yeah, that's what I'm curious about. Like, no matter what, Claude is going to be a major problem for Yves, whether you're stealing the RWM or like just using the natural RWM built into your kit. Other problems, I mean, Freya at the very least, out of the question. Thank God, all right? Very frustrating to deal with overall, but I don't know where this Yishin Shin is going to go. And let's say Yishin Shin goes gold, right? Does that mean that he's playing potentially 1v1 against carry, and then the jungler is going to be, hopefully, not a tank?
I feel like the chances of Yishin Shin going gold here are fairly low because this is a hero that Hazel plays no matter what, and we've never seen MelQT play on the ISS Gold before this, so I think it's fairly safe to assume it is going to be Hazel's hero, but if this is actually a trick, I'll be very impressed.
It would be pretty impressive.
That was actually kind of cool.
He's got some fast hands for a reason, right? Now the RRQ fans started the cheers early on here to maintain that energy. I want the rest of the Torah.
Oh, wait, Coach Bam as well. A lot of magic being shown on the stage right now.
It's like, check it out, my thumb's still attached to my hands.
Oh, I can still play MLVP.
I haven't retired just yet. Woo! Just wait until my support gets sick. Either way, hopefully we start getting back into this game real soon. Invite me. What does it say?
Invite me. PS RRQ. Gold lane, best gold laner.
This guy, he's trying to slip his foot in.
I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do these days, you know.
I think he's got a better chance at joining Todak than RQ, if I'm being perfectly honest. I mean, how else are you gonna get cultured by them, right?
That's true. Nowadays, we're cultured by Todak, everyone.
So cultured, so cultured. Oh, we're putting 2 minutes on the clock. It looks like it is gonna be like a type 1 issue. I hope. Hopefully, it ends before the 2-minute timer.
I kind of wonder if we might have to reverse the draft a little bit.
No!
Right? Were there any issues with the draft itself, or was it more of a technical issue?
I sure hope that it was a technical issue and not one of the players like, I'm so sorry, I accidentally entered the wrong hero. We weren't supposed to ban Harley. No! But either way, from the looks of things, it feels like it might just end up being RRQ having to say, you know what, we're gonna have to take carry regardless here. If not, we need something else that deals with max health damage, and the only other thing I can think of is Lunox, and even then, it's not like
Lunox is not the best. Carry is one of the better options. We have been seeing some Obsidia in other MPLs, and it's not too bad. I mean, I believe it got like what, 2 Savages in MPL ID.
2 Savages. Oh, it looks like we're back in the draft. Hell yeah!
That
Before
was
the 2-minute marker. Nice. Thanks, Franklin. We love you.
I always appreciate the marshals. Everyone sent them some love because we are back, and Uranus is going to be the final ban from the RRQ side. So not focusing too hard on the gold lane. The Claude is still open. Though RRQ does have first pick in the second phase, there's a chance of them grabbing it. But Ruff so far has been quite comfortable on the carry, so he might lean towards that.
Yeah, I think RRQ are trying to figure out what exactly is the main point of IG, and I think for me, so far they're playing around this Eve. If they can deal with the Eve, a lot of problems get solved here. Going for the Claude isn't exactly the worst idea possible, especially since you don't want to round out your comp just yet.
But if you have enough faith in your teammates, you literally have a Guinevere, so the Eve should not be an issue for you a lot of time. Let's see what it is going to be there.
Okay, yes.
Yep. Actually, you know, I'm kind of surprised we forgot about him in the second ban phase too.
Personally, I think they would have opted not to touch it at all for the side of RRQ unless we saw the ban coming in from IG. I think that was the only situation where it's like, okay, maybe. But even so, at least for RRQ's POV, wow, big team fight setup. Guess what? I'm just gonna golden hour and walk away. What are you gonna do about it, right?
Very good way of delaying the team fight. If your squad is caught inside the RWM, just golden hour the Eve, and you'll be absolutely fine. If you're being caught by the glue, just golden hour them, and you can waste some time. It's gonna be very effective here, and no threat of it being stolen since they already have the Valentina on their side, but it does result in them being a little squishier overall.
Yeah, and I think the real battle here, I want to see what Marcel's gonna take for his emblems because it's gonna matter so much. The mid duo is more favored to IG for now in comparison to RRQ. Gatot gets locked in even better. Now it's a non-contest at all for mid lane.
So it is going to be Sunshin jungle, and then we're going to see Mel QT with the Granger in the gold lane. Very standard composition right here. You got really beefy fronts with the Gatot and the glue, and then good team fighting with the Sunshin and the Eve together to set up for the Death Sonatas. But it's also very typical. This is your standard MLBB draft. If you play it right, you're typically going to be able to win quite easily. What will RRQ do?
Dude, this is the Arrow draft. This is like literally one-to-one the Arrow draft from like 2 seasons ago.
I mean, it's the same coach.
It is the same coach, understandably so, and a couple of the same players, but now final picks have come through. We've seen it all. We've got the Claude. We have Arlet in the EXP, Guinevere as the main support. So, Guinevere as their jungler, Valentina as the mid lane, Marcel as their support. So that means they are giving up a lot of pressure in that mid lane unless they can set things up for Gary once he hits level 3.
Not to mention that Super Yoshi has so far been playing very beefy frontliners that can just run at your face. Marcel technically does run at you, but he does not fit the beefy archetype, which means that they don't have as solid of a guy in front to buy space for Ruff and Gary to do their thing. It's a lot more skirmishy and a good test of RRQ Tora.
It's going to be a difficult balance of cycling through abilities, right? You got to make sure you have your cooldowns ready, and you have to respect those cooldowns as we head on in to the very first best of 3 to kick off week number 2 at the MPL MY Season 17. Let the games begin!
I'm excited. I'm looking forward to seeing seeing what's going to happen here. There's so much history between the players on both these teams, and you can bet that they're going to show it in the land of Dawn. We got Invictus on the blue side, RRQ on the red. Already we can see mid lane is going to have Prio in favor of IG as expected, but look at Super Yoshi. He's trying to be a bit of a nuisance.
He ain't wasting none of his time. He's like, no, I don't want none of this nonsense. If I can't even contest, I'm not going to give my life for this. Let's just make sure that we're in range, we've opened up the map a little bit, and we know where the jungler is starting, which they've confirmed onto the orange side, trying to contest for Little Wanderer.
Yeah, we should expect these early stages to go in favor of IG. There is just no way you're breaking through Nova on this glue this early on, and you already don't have as much mid lane control because the Eve matchup is very difficult for most mazes. I do have to point out, Super Yoshi's heart rate is a little bit concerning.
Yeah, it is a little concerning going up to 160, considering that's only level 2 means that he's trying to find some space, right? He's nervous as he's walking around these dangerous pieces of grass, and Nova X Kobar can punish him technically, sort of, if he catches Super Yoshi off of his cooldowns. Speaking of which, we finally get to see the emblems. I see no concussive blast.
Ooh, in the mid lane, Gary gonna get caught under tower, get the Violet Requiem out, dashes the opposite side, but Hazel gonna be looking for him. Gary dashes back in to try and get some healing, but it's not enough. Hazel with the first blood.
Very good attempt, however, it's up against Nova X Kobar, and he made sure to get tank emblem, so he's a little thicker than the usual boy. Luckily for at least Spencer, he reacted in time. Had he got caught any further than that, it would have been detrimental.
Ryoshi gonna scout out Hazel in the tri-bush, zone him out so that Dyren can secure the EXP crab and hit level 4 first, which is gonna help set up for Turtle.
Now Gojes, he wants to get involved. He's already hit level 4, and now the zoning starts. And Dyren, I don't know, he can only sustain this for so long.
Dyren doing some good work right now. Revitalize already used early on. RQ. Oh, there's the final slash. Gary secures the turtle. 2-man caught. Spencer pushed out of position. RWM comes out. AOG catches Dyren and blows him up with the help of Nova. Now Super Yoshi gonna need to make a retreat as well with Hazel joining from the bot.
Yep, it's all about initial impact for both of these teams. If they don't find that initial pick when they engage, they basically have to just give up. Whatever they have to sacrifice, they must sacrifice. There's just no choice. That's how both of these compositions want to run. Play around cycling your ults, cycling your abilities, and fight when you have cooldowns. When you are on cooldown, back off. There's literally nothing else you can do about it.
Definitely a bit more challenging for RRQ though. They just don't have enough damage to break through glue and get caught this early on, so they may have to surrender a lot of these early mid objectives.
Let's not forget that right now, Gojes, he's currently running Revitalize in comparison to Nova X Kobar, who's taking the Flicker. So you're expecting Nova to be the one actually making these plays, and hopefully Gojes to bail him out of there when the time comes.
I think that makes a lot of sense. We already know Nova is a pretty good catching type roamer, and this alleviates a little bit of the pressure as well. When you have two bulky boys, Hazel's able to farm the jungle a lot more easily. There's no risk of invades, and it applies a lot of pressure to RRQ.
Yeah, the way that we can see both sides, it looks like Spencer has decided to give a bit of pressure over to RRQ. And now that Yoshi has seen that there is a missing... Oh, no, the gank.
Oh, very well played right there. Super Yoshi is just not going to make it in time. I saw the Mountain Shocker into the AOG to not allow Dyren to do anything, basically.
Honestly, really nicely played by Victus, right? They set up that gank. They denied space from Super Yoshi, only letting him reveal certain parts of the map. And by the time he revealed it, the gank was already commencing. So, again, false information being received from RRQ Tora, very well managed by Invictus.
This is where we see what happens when RRQ Tora is not in the driver's seat. Most of their victories thus far have been because Super Yoshi was able to easily open up the map and give info, but this time it's Invictus that's doing that.
I'm realizing,
here comes Super Yoshi, freezes, gets the Blazing Duet out on Melqt. They're looking for the Granger, he's solo on HP, Ruff wants to get it, and he will! Doesn't even need the BMI out, and free kill for RQ. Meanwhile, Gary and Dyren on the Turtle. Gojes trying to zone them out. Turtle very low. Nice flicker from Dyren, but Mount Shocker still catches him into the Violet Requiem on Gojes. But the Revitalize keeps him alive. Gary will settle for the Turtle and walk away from the RWM.
That is crazy unlucky. Crazy unlucky. Hazel well-timed at Traceless. Not sure whether it was just, lucky timing. I happened to press the button when he pressed the button, or he saw the animation, was able to react to it. Hard to tell. Because so far, the way that they're posturing against each other, Dyron is struggling to find plays to make, and he doesn't have a quote-unquote strong enabler other than Gary to set him up for multiple vengeances.
This is why I was already concerned about the Arlet during the draft. Just doesn't have a best matchup here, but meanwhile in the mid lane, they're looking for it again. Violet Requiem this time onto Nova Kobar, and they'll finish him off. AOG comes out, dodged with the BMI, but Hazel will still pick up the killing spree on the Guinevere.
Good stuff coming in from Super Yoshi. He honestly probably could have saved Gary had he dropped the ult a little bit earlier, but it's fine, you know? It's one of those things where the timing is hard to hit anyways. Better to just trade 1 for 1 here, walk away, and then look to maybe start fighting for the turtle, which is about to come up in a 60 seconds. But let's look at this instant replay one more time. In this fight, notice Super Yoshi is trying to block as many shots as possible, and once they got the shots off, the big issue is that they had nobody protecting them in the mid lane itself. They got to kite together in the same direction. Unfortunately for Invictus, they're a very linear style of comp.
Yeah, it's a very simple team lineup to play. It's basically how MLVB is designed to be played. So as long as you don't make any notable mistakes, it's quite easy to run at your opponents, especially at this stage. But RRQ is still even in terms of net worth. So imagine that once Ruff gets a couple more items, he'll be able to take over by himself.
Ideally, RRQ can get in and out of these fights more consistently to cycle out their abilities, but Nova's making it hard. It's like walking through the mud. Unfortunately, there's just too much glue to get through.
Too much Patrick to get through as well. We all know there's nothing happening up in that brain of his.
Hey, that's why he's the star, man.
Turtle coming up, 1 second. Right now, RRQ in position a little bit quicker, but they know Nova is here as well, giving information.
Let's see how they play this out. Right now, Super Yoshi has a rough idea of where exactly Yishinshin is going to be, but if he can catch him out early on, then this will be perfect. He sees him.
Here's the Mount Shocker. AOG comes in, but Gary cancels it with the Violet Requiem. He secures the turtle, and it's absolute chaos. Goes in for the Eve. Meanwhile, in the backline, Dyron buying as much time as possible, but he's surrounded. Mega kill for Hazel. That'll be the only sacrifice, but Glue is on top of Ruff right now. Novax Gobar trying to escape, is tanky enough to do so.
And Gojas is able to peel them off just in time. Hazel wasting no time whatsoever. Super Yoshi actually flickering right on top of Hazel to make sure that he has no chance whatsoever to take this turtle. And the same can be said about Nova X Kobar trying to deny. Either way, Dyron has been left out and cut off from so many of these fights. They're like, I'm sorry, Dyron, we're not... If you don't hit that final slash, there's nothing we can do for you. If you flicker, you whiff, too bad. You just have to take the L.
Yeah, not having an actual primary frontline tank means that anyone who is trying to initiate, in this case Dyron and Gary, is going to be left out to dry quite a lot, because Super Yoshi can't really do much outside of getting those initial freezes, and RQ is going to need to work around this.
I think, unfortunately for Super Yoshi, he can't deal with multiple people at the same time, like how Dyron can. You know, with the kit, with the way that the kit works for Arla, he can dash back and forth. As long as he's got some resets, that'll be great. But I think the most ideal is that Dyron, he takes a bit of a chill pill here, right? Super Yoshi arguably outscaling him.
Goja's taking a lot of damage here. Ruff is starting to build up on that itemization. Not too sure how close he is to finishing the Trinity yet, but I would assume it's not quite there for now. And RQ is just going to continue slowing down the game to make sure they hit that spike.
I think he's about half a component away from the Corrosion Scythe, so he's already got one half of it. He needs the second half and then combine the two, and then he'll have full Trinity built. On the opposite end, Super Yoshi, I think now is when he needs to start getting...
Ooh, in danger right here. Super Yoshi has the glue on him, pops the golden hour, has to walk out, is able to survive.
Okay, interesting tech here. Using the golden hour while Nova X Kobar was on top of him, and he stayed within the golden hour, so he mitigates the amount of damage he takes over time.
It's interesting that you do still pull the glue out of with you when you leave golden hour, but that's a fun little interaction there. Hazel not able to finish the Lord in time before RQ makes it here, and the conceal is cancelled as well, so the Lord is reset.
Yeah, they've got to have a clean reset. It looks like, unfortunately, they want to contest this more than they actually want to press into the mid. Here they come!
Another Mount Shocker. They see everything. Mid lane, Ruff is being disrupted by Nova, but look at the damage! He's almost done with the Trinity, so he actually hurts! Nova's Kobar no longer part of the fight, but the Lord going to be reset once again. Gary playing it safe. They still don't have eyes on Hazel.
Dyron taking a bit of damage here, but yeah, this should be RQs, no problem.
Yeah, free Lord right there. Golden Hour completely missed. Nice disengage from Invictus, but That's gonna be a net zero. RQ comes out with the Lord.
Yeah. Oh, wait!
Ooh, Gary tries going in for very aggressive play. Here comes the Blazer and the final slash cancels everything in the back line. But another early line comes out. Meanwhile, Hazel dismantling the back. Him just barely flickers out, but he's already lost Gary. And they're trying to buy as much time as possible for the rest of them to escape. Dyron knows he's already in no man's land, so he will fall as well. Invictus Gaming turns the fight around.
Oh, they lost their guns here for the side of RRQ. No way to pull the trigger anymore, and the rest of the members have to go scattering. This Lord, unfortunately, will have a net negative effect on RRQ as Invictus Gaming look to control the map and turn it blue.
That was a little bit too gutsy from RQ Tora. I like the idea. Gary going in to get the Violet Requiem at the same time as Kim stolen RWM. But the moment it whipped, that fight went sideways.
Yep, level of execution here. Not as high as we wanted it. The side of RQ Tora. Very tight win conditions as Invictus so far has been doing very well. But now we need to see the later half of the game, right? Now that we start talking about scaling, Give and as well as Yishin Shin, very good here, as you can see.
What?
Yeah, that's all it takes.
Insane.
3 hits. 3 hits is all you can take in one of them, and 2 of them have to be empowered. If I'm looking at this correctly, he should have endless. Yep, he's got endless battle and malefic.
I guess that's what a 6-0 Yisun Shin gets you. I'm pretty sure he's the richest man on the board right now, with Ruff just behind, but it means that he can make plays like that. That's why they keep giving the man YSS, even if he's being played more in gold now.
Yep, he is. Oh, so much money here. 17 stacks so far for Marcel. 11 minutes into the game. A little slow on picking it up. Oh, God.
Oh, I don't think he's getting out of this one. Godlike streak for Hazel.
This is not going well for RRQ. Like, it is breaking down fast.
Things are going definitely not according to plan right now. We already knew that Invictus would have an easier time with this draft, but RQ Tora seems to be meeting their maker currently. Super Yoshi's build also a little bit strange. Thunderbelt Flask into Rose Gold. Feels a little greedy.
I think it's a little greedy too, but well, okay, it's fine. You know, he will naturally get a lot of armor or MR depending. It is adaptable, thankfully, with the changes. But Thunderbelt it just means that he wants to like get into contact with people. And right now, especially since this is going to be Invictus at probably their second strongest form before they start hitting the 42k mark, I don't think Tora can really walk up like this, no?
Super Yoshi should be okay here since it's only 2 people in that bush. If there was literally 1 more person, I think he would be dead.
I think if he walked up 1 more time while Nova X Kobar gets another reset on those globules, he's gone, right? He max stacks him, forces out like a flicker, hops off, and then starts a fight. Either way, RRQ, they need to land these engages. If they miss another time and don't find a key pick like Yishin Shin or even Ranger, this game is going to be real tough.
Yeah, the micro requirements of this draft really hitting themselves. Here comes the Valor Requiem, so a beautiful combo from RQ Tora! Dyron with the shutdown on Hazel, finally taking out the Yisun Shin. Gonna be a free Lord for the Kingdom as they take out 2 members and instantly turn the tables.
Beautiful stuff. I was hoping they get the Granger as well, but getting mid and jungle was worth it as RRQ's shifting momentum entirely.
And now they're feeling that stride. All it takes is a single exchange that would have given Ruff a pretty nice gold injection as well. So I would not be surprised if he's nearly full a build. Invictus Gaming, I can't even really blame them for that one. That came out of nowhere.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting such a heavy engage. And honestly, a really good eye there coming in from Dyron to make it happen. Without him flickering forward alongside Ruff, it would not have gone as well. Luckily this time, Dyron now adjusting his angles to make sure that the end of the sweep ends up on top of Gary. That is the most important part.
And they got a really nice Violet Requiem. Up until now, Gary and Dyron, their engages have not been particularly successful, but you can see just how effective it is when it actually connects.
As long as they're not hitting Nova X Kobar, I think they'll be fine. They really got to stop that, but for now, let's see it. Because they've got Lord starting to push already at this point, and RRQ finally with the momentum on their side. They've developed a 2.5k lead. These outer turrets should collapse.
Goodness. Ruff playing with fire, and I don't even think he knew it.
He's okay. He's okay. He knows the limits, and he can heal off of the wave, right?
But it does mean Invictus has enough time to take out the Lord without too much damage sustained.
All right. Net neutral so far in terms of raw structures. Yes, Invictus have lost a little bit more, but they still hold on to their inhibitors, which is the most important buildings. Now, RRQ, yes, they are trying to push in and out. A conceal?
Oh, beautiful engage in the backline once again, but blazing to it comes out. Melcuty's gonna be the first one dead with RWM, but Hazel's in the back. They found Ruff. They've taken out multiple members. Currently, 2-for-1 trade. RRQ Tora still trying to survive. Dyron has been caught with the grab, but Spencer's the only source of DPS here. Hazel's gonna come from the opposite side. Kim gonna spout him out. Try to make sure the rest of the team is escorted out. AOG does not connect. RRQ, can they get away here? Looks like Dyron not so lucky. RWM, they're trying to save him. Two-man Violent Requiem from Gary! He sets it up, turns it around once again.
Yup, and this is why these longer fights are really darn hard without Hazel, and especially when you don't have your marksman nearby. And even when we're talking about just like the raw engages, right? Spencer, he has a very difficult job ahead of him. Not only does he have to worry about the positioning, but he has to constantly pump out damage while putting himself at risk of getting engaged by not only the Magic Thumb, but also getting jumped on by Ruff. Next fight, I'm expecting RQ Tora. Hey, you gotta give some respect over to this glue. If he's got that flicker, there's a pretty good chance you won't be able to react to him getting on top of you.
They just forgot to check that bush down there. Dangerous grass. The reason why Invictus was able to even start that fight in the first place, but props to RRQ for knowing the timing to turn it around, even though it looked to be dire.
And now they contest for this Lord. By far the most important Lord for either side. This Lord will guarantee them at least one inhibitor at a bare minimum.
Ruff gonna be taking control. Gojes is in the back bush. Not sure if RQ Tora is aware of it, but they know that the map is a bit too quiet right now. Novak Kobar goes in, misses the magic thump on Gary. Mountain Shocker comes out, forces the Violet Requiem defensively. AOG doesn't quite connect either. Both teams being very respectful.
Now, as they back away, they're going to have to set up these waves. Bot side looks like it's already in a slow push state, but they want the full farm for Hazel. They know that they can just dance around this Lord. They know that RQ wants this more than they do, and that's perfect for IG.
As long as they make sure to keep the backline intact, they'll be fine. Super Yoshi gonna be taking a lot of damage here. Violet Requiem connects on the glue into the RWM. Revitalize, not gonna keep him alive. Novak Kobar goes down. Golden Hour catches Melqt. I'm not sure if they wanted to do that. He's gonna get knocked up. Double kill for Ruff. RQ Tora secures the fight and the Lord.
Great angles here. Great angles to deny from the side of Super Yoshi. A very nice play coming in from Gary as well. They're really communicating extremely well. And now that Kim is making these hard calls, this team now moving as a unit. Look at this instant replay. They missed the initial Magic Thumb. They got a different target and they were like, whatever, that's totally fine. We take him down. We've got the rest down as well. As Super Yoshi had already ensured the left-hand side, the southwest side, completely cut off from Invictus Gaming.
A really good play, and once again, now that we are in the later stages and there's enough damage and sustain from RRQ Tora, they can actually afford to engage aggressively. They don't even mind sacrificing a body or two if necessary, if they're able to take out Hazel and Mel.
Major players in the game so far, especially the cores, are already at max build, but those who aren't max build, looking for their final items here. Raw Tank coming out from Diamond with only the Rose Gold Meteor as his final item. Just a little bit of extra damage and a Fury Hammer as well to ensure it. Now they want these inhibitors.
The wave sync is pretty good. Lord has already taken out the top inhibitor, but Invictus Gaming doing a good job of defending the remaining ones. They will still be able to keep 2 towers. Conceal comes out, but Non-Shocker will scout them as well. Super Yoshi is deep. Might get punished for this. Golden Hour comes out, freezes the crystal, so he doesn't die. Meanwhile, in the front line, Gary gets the Violet Requiem out. Novak Kobar trying to dive in. Super Yoshi will finally fall, and Glue grabs the person in the back, but the flicker gets them out. AOG doesn't quite connect either. RQ Tora still healthy, and they snipe Kim down from afar, but here comes the blazing duet from Ruff. He goes in, but he gets one shot by Spencer. The damage is just too high, and now there's only 2 members of RRQ remaining. Invictus not gonna bother chasing. They've done what they needed to.
This is a battle of the gold laners. Yeah, forget everybody else. If one of these gold laners get hit, it's over. Hazel making sure he's not participating in the upcoming fight, making sure that he has enough to start item swapping real soon here, but Had MelQT been clipped by the Magic Thumb, had he not spaced out from Dyren, this game would have been over.
We are seeing some micro mechanics on display here, ladies and gentlemen. This is a game we are being given right now at the start of week number 2. If anyone had any doubts about Invictus keeping up with the Kingdom, those doubts have been quashed.
Now RRQ, keep in mind that their comp is a lot harder to execute in comparison to Invictus Gaming. A lot of situations that most people are not going to be comfortable with when they have to deal with the golden hour. But Gary, so far, he knows exactly what he's looking for. However, the spacing from MelQT, he's sharp for now. How many more distractions do you need before you catch him?
MelQT has been positioning well, but he also has to be quite wary since he knows how important of a role he is. Super Yoshi gonna walk into the bush, lose half his HP instantly, dashes out, but now realizes there's a good number of IG down here.
IG making sure that they can just control this side of the map and hopefully maybe even set up that bottom wave. That gives RRQ an opportunity to actually go for the rush if they make the call right now. And it looks like they're just going to let Ruff hold on to it as the rest of the team members are going to zone them out from every side of the river.
Still a bit of an uphill battle. Invictus has to constantly housekeep because they don't have any inhibitors left standing. Stolen AOG. What? Oh no, that's a defensive AOG from Gojes. Wasted before the Lord fight even. It does buy enough time, forces the reset. Hazel is here now and the Lord is half HP. The waves are pushing in favor of RRQ though. They just have to keep slowing this down and Invictus has to send someone home.
No. Waiting for that response. It looks like they might just have to rush it here. Hazel, you gotta make a choice!
RWM comes out, Super Yoshi in danger, but Golden Hour freezes the Eve and he just dashes back out. That's another ultimate wasted. Hazel has to go home to deal with the minion wave, and that means that Nova Escobar is completely isolated. They'll take out the glue.
Yep. Slowly whittle them down, slowly tire them out. You don't have as many resources as we do, and Invictus breaking position because of it. That bot wave is still pushing, and RRQ Tora, they know they've got them on the chokehold!
Oh, the stolen AOG, this time doesn't connect, but forces the flicker from MelQT. Gojo is not able to catch Ruff in exchange. He's on 10% HP. Ruff surprisingly not going for it, and MelQT snipes Super Yoshi, but they go for the Granger with the Blazing Duet, and they will find him. Meanwhile, 1v1 between the junglers. Gary and Hazel. Gary! He gets the Violent Requiem! Pops the Immortality. Hazel! Caught between a rock and a hard place, killing spree! 3 members of Invictus Gaming taken out, and the crystal wide open.
They've got about 11 seconds until Nova Escobar comes back. 3 members, 2 dudes, 2 waves. RQ needs to try.
Goja's gonna survive. Oh, the Violent Requiem! A beautiful counter. Gary Spencer is gone. That's all the damage you have to play with. Nova is back, but it's still the beefy boys. Can RRQ Tora clear the waves quick enough? They're doing so. 5 members here. AOG just for good measure gets the knock up on Nova Escobar, but they're buying time. Ruff going for the crystal. He wants to end it right now, and he will. The Kingdom secures victory in game number 1.
Very nice. Tight win conditions, but they finally found it at the very end after clocking in some bad habits coming out from the side of IG. That's got to be frustrating, and I think that Marcel needs to go if they want to play another Granger Eve game, because my god, the number of projectiles denied because of that one ult is ridiculous.
Yeah, Super Yoshi looked a little bit uncomfortable with it in the early few minutes, but really found his stride once his team had the items needed to follow up on his gameplay. Those golden hours were used very well.
Very nicely done. This is why my eyes are on Super Yoshi. He knows what he's doing with or without communication. And he's already talked so much with the team, which is great. Either way, I think this is one of the few better games that we've seen coming out from both sides. And I think now that IG, they've been pushed a little bit. If they tweak it just slightly in the draft, they had a really good chance of winning that game at the 12th minute.
Yeah, I think so as well. It just got a little bit difficult in the later stages when everyone was all eyes on the back line, every man for himself. A front to back can be heavily disrupted when you have heroes like Guinevere and Arlet and even the Marcel running around.
But they denied the ult a good amount of times, right? Like, you gotta give MelQT credit. He was zipping and dodging, flickering out of Magic Thumbs, in and out of enemy RWMs, in and out of even the Golden Hour at times. And the 3 times that he did get caught, either A, he made a mistake, or there was just like, what, 6 different abilities to dodge.
It wasn't a perfect game by any means, but it was a really good one, I think is the least we can say. These teams appear to be evenly matched, but is it because the draft was a little harder on RRQ? Are they still superior? I guess we'll find out. But really, well played to Invictus Gaming. Let's see what they'll bring for us in Game 2.
Now, we did see that the first initial draft, the first 3 picks, definitely just kind of probing and see what you can deny off of your opponent. That second half, both sides just double down on their plan. They're like, we're not really thinking about what the other team is going to play at this stage of the game, right? We've already banned them out, and now we're just going to double down on the plan.
I still gotta give props to RQ as well. It's very brave to decide to still continue with this sort of draft when you're seeing what IG is bringing out, because standard front-to-back teamfight comps are really difficult to deal with if played correctly. And they have heroes like Arlet, who don't match too well here, was already being disrupted early, and then Dyren just decides, okay, time to lock in.
It's literally just hitting the combo one time, really. There's like no other real synergy other than just like raw peel, and there's not a lot of major setups that we usually see, like, you know, Fredrin and Arlet, for example. That's like a really good combination of heroes to make this Arlet go well. Now, let's look at our MVP of this game, going over Ruff, undoubtedly, as he's taken his time to scale up with this quad, but was a major driving force when the team needed extra damage.
I think that Ruff played a pretty solid game overall. You can see IG being very focused on the opposite side, thinking, okay, what do we need to do next? Ruff was not perfect though. A couple more deaths than usual in this game, because sometimes when you go in, you think, I'm fine, I've got the wind of nature. The Eve suddenly blows you up.
Eve does a decent amount of damage these days. It's a little frustrating, but hey, you know, at the end of the day, can't beat a BMI into the blazing duet. That ability really hurts, man. Eventually, Quad's gonna get out of meta. I don't know when they're going to address the Trinity or whether they want to change crit. Either way, something for the future.
See that his stats overall aren't actually all that high. 688 GPM is actually a little low considering how much space he was getting throughout the game, but it's because of how difficult those late game fights were. No longer could he afford to just be farming and pushing on one side of the map. His team needed him, and sometimes that resulted in a death when necessary, but RQ were able to close it out.
Yep, I think that's the most important thing. Once gold laners recognize that they have damage, you need to start participating, and you have to put yourself out there. Obviously not in the middle of a fight, but, you know, showing presence goes a very long way in a game about positioning.
Looking at the items here, earlier in the game I was saying that Super Yoshi's build felt kind of greedy. I can agree with the Thunder Belt somewhat, and then the Flask makes sense. The Rose Gold felt like a strange call when you could be going for a much tankier sort of style, which he did finish off with the Chastise.
Yeah, I don't think we've cracked open what the build needs to be exactly. I know that Marcel, for a fact, isn't exactly the thickest boy in the world. So that's why when I'm looking at these items, it's like, yes, now I have infinite scaling armor and MR, but the Chastised Pauldron, on top of things like, you know, arguably the Immortality, but they all kind of work in the same way. It buys you those precious couple of seconds to get the channeling off.
That is fair. I can kind of see where you're coming from there. And when you were talking about that as well, I realized that Nova had some damage items. That was kind of curious. Genius Wand and Glowing on the glue. And that kind of explains why he felt a little squishier in the late game as well. It felt like he was melting very fast. I thought it was just because Ruff was farmed, but may have been a bit greedy there as well.
Honestly, I don't mind him going for this build looking at the lineup of RRQ. Because majority of them are pretty darn squishy. The only ones who are like true, honest tanks is Super Yoshi alongside with Gary, right? And I mean, obviously Dyren to a certain degree, but at the end of the score of stats, we didn't see that many people walking away with Radiant armor in the first place. So I think for the most part, RRQ, they got away with it.
Fair enough. I think you could say there are arguments for all these builds. It could be greedy in a different circumstance, but you can also kind of see the logic of why the players decided to go for it this time around. It did end up being a very close series. 23 minutes, 16 kills to 15. It really could have gone either way. It's just that RRQ really started finding those big team fights, and then the inhibitor disadvantage cost IG.
Yeah, it did. It lost them so much momentum when they were already at the most important point of the game. And hopefully we get to see that again. Hopefully it doesn't take 23 minutes, to be fair. Because again, as we saw those 3 turtles fall into the hands of RRQ, you're starting to wonder whether IG will find that momentum once again. And more importantly, once it came to that mid game, that's where the plan actually came online. Despite the fact that they were able to move out of the mid lane first 90% of the early game.
I think it is a testament to RQ's ability to adjust here, because we were wondering, can this team change from being hyper aggro early game, snowball mid game? They realized this time, okay, first couple minutes, we're not going to be winning these fights. We don't do enough damage. So they played it a little slower. They sacrificed Dyron when necessary and things like that. And it worked out to buy them the time they needed for that power spike.
Inevitably, it's an interesting idea based on what we've seen. IG, a little bit more traditional, you know, and then RRQ, they're really trying to like, hey, we've got kids with great mechanics. Let's really stretch it out. Let's see how far they can go with just these mechanics.
Hazel was doing a very good job of farming, though. He ends up being the rich guy here, 800 GPM. Came as the carry on this Valentina. You don't really notice too much the damage he's doing, but he is doing it. Gojes as the sandbag, and then Nova X Kobar as the best wingman. Really solid performances all around here, and it just gets me even more excited for Game 2.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the way that these guys have been playing so far, right? Again, some really great engages here, but at the end of it, it comes down to outplays, right? The raw macro, I think everybody followed some good fundamentals with managing their waves, but these team fights is where it gets really exquisite, right? If you have more angles than your opponent, immediately you're punished, like Mel QT here. He thought he was safe, but no, he gets run down.
I do think that Invictus Gaming could have afforded to push their lead a little bit more towards the early mid transition. It felt like they started playing a little bit slower just to make sure they didn't lose out on the lead they had, but that gave space for people like Dyron to finally start making these sort of plays. A really good final slash. While this wasn't really a one fight for RRQ, it starts creating doubts in the minds of Invictus. It's like, can we really safely fight anymore?
Yeah, and man, so many moments in this game where it's just like, dang, probably just shouldn't be there. There's nothing else you can really say about it. Wrong place, wrong time, you get punished. And that, the game-winning play here. Final slash flicker coming in from the Dyron to set things up for the most important Lord.
And them even being set up for the final slash by that frozen moment as well. Really great combos, good stacking. And even then, Invictus still had a chance of turning it around. If they actually got like one more kill here, it would have made a huge difference. But Gary found the catch, set it up for Kim. And then after that, slowly climbed their way back.
Yep, the mechanics are taking them a good chunk of the way. I don't know if they were going to take an even riskier option for this upcoming game, but now that they've seen what IG is willing to put on that table, you know, all right, now we can start thinking about how we can start playing this push and pull. I think they need to take that Yishin Shin away at the bare minimum. I don't know if they're going to flex it over to Rough, but hey, you know, I'm sure Gary will figure it out.
Yeah, I think you should try to respect Hazel on this hero, but at the same time, if you have enough faith in Super Yoshi, you may be able to allow it through regardless. And I feel like he's been doing such a good job so far, right? Glue has been one of the more difficult roamers to handle here in MPL. A lot of teams just don't really know how to disrupt his ability to dive in, catch people. Yes. Marcel wouldn't really be the hero you consider as the answer to that, but Super Yoshi figured it out.
Yeah, I think Super Yoshi understood the early game. I'm sorry, Kim, I can't be here, right? It's just a waste of both of our times if we both stay here. So I think the way that he played the early game was completely fine. I think the mid game is where it got really interesting because you're noticing the small optimizations he's making so that he's not just like, oh, I'm spinning around in a bush. I'm just holding vision in one area. But having a quick look at the percentages, it looks like a majority of you actually was leaning into, yes, they're on a roll right now and they're going to stop IG, while 40% of you actually saying maybe this could be a 2-1 series.
Okay. A lot of people a little bit uncertain, but after game 1, I think we have to join you there. Anything could happen here. RQ looks good, but they were definitely pushed into a corner more than once in that game, made some mistakes here and there, otherwise it could have been cleaner. And Invictus were the ones causing those situations in the first place. I like the idea of going for a more standard draft, you know, keeping it simple. Now that you've seen what your opponent can do against a standard draft though, Is it time to show some character?
I think it's time to chump check them, right? Like, all right, sure. If you're in IG's position, like, okay, they beat us with a bit with a draft that's like, arguably unorthodox. Like, it's not like we haven't seen it before. It's just a weird amalgamation of things. That's fine. Second game, I'm expecting at the very least IG. Whether or not they show standards, I want to see winning lanes on the side. That's the one thing we haven't seen because everybody's like mid trio. I'm like, I totally get it, but support doesn't necessarily have to stick in the mid lane like we saw Super Yoshi do for RRQ in Game 1.
And technically, they did have a winning side with the Gatot versus Arlit lane. Dyron was having a terrible early game. You would think that he would be down and out for most of the game after that, but one of the issues of going for that tank in the EXP lane just to make sure you don't lose out early is that you start losing a little more value the later the game goes. And I do feel like some of Gojus' late game AOGs were... Yeah,
not the greatest, not the greatest. I mean, there was a couple where it's like it made sense where Glue was like about to set it up. Oh no, AOG, they flickered out. Nothing you can do about that. Now you're stranded. I just think that they need to have multiple engages because so far, Nova X Kobar has consistently been the one to kind of try and set things up. When are we going to see the RWM into an AOG? Or at the very least, you know, different variations of these engagements with the same proper outcome of the RWM?
Because the threat of the Valentina still exists as well. That's probably why Spencer wasn't willing to drop the RWM too aggressively a lot of the time. Because we've seen in the past that typically the person who casts the ultimate first ends up losing.
And especially with like how many counter engages that we see from both sides. Either way, we need to see these teams actually start pushing the envelope a little bit more. We've seen very similar engages here, and I feel like RRQ are the more creative ones when it comes down to like, you know, probing and prodding.
I'm impressed at the way that we're skirmishing there. It takes a lot of trust, especially after how badly the early game went. It would be so easy to fall apart mentally and break down communication. But no, RQ knows, all right, we just need our timings. We just are going to continue trusting each other even if our KDAs look terrible. And sometimes trusting the process works.
Sometimes trusting the process is all that needs to be done here. But again, I want to see where the grades are at so far. They've checked off one part of the syllabus. I need to see the full part before I can decide whether or not they're top 2. Because that's the real question. Like, is anybody worth, like, when I look at IG in that very first game, would I bother thinking coming into week number 3, hey, I need to sub somebody out? No, not really. Not yet, at least.
I don't think either of these teams really need to think about substituting anyone here. There's a lot of potential. RQ is obvious. They're still undefeated up until now. Not even a single game dropped. And they're looking to keep that streak going, especially with so many of their old friends on the opposite side as well. Really makes you wonder what's going to happen, right? I think Marcel definitely does need to go.
He does need to go, yeah. I think there's just too many things that he, unironically blocks, which can be a good thing, which can be a bad thing. Really depends on the scenario, which is why Marcel is such a frustrating hero to look at and see in competitive play. Mid laners, though, this Valentina opener has just been, I think it's ridiculous. Just get rid of it. Because it causes too many problems in the draft itself. Like, you need 2 to 3 answers for one thing now.
But then that's just too many things to get rid of, right?
I would rather that you try to outplay me with a broken ability rather than just like, oh, we just have the same ult.
Fair. I think anyone who has played Classic
Hey guys, Rose here once again dan sekarang actually Rose bersama dengan Dyron dan juga Hazel untuk sedikit borak-borak sebelum kita masuk di game kedua. First of all, boys, how are you right now? Sekarang 1-0. Okay tak semua? Okay. Alright, now kita tahu dulu Dyron dengan Hazel pernah main di dalam satu team sama-sama. How does it feel like? Apa perasaan sekarang lawan each other pula di MPL Malaysia? Hazel dululah.
Itu kawan dulu je, sekarang dah jadi musuh dah.
Untuk Dyron?
Kena bantai.
Wow! Untuk Dyron?
Nggak expect sih, soalnya bisa ketemunya di MPL Malaysia gitu. Jadi jangan gampang ke geng aja Hazel ya.
Okay, now kita ada satu mutual teammate actually in the talks right now, which is Kim. Sebab dulu Hazel pernah satu team dengan Kim, sekarang pula Dyron satu team dengan Kim. I nak tanya, you guys rasa Kim suka siapa lagi? Suka Hazel lagi ke suka Dairen?
Suka aku lah sebab dia suka mandi bareng dengan aku.
Hoi!
Jangan bagi tahu, jangan bagi tahu.
Dairen?
Setuju.
So you tak hang out dengan Kim sangat lah?
Apa?
You tak hang out dengan Kim sangat lah?
Hang out juga, cuman tak sampai mandi bareng lah.
Tak sampai sana kan? Tak sampai sana.
Kurang berarti kau kurang.
Okay, now Rose ada satu lagi soalan di mana tadi kita nampak daripada satu WhatsApp code, Hazel cakap, jangan mudah kena geng, nanti saya akan taunt bila menang. So, Dairen nak balas apa dekat Hazel?
Balas sebenarnya dia yang gampang ke geng tadi.
Alright, let's wrap this up real quick. Sekarang 1-0 in favor of RRQ. You rasa 2-0 ke 2-1?
2-1 saja. RRQ. IG.
Dairen? 2-0 ke 2-1 tapi RRQ?
2-0 lah.
Alright, you know what boys? Thank you so much. Good luck on your next game. With that, let us throw it back to the cameras untuk mulakan game kedua.
Some fun banter between the teams before we start heading over into game number 2. Who would have guessed here? Who would have guessed? Kim apparently likes Hazel more, and Darren's like, yeah, you know what? You guys have each other.
Yeah, you can have him. That's fine with me. It's funny to see that for Hazel, old habits do die hard. Ooh. Did someone finally roll a skin?
He didn't roll for. I mean, technically, I guess he rolled for it. He had the currency. But it's a good skin regardless. Itachi
Still counts. As long as you got the skin, doesn't matter how you got it.
Yep, it's very nice. The Itachi one is the animations for it quite nice. I wasn't expecting to like it as much as compared to the Minato one for sure.
I haven't actually seen them yet. I need to go have a look-see after this. Maybe we'll have a chance to see them in game. Who knows?
I mean, honestly, I hope so, because I do think that Gushin is a really good solo pub stomper. Other than that, he's pretty awful. Like, really, if you're behind, oh wow, you're still gonna suck. And then by the time you reach the late game and everybody has a winter crown, it's like, well, I guess I can't one-shot anybody.
Hey, but at least you look good doing it.
That's true.
Yeah.
And only very few people have really made Gushin, like, iconic. I mean, early on in the MLBB space, everybody was like, yeah, great Gushin players, great mechanics, that's awesome. Now that we've kind of developed the meta a little bit, dear lord. I think it's only like, what, Sunset Lover who's got a successful game on Gushin?
I think so, man. It's been such a long time. But we got a quote here from Ruff on the side of RRQ. Consistency over KDA, where he said, I don't really care much about my KDA. I just want to be consistent this season. That's what I can promise, rather than aiming for 0 deaths. My top 3 gold laners are Innocent, Ruff, and Lolil.
That's pretty nice. Lolil still being part of that conversation is always a good time, but he also doesn't see MelQT as even a challenge. It's like nowhere close compared to like Innocent.
I mean, maybe he's number 4, right?
He's conveniently at number 4.
We can't say for sure.
Yeah. We had to ask the right questions. If we asked him his top 4, maybe MelQT comes into the question here.
We can't jump to conclusions too quickly.
I can't. Just the thought of it is funny enough. With that being said, though, I will say that right now, with the way that RRQ are playing, I am concerned about the early stages of the game, and I think that IG, if they play like a snowball-heavy comp again with a strong mid duo, I think there's an argument to give away the Marcel.
Yeah, I think so as well. So it is very, very disruptive. I think they can probably afford to ban the Marcel in exchange for the Kalea if you intend to retain the Glue, because Glue is able to handle Kalea quite easily.
I think the Valentina ban is a little more worth it this time. That's what I personally think. Because unless, like, if you take away the Valentina, then you have, like, extra value from, like, oh, yeah, if you set up something with the Golden Hour, at least I can steal an ult and maybe I can do something with it as well, right? Compared to denying the Valentina, I'm not sure if there's enough space to deny Marcel as well if I want to set up for a snowball-style snowball style composition for IG. But let's roll the dice, right? It's those first 3 picks and bans that will matter.
It's a hard decision to make, and that's why I'm glad I'm not a coach up on there, because my heart rate would be through the roof.
Ooh.
Let's jump into the drafting phase for game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. RRQ on the blue side this time, and they're gonna be playing on Broken Wall.
All right, Yishin Shin, Fanny gonna get banned out for the side of RRQ. IG respond with the Freya of their own. Do they also want to get rid of the Jushin? Do they want to get rid of... There's so many things to get rid of. So many prios.
What will RRQ want as a first pick? Is it wise to go straight for Marcel? Maybe not. You might even want to go Valentina first pick in that position. Sora still not banned. It's going to be the Zusin first.
Oh boy, we're already running out of slots here. There's a lot of prio picks still out and about. The Valentina, a looming question, but more so, a higher priority for blue or red side, depending on what they want to set up for. Khalil, once again, it's pretty much going to be the exact same thing, huh?
There's still a lot of possibility, though, for RRQ's first pick. Marcel, Sora, Valentina. IG only going to be able to ban 1, but you can keep the draft pretty open for yourself afterwards.
I mean, it feels like they're going to get Gwyn this time. Yeah, should be pretty big no-brainer here.
Should be Valen, I think.
It should be Valentina unless they want to go, unless they want to make some hard reads and hard predictions. But Valen generally pretty safe overall
because it gets you Sora as well.
Yep, it gets Sora for free. Or unless it's like, yo, Dyron, how hard do you want to carry today? On a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you want the Sora?
Oh, looks like it is the Valentina. It makes it so that IG cannot safely pick the Sora for themselves. You can steal a lot of good ultimates like the E if it gets drafted again. So Invictus will probably need to grab the Guinevere here.
Yeah, Guinevere makes the most amount of sense. Should they also go for Cho, maybe?
Ooh, still 100% win rate, not banned this time.
I don't think it's a bad idea, because then at least, because you don't have to throw out your mid laner at this point. You can start asking other questions in the draft to point RRQ in different directions and hopefully kind of put them, well, ideally give them the wrong read on this. But let's see first, let's see. Because if Sora gets picked up here, RQ is going to get Phoveus no matter what. So something IG need to be careful of.
Alright, let's see what it is. It looks like it is the Glue making an appearance once again.
And Gwen. As expected, the Gwen, the Glue, very flexible. I don't mind it as much. We've seen it. We've seen how it played out in game number 1, and I'm expecting Novix Kobar to get his hands on it once more. But let's see. Sora falls into the hands of RRQ. No surprises there.
What is? Oh, yup, there it is. Oh, this is a mean starting tree from RRQ Tora.
It is very nice. I have to admit, it is very, very nice. How do they punish this? They've got to get the Phoveus on their side, right? They've already got 3 dash enablers on the side of RRQ. It's pretty free for Phoveus.
I think so. Might be one of the safer options left.
Unless they're scared that they do like a switcheroo for the second half and they throw like Sora into the gold or some nonsense like that.
Well, I certainly wouldn't put it past the Ruff. He's never played it, but I can see him doing so. One of the more effective fighter gold lanes.
Like, why wouldn't he try, right?
Let's see what is going to be planned here. Do you want to go for Phoveus now? Do you want to lock in Hazel's hero before it starts getting banned out?
Wow.
It's the Lunox.
I wasn't expecting Lunox. What the heck? Why? What is the call here?
Not a good ult for Valentina. And that's about it.
Are you just trying to like maybe it's about maintenance, right? We're assuming this is going to go into the gold lane mainly because Innocent played it on the very first week. But now that we're coming into the second week, and considering that the mid lane was getting absolutely shafted here, I think that like staying pretty healthy is not a bad idea, right? You don't have your support yet. You don't know who is going to be one or the other. If they don't take Concussive Blast, the mid lane is in control of RRQ, and now that you have Lunox, it's like, at least I don't get taxed. My HP doesn't get taxed for it.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from there. Drafting in this way also means that IG is still pretty unknown, since the Lunox as well could be flexed. So there's a lot of possibility here. We've already mentioned this, but Chao has a 100% win rate in 7 games so far. We love our Cho.
Yeah, can't live without it. Suyo are gonna get banned out this time around. And Arlet ban from RRQ here. I mean, they are a little worried that maybe they can get pushed out of position, but that should be an indicator, right? Indicator of somebody who doesn't want to get engaged upon, doesn't want to get specifically shifted out of the way.
Probably Sora. I mean, you probably just don't want the Sora versus Arlet lane matchup here.
It's actually not bad for Sora. Doesn't Sora win this matchup pretty hard once he hits level 4?
Yeah, once he hits level 4. I think they're thinking about the timing before that and also the Arlet Guinevere combo.
Also true, also true. What's another combination here? Because in terms of knockups, the pullback isn't considered a knockup. Arlie ban, not bad for the side of IG. You want to make sure that they have no way to actually snowball out of control. With the fanning already banned out by Sasa, makes it even harder.
And not a lot of options left for Gary. The best one now would be, I guess, Liam Ward or Haya. Liam Ward doesn't feel very good, though, into the 3 heroes on IG.
Agreed, agreed. You can get displaced, too many iframes, a lot of CC to work on their side that can stop you before you even get onto Barbiel. Ooh, this one's tough. To me, you gotta go like tank.
Would be, actually. Fighter go... yeah, go like typical marksman, tank jungle, maybe?
Yeah, at least we do see finally, they've decided on, we ban out the Phobias, let's give this EXP on over. Sora should be able to do God's work here. IG, is there any way to kind of slow this down? Maybe like, no, Hilda doesn't make any sense. Something that needs to clear up that wave. Or they can just throw glue back up there. Throw glue.
They might have to put glue EXP.
I'm trying to think of a decent pick here. I think Guinevere, no matter what, has to go into the jungle, right?
Your team is picking.
Guinevere goes into the jungle. Glue, most likely, I would say, is the support to try and punish Cho. He doesn't mind because he's able to get his health back, and you've got Lunox who doesn't care. So that means you need an EXP laner that does, well, Bene? Yuzong? For team fights? No. We don't know what the marksman is yet. I think that's what they're waiting for, that final indicator.
They've gone for Claude for now, keeping it safe. So their late game scaling is going to be very strong on the side of IG. You've got both Claude and Lunox. Both can protect themselves fairly well, especially if you pick up Purify as well.
They go for... Flapu? No. Gonna make some blind guesses here until we get it right now. Next lock-ins, we do see Hayabusa.
Harif.
I don't know if Hayabusa is the way to go here.
It's one of the only options you have left. We already said Liam Ward is no good. So after that, it's got to be Haya or Lance. Lance hasn't been doing too well, so you got to settle for something. I'm a little worried about the Harif as well. Doesn't lane too well against the Claude. Gets countered by the Lunox. Kind of a weird final choice.
It is a bit weird, and worse yet, I think at least that they've set up the Cho to force Purifies from the side of IG. They don't necessarily have to take it, but it's the risk that they are running depending on what battle spell MelQT is going to be having. Now, what's his final pick? Are we going to see the final lock-ins? Okay.
Ooh.
All right. I don't know about
good old classic. I mean, it's not bad. Works well against Cho, works well against Hari. Not as good against Sora, unfortunately. Does mean Gojes is playing glue in the EXP, so that should be able to hold lane pretty okay against Dyren.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just, third pick Lunox is the only thing that was a little strange. And I think they already
last pick Harith?
I mean, last pick Harith is kind of, you can fit any marksman in that position at the end of the day, and they're all going to struggle. Harith just so happens to do like a little bit better when it comes down to the laning phase. And plus, it's a skill matchup. I think the really difficult part is that RRQ, they're going back for like, again, a very push-in, push-out style composition. Harith as your main anchor. Everybody else must find very small advantages to eventually turn it into one big motion.
It just means that we're gonna need to see even higher level gameplay from both of these squads going into game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. You already heard the cheers, you've already heard the crowd. Let's make some noise in your homes, in your chairs for this matchup. See whether or not RRQ Tora can keep their undefeated win streak going.
Yep, and immediately Super Yoshi revealing the position Hazel knowing exactly where he started and even getting decent damage on him. Hazel not happy getting invaded like this, but Super Yoshi maintains vision and it's wasting so much time.
MLQG gonna chase just to cancel the regen. Not quite successful in doing so, and looks like Hazel will still get the litho.
Did force out the retribution. Not gonna see any punishments here just yet as they started on opposite sides of the map. Hayabusa will end up towards the gold lane, and mid lane pretty stagnant for now, considering that Super Yoshi doesn't have his regen. Hustle Blast on both sides. Oh, and even a third one on Sora as well. But he does take Master Assassin, so he wants to go for that kill.
Yeah, he's gonna be the one diving into the backline. I still remember Dyren playing this Sora. I can't remember which team it was, but it was against mid lane Kimmy and was just on their butts the entire game.
I think it was AC. I want to say it's AC. No,
I've forgotten.
Because Kimmy is only played by like a couple of people. Oh wait, no, it's coming back to me. I'll get to it because so far in the earlier stages of the game,
it was Ray.
It was Team Ray. That's the one. I was like Team something. It had literally team in the name. Either way, Nova Escobar revealing himself, showing that pressure, and even Gary, both sides know making that first move is so scary to do.
Invictus Gaming playing it safe. They know that this level 4 timing is where the Hayabusa wants to find a kill if possible, so everyone is playing with a friend or just staying as far back as possible to stop that first snowball. Looks like Gary's actually gonna go for the purple buff steal while Hazel's on the turtle.
Yeah, look at this. Gojas at level 4 already. Gonna make Super Yoshi's life a little difficult. We can slow this down. Oh boy. That'll be great. IG, they get it. No contestation from RRQ.
That was definitely a call being made by Gary as well. I got the buff. We don't need to worry too much about the turtle here. They'll just play it safe. No reason to challenge in that position.
Now we see the invade. Oh. It's close, but you can see what Invictus wants to do, right? They are proactively walking into enemy territory. They are proactively, and most importantly, just trying to maintain that pressure. They don't want this Hayabusa to get that far ahead, and the fact that they've already lost one of their buffs just means that, hey, Hazel, you gotta find something across the map to catch up.
I'm kind of surprised they didn't go for a deeper dive to steal that buff initially, because it looked like they had the resources in position to do so, but Invictus is making sure to play this safe and not give over that snowball. As long as this Hayabusa doesn't get started too quickly, they'll be fine.
Yeah. So far, Super Yoshi actually not at level 4, which is rather surprising. Nova Escobar, oh, finally. He hits level 4. They've got an angle here, but the Purify is a big problem for him.
Nova Escobar and Spencer have pretty high heart rates compared to the rest of Invictus.
I think they understand how important their role is currently, just trying to hold control over the mid lane, right? Everybody has paid the tax to walk by that river. Everybody is a little more cautious here on broken walls to make it through to the other side.
And it's the last time someone was playing Kufra in MPL too, so a little bit of pressure to perform there. But he is ahead of EXP of Super Yoshi currently. 15 seconds until Turtle spawns.
Oh. Both sides are just playing the posture, right? Gojas, he's taking his time with this, really doesn't need to do too much. If he can just slow it down to Dyren, I think that would be more than enough. As the rest of the members of Invictus Gaming, they just have to max out the Lunox damage, right? If they can get full damage out of him, that would be perfect.
Gary and Ruff are on the Turtle. Here's the charge. Nice dodge from the Harif. Turtle dropping 30%. Here's the kick onto the glue. They kick him in. Hazel secures the Turtle. Blazing Door comes out. Damage's not enough right now, but they will catch a Ruff in the Zaman Force. But a beautiful 3-man catch from Dyren! RRQ Tora steamrolls through Invictus Gaming, and they will take the 1-for-2 trade. Gary not able to find the Lunox. That's going to be it for now.
Oh, man. Now, before Ruff dies, he truly did not care about his KDA, and you can see it right here. In this instant replay, just notice the number of, not chrono dashes, but synchro fissures he was able to land. After the Zaman Force came back out, he's peeling as much as he can, but he jumps back into that fight to set this up, to really sell it for his boy.
But then Dyren comes in and cleans things up. Perhaps that is the play this game. Ruff is not our carry, it's Dyren.
I mean, honestly, in Ruff's position, that was the best outcome possible. If I can't kill everybody, I'm going to set up one of my teammates to get everybody.
even if it means baiting yourself in the Zaman Force. Not sure if that was the initial plan. I do feel like it was a bit over-aggressive to Zaman Force your way to the opposite side. Oh, Wave the Dragon cancelled midway by Hazel. Saves Spencer's life.
Nice, good read here. Very, very good read. Now the second problem is Nova Escobar now looks like a test back for that mid lane once more. Kim, he sees it. He wants none of this.
A lot of action in a short time, and now we are back to the default again. LQT is starting to join the fights on the map to try and get as much gold from assists as possible. RQ not looking for it until the next objective.
Don't need to. They still got 24 seconds left on the clock as everybody goes back into standard positionings. Mid trio from the side of IG, Victus Gaming, now collaborating with each other, trying to cover as much of that mid lane as possible. There are no holes so far for RRQ Tora to fall through.
You have to note this game, there really isn't a particularly good ultimate on the Invictus Gaming side for Kim to steal as well. I think he's been settling with the Lunox ult so far as a defensive measure. He could go Kufra, but it's not very reliable. So RQ doesn't really have the same style of Valentina as last game.
He really doesn't.
Oh, nice Shunpo from Super Yoshi.
Didn't go the way that I was expecting it to go, but now that Gojas is starting to zone out, is finally in a position where he actually can hold them back. Oh, whoa, Spencer, what? Whoa, he's far.
Meanwhile, Zaman Force comes out, forces back MelQT. Gojas is on the turtle, but Gary will be able to secure it thanks to the zoning from Dyron. The Way of the Dragon flicker kick onto Gojas, picks off the glue. Freeman shifting skies, but to cancel it. So Invictus is able to back away.
MelQT unfortunately just does not find the angle.
Freeman, Kundo knock up. RQ Tora keeping it going. But Yogi's Shadow Kill does not do enough. Invictus will get away.
Oh, scary moments here. Scary moments for both sides. But RRQ, they're looking for this mid inhibitor, and Gary tries to make the call.
Nova not committing the ultimate. Doesn't actually have it. That would have been such a nice catch under the tower. But Zaman Force comes out, forces a flicker. Here comes the Blazing Duet doing good damage. They forced out the defensive Blaze Awakening. Looks like the Brilliant's gonna be used defensively on both sides.
That was disgusting. 3 people straight up nearly died through one little Leonin. Aerith still very relevant in the meta for the time being. With 68 seconds left, RQ, they want this mid-tier one bad.
Full committal. All of the cooldowns on both Nova and Hazel just for a kill on Super Yoshi. Not really the most worth it.
Yeah, losing such an important structure now unlocks that mid lane. Now Kim doesn't have to follow the rules no longer. He just needs to clear those waves, and he can even call for other teammates to start rotating to his side of the map. The question is, where do you want to go? Is it better to keep rotating down to the bottom side and hopefully unlock your gold laner? Or is it just, hey, we're just going to have to wait for our jungler here to come and help us initiate?
Hard to say right now. Victus Gaming just trying to find space wherever they can. But it also means they have to move quite closely together. This is resulting in, wow, that damage from Dyron is really starting to build up. So he is in a bit of a tight spot. Dodges everything though with the Thunder form. Ruff taking a free tower down bot.
Yep, very good coverage coming in from our RQ as well to make sure, hey, even if we end up losing that turret, we can trade on the bottom side. The entire time Hazel is having the time of his life, farming all the way through. But, Gary farming all the way through. But worse yet, they don't get anything out of Dyron. And I think that's going to be the problem here, because his ult is going to come back up before this Lord fight.
The more time that RQ is wasting, the better it is. And looks like we're hopping into a pause here, everyone. Someone facing some technical difficulties. We will get right on that.
Based on what I can see here, it looks like Gary is the one who made that call. It seems like a bit of an issue. Not sure if it's type 1 or type 2 issue. We'll find out in just a little bit.
I've got to make sure to get all of the chinks in the armor taken out before we can continue fighting, so that both these teams are at tip-top shape. But RQ Tora is definitely in the driver's seat now.
Taking their time, they're taking their time here. And honestly, we're on the cusp of this game really starting to ignite. I think anybody has, they've already compiled all the kindling ready to set the bonfire. They've got the fuel. The question is, we haven't seen the ignition button just yet.
Not quite yet, but you can imagine that they're just waiting for the opportunity here. RQ knows their timings. This is a team with an eye for opportunity. And Invictus Gaming is trying to do the same, but thwarted at every measure. The fact that they have to rotate so closely together is also causing them to farm slower.
Yep. It's hard. It's a hard way to respond to it. You're trying to be cost efficient every single time. Hey, do we need 2 people to defend? No, let's try and make it 1. We need 3 people. No, let's try and make it 2. Every single time, these small optimizations, if you don't make a quick decision on it, could be the beginning and end of you. Oh, some of the audience still have diamonds to actually start rolling.
It's like they're rolling a lot as well. Can they get a skin?
Come on, give him a skin without him having to redeem it. Come on.
We're sending luck.
RNG, come on, RNGesus, please bless this
Everyone
man.
back at home, send your prayers and blessings.
Hands in the sky like we're all doing a spirit bomb.
Oh no! They've spent all their diamonds.
Wait, does he have enough currency?
Is there any redemption?
Does he have enough currency is the question. Huh? Okay, 1.
Got a bit more.
Come on, a little bit more. No, he's still going every last bit of it. And there we go. Redeem.
Is that enough?
Redeem.
Oh, he's going for Sasuke?
Redeem it, sir. Yeah! We got Itachi, we got Sasuke.
Classic indeed. Very nice skin still, even if it's from the first batch of the Naruto skins. Still looking good.
Very nice, very nice. Overall, great skin line. I say skin collection, this is skin line.
I mean, it is a word that's used as well. It's just a different term.
I think if they come up with another set of Naruto skins, like another set of 3, that's when it's a collection.
I see.
You know?
You gotta hit a certain number.
Exactly, it's a threshold. Right now, it's like, oh, you've got like 4 characters, and I don't know. 1 that nobody cares about, so it's not a collection yet.
It's a good question, right? Like, how many of an item do you need before it starts being considered a collection?
I personally think 5 is a good number.
Good number?
Yeah, even numbers don't feel as nice for collections compared to odd numbers. Because then you can arrange them in like, oh, here's the side ones, and then they're like the main centerpiece.
So no matter what you're collecting, you just need 5.
5 and above. 5 and above, and it needs to be an odd number ideally. That's my preference.
So wait, if it's 6, then it's not a collection?
If it's 6, I'd be very upset. I'd be like,
see.
What's the main standout? And now both sides are uneven because it's not an odd number.
That's a PSA to everyone with a collection. If you have 6 items, Gideon's gonna come find you.
Yes, I will have major issues. Okay. You're just being a little disrespectful right now.
Damage in the mid lane. Spencer down to half HP already. Invictus is showing their positions quite heavily.
There is no need to contest for the space right now. There really isn't. Like, Gojas is walking into here, taking a little bit of aggro. Like, yes, you can sustain this, but you want to control that mid-push specifically. You know that the pixel bush is already empty. Just walk into it. That's what you're looking for.
There's a lot of doubt happening here from Invictus. They're playing it safe to make sure that they don't give away more, knowing they're already at a bit of a deficit, but the safer they play, the more difficult it becomes too.
I mean, look at topside. There's already a slow pushing wave in favor of RRQ. So right now, RRQ have all the marbles. Invictus, I'm yet to see where's the probing.
And the longer they stay together here in the river, the more it's going to cost them as well. They're already going to get a free tower just from the minions.
Oh my god, please scale up. Oh, there we go!
Here's the flicker catch. They found 1 in the bush, but is it going to be enough? Violet Requiem locked down Tyrant. That's a big catch. Blazing Word comes out, but Kim still doing good damage. Forces Hazel out the opposite side. Spencer has to use the flicker, but no more brilliance. So Kim will find 1 kill in return and chase off Invictus.
Woo! Tsuruyoshi saving the interaction, able to get at least 1 back in a pretty important hero in Spencer. With no Lunox, 1 less problem to deal with as RRQ are back into contesting for this Lord.
Getting the pick off on Tyrant first as well was huge. If they weren't able to find the Sora, you know that he's just waiting for a chance to counter. Fortunately, RRQ still in control. Tsuruyoshi gonna scout out Nova in the brush. And they're just gonna reset the Lord again.
Good block.
But Invictus not letting them. Here comes the Salmon Force. They get the kick. This time on Gojas, and the glue is down. Lord has been secured by Hazel. Blazing Word comes out from MelQT, doing good damage. Tyrant's in the backline, but he gets caught with the Violet Requiem. He's not able to get the Heaven's Wrath out. That's a killing spree for Hazel. Brilliant's gonna be used, but they've lost Super Yoshi, and Kim's gonna need to flicker out as well. MelQT just a moments away from picking that up. And Invictus have found their W.
Really unfortunate as Gary unable to find the quad shadow onto the right targets. He did tag somebody, but it's just not the person he's looking for. Now, Ruff finally getting the Holy Crystal is going to be able to get some relevant damage, because look, he goes in on purpose trying to bait as much out as possible. They got the bouncing ball very early on, and then Ruff still survives the interaction at the end of the day, right? So it's again, smoke and mirrors, but IG are kiting a lot better in this fight compared to the previous interaction. They're moving in the same direction.
Yeah, they caused a lot of chaos in that fight. You could see as well Dyron trying to go for MelQT initially, but then wasn't able to follow up because of the EMI, so he tried to go for Spencer instead. Committed the Pundit form and lost out on the tankiness, and that's why he got bursted down, because the rest of his team was too far away. Invictus finally with some time to breathe. Lord will collide up top side. They should get this tier 2.
Be able to get all these outer turrets for free. A huge gold surge from Invictus Gaming. Honestly starting to look a little similar to the previous matchup as well, but let's see if they get an inhib here.
Do they want to force this push? Looks like they will. There's more than enough damage from MelQT to take an inhibitor. And that means that RRQ Tora's base has been broken into.
Now, missing at least, especially in the most strategic position possible, with Lord spawning on the southern side and a missing north inhibitor, top inhibitor for RRQ Tora. This is a very nice situation in Invictus. They can almost guarantee that they can get the next Lord. They just have to play off the waves.
And they're gonna continue playing it safe and secure. Novak Kovar secures the Tyrant's rage! Once again, Tyrant bursts it down before the fight even starts! Brilliant, doing some good damage. Allows them to back things off. Ruff nearly taking out Gojes, but not quite enough. They're also low, but Invictus are playing this. Wow.
The push and pull is looking so crazy. There's like 2 different layers that they have to go through. Initially, you were having people like MelQT trying to bait out Novak Skobar, honestly engaging in angles, which he honestly shouldn't. He just wants to start this war. He wants RRQ to make a move, and unless Invictus Gaming can get underneath their skin, based on what we're seeing so far, I think that Invictus, they should be able to hold out against RRQ very easily.
As long as they're able to keep catching Dyron, or at least not allowing him to get free pickoffs in the backline, then Invictus are actually in a very, very good spot. RRQ are definitely hedging their bets a little bit on this Sora pick to win out fights for them, and Dyron has been getting disrupted at every turn.
Yeah, I think now they need a better option. Super Yoshi, he's got some very clear targets, but as soon as he shows up, it becomes a problem. Somebody must distract Nova. Oh no, it's too late. They're rushing it down.
And Super Yoshi, bit deep here, but Invictus is not gonna force it. They got what they came for.
Now, how do they play this? RQ Tora. I'm looking at the items so far. 4 items already completed. Actually, almost full items here for the side of Ruff. He's got the damage for sure. It's just, can he keep himself away from before Gojes? Like, there's so many things he's got to dodge. There's no saving this. It's hard.
We have the dragon. They're going for Gojes. Wow, he's gone. All right. Good pickoff from RRQ.
A 5-on-1 tag team bout, like, makes sense. Makes sense that he's able to go down pretty fast. Other than the fact that Gojes, what is he currently running? Yeah, he's doing the Cursed Helm into the Glowing Wand build, not full traditional tank.
Well, Lord is now pushing in top side. Nova not gonna go for the Tyrant's Revenge this time. We can see Ruff does good damage. They found him in the bush here. Super Yoshi in some trouble. Buys the immortality real quick. Invictus Gaming gonna back it off. Not gonna push their luck here.
Dang. MelQT losing 50% of his HP off 1 Chrono Dash. That's way too much damage for him to actually handle. Somebody else needs to deal with Ruff for the time being. Now that he's got his level 15 so late in the game, what is the best sequence possible? What is the best sequence for Invictus here?
And imagine it. Nova catching Dyron again first, having Spencer deal with Ruff, and then having MelQT handle everyone else.
Okay, I think I can get behind that, but it's Kim. Really, I think it's Kim that's keeping this together so far. He has been a very strong anchor, and I think that Ruff is now joining the squad with the smoke and mirrors to the point where Kim has to just lean back so that Gary has somewhere safe to fall back to.
That is fair. Gary up until now still actually hasn't died yet. Kim as well. So both of these core members of RRQ Tora have been keeping their position quite well and making sure that they're still up to date in terms of items.
Wishing Lantern already purchased by Kim. It's gonna make
big one.
It's great because now his focus are going to stick on people like Gojes, people like Hazel. You can see that Novak Skobar really trying to push the extent of how far he can make this engagement.
If he's able to find anyone the catch there would help quite a lot. Both these teams right now just waiting for their roamer to find that pickoff so that they have the numbers advantage to push out further onto the map.
Now this game has really come to a complete standstill. No side looking to fight, just waiting for the Lord patiently. Already missed out on one, and now they're spawning on towards that top side. Victus just have to sit and wait, right?
Yep, they still have control. They have much more towers in comparison to RRQ Tora, which means that the wave management is a lot simpler for them. And they have control over the river, so it looks like they're trying to find someone bot, which means that RQ is in position for Lord first.
Yeah, unless they're going to show more people, because right now Super Yoshi is also reaffirming that, hey, actually, they're not covering the short sides of the edges of the river. Oh, concealed though.
I don't think RQ is going to stick around for this one. Oh, Hazel misses the spatial migration too. So a net 0.
Okay. Okay. Look at the moves here so far. Hazel's bothering to walk out. Wants to be able to take. Oh!
Here comes Novak's Kobar. Not going to commit the ult. That's Super Yoshi. He was looking for Dyren. Dyren goes in. Not going to use his either. There's a very big minion wave inside RRQ's base. They have to send Ruff back to deal with it, which means Invictus has the numbers. This time Nova gonna go in on Super Yoshi once again. RQ not willing to engage. They find a Violet Requiem on one, and then Super Yoshi gets melted down with the Blazing Duet. Dyren on 1 HP, and MelQT will finish him off. They'll chase down Super Yoshi. Oogie Shadow Kill sets up the killing spree for Kim, and they found the Claude, but is it enough? The remaining members are still tanky. Here comes the Salmon Force. Ruff gonna go in 1v3 situation. Gary here to help him out. Is it enough damage? No, the Brilliance cancels out the aggression. RQ just has to back it off.
Dude, what is happening here? Why are people just fighting for the sake of fighting? They could have been sitting on the lawn for so long, and then MelQT going back into the fight after BMI doesn't make sense, man. It doesn't make sense. But IG, if they don't get this, Lord, it's gonna be very upsetting. Here comes Gary.
Diamond Force comes in. Lord has already been secured by Hazel. Oogie Shadow Kill just not really doing much damage here. But Invictus is not gonna look to punish.
Good blocks by the tanks. On the side of Invictus, making sure that at least Gary ain't gonna be walking in there for free. Oh boy, RRQ Tora, they need their full fighting strength here. Without their full fighting strength, it's really difficult to break positions on Invictus.
They need to be all together, but it's hard to do that when you have to keep an eye out for housekeeping, and now you got the enhanced Lord pushing down top lane. The waves are being synced up as well. This is gonna be a tough defense.
Here you go. Hold. Like this isn't going to be easy, but 9-9 is the current score, and everybody basically has full items. The only person who's been lacking that 4th item has to be Gojes. Now, they're going to push forward. They should be able to get this in turret.
Novak's Cobra not going to find the engage he's looking for. A good wave clear from Ruff, keeping the tower alive, but MelQT will just sneak it through anyway. There is a Cho in the jungle waiting for a chance, but Novak's Cobra found one, forces the Purify out, Blazing Duet with the ground, but look at the damage from the back! Dyren found it alongside Kim! The crystal's exposed, but they managed to defend it, and now it's an all-out brawl. Invictus Gaming trying to escape, but they've lost 2. Double kill for Ruff, and RRQ Tora finds the angle! They're still in this!
Oh, what a save! What a save coming in from Super Yoshi and Dyren. A back flank angle, giving him perfect vision while you see the setup from Dyren at the same time to ensure that he gets all 4. Really nice stuff.
Now splitting the fight in Hull. You would think it's so difficult to defend against a Lord at this stage of the game, but RQ Tora, they've got fangs, and they're looking to bite.
Super Yoshi caught in a pretty compromising position here. Forced the flicker out of there. Punished. But Super Yoshi, he's being disrespectful now.
And now the chance of RRQ fans in the audience reaching a fever pitch. They know that this game is not over yet, even with only 1 tower remaining. RRQ has regained control of the map, and 20 seconds until the next Lord.
As they go back to their farming routine, 15 seconds until that Lord actually spawns. This catch might be good. Oh, a good read by Nova, but unfortunately Kim able to react, get out of the way here. And then you see the positioning, right? They know where Nova X Kobar is, they know where Super Yoshi is, there's a good chance they know where Dyren is.
Good flicker from Gojes. They found Dyren with the Violet Requiem. Winter Crown doesn't allow them to cancel it. They are trying to get out, but using grab by the glue, and that means the Sora is gone once again. Super Yoshi will go down. It's a mega kill. Invictus Gaming is in position to fight back. Blazing Wave comes out. Rock gonna be shut down. Spencer with the killing spree. They're taking apart RRQ one by one. The kingdom has been overthrown. Triple kill. Wipeout for Hazel. Invictus Gaming will end the undefeated streak of RRQ Tora and bring us to a game number 3.
Woo! IG making sure that at least this is gonna be one hell of a series here. 1-1 current scoreline. Big saves from both sides. But even so, fortunately, IG just played better this time round.
Looks like we have a true series on our hands here. We thought they were evenly matched in game number 1. We were curious to see if that would be the case with different drafts in game number 2. And now it is officially proven this is a battle for dominance.
Yup. Fan bases both staring each other down, making sure that at least the noise will come with their team at names. But it's something to think about for RRQ. They can't be getting these drafts through for free any longer. And they thought about it long and hard in that second phase.
And they felt confident enough that they would be able to still pull it out regardless. But I think this has been a wake-up call for them. You cannot underestimate your opponents this time around. Power picks can no longer be given for free.
Yep. Can't let them have it no more. All right. Game number 3. I'm expecting RRQ to go back to red side this time around and give IG that first pick one more time, because it feels like it hurt them more to ban out the Valentina on blue than it was going back to red.
I think so as well. It's a good first pick too, but it just enables your opponent to pick up heroes that don't allow you to operate at full power. Right? There were no good ultimates for you to steal this time around. You had to settle for brilliance, and in this case, this is one of those ultimates where the original hero probably pulls it off a little better. I was a little curious about how well the Kufra would perform, and RRQ Tora dodged a lot of engagements.
Yeah.
But Nova Escobar still managed to find some key ones.
I think most importantly, why Nova Escobar is good on this Kufra, sometimes his engages don't land, but that's like most Kufras, right? We just kindly blindly hopefully hit somebody, but I'm guessing it's that bouncing ball that was such a problem. Now let's give it on over to IG's very own Hazel here, MVP of this game, making sure that not only was he finding picks, but securing the most important objectives on the map.
It's a very different style of Guinevere compared to what we saw from Gary in game number 1, where the latter was trying to find opportunities to engage for his team, while Hazel's taking advantage of the engagements to really deal the damage, and that's why he only had 1 death the entire game.
100% kill participation, and so far we've been seeing the GPMs of our junglers go down and down and down these days, thanks not only to the patch, but just how much fighting there is within enemy territory or even your own territory.
Very interesting build he went for as well. Not really damage, not really durable, it's just straight up survivability, but just enough to make sure I can be in your face most of the time as well. The Winter Crown also disrupted so many attempts from RRQ to stop that Violet Requiem.
Sustain? Yes, he says. A lot of sustain in any way, shape, or form. Look at everybody else's build. Yeah, pretty standard all across the board. Standard Sora build, standard Hayabusa build as well. I think the only thing that was like a little like bizarre was seeing him go for like, hey, I want to make sure that I have the Lightning Charge on top of making sure I have a Wishing Lantern just to be cost efficient with his gold.
I think this is also a demonstration of what can happen if you're able to make these primary engages uncomfortable, right? Dyron got focused hard this game. He got focused pretty hard in game 1, but then found his mojo back. This time around, every single time he's engaging, he's thinking, am I gonna get cancelled here? That 156 score just feels so bad as a Sora player.
Yep, just one of those things that they'll keep punishing you for every single time. And I think at this point, Dyron has shown that yes, he is capable, and he has made game-winning plays to ensure that, like, you better not give me the Sora again. How many times are we gonna get disrespected like this?
The thing is, Sora's still such a good hero. I feel like you gotta grab it. It's just this time around, IG actually prepared. Having the Guinevere, having the Kufra, and then the glue on top of all of that means you have so much lockdown to deal with. And that's why I was a little bit worried about this Harif. Can you one-shot ValQT? Yes, but everyone else is a problem.
Yeah, I think straight away, IG figured out, you know what, if we get into a full-blown team fight, like if nobody is able to land any engages, from raw damage output, I think IG understood pretty quickly that, yeah, Melkuti and Spencer, Lunox with this quad are more than enough to deal with everybody on the side of RRQ. We just cannot get tagged by a quad channel, can't get kicked, can't get absorbed in by the shifting clouds. As long as I dodge all those things, I should be fine.
Yeah, that's easy, you know? You just gotta... It's just like, what, 5 things?
It's just 5 things.
Yeah.
And you have iframes, a BMI, and a Purify. How hard could it be?
Yeah, definitely. But I do think IG went into this game with a very solid game plan.
Oh yeah, they did.
They knew early game, just avoid Super Yoshi, avoid Gary. We play this as slow as possible because we are leaning towards late game, and we also make sure that Gary will never really be an issue. And once they hit the right timing, they keep catching Dyrant because they know, like, okay, Ruff isn't actually too big of a deal once we get into those final few minutes. If we stop this Sora from snowballing, now that we've already stopped the Haya from snowballing, we're fine.
Yeah, I mean, oh man, look at this. Look at this graph here showing us all the objectives being taken throughout the game timing, but more importantly, just the gold deficit, right? We never even broke past 2.2k this entire time. That's how even both of these teams were swinging the momentum back and forth. But so far, based on what we've seen, RRQ, they can maintain a pretty decent lead of their own. I think that IG, now that they figured out what the late game needs to look like, are starting to standardize their plays.
They were willing to play safe, play passive, and accept that they might have a gold deficit in exchange for ensuring that it never goes out of control. As long as you don't breach that 3k, 4k lead mark, you can always have a chance of making that comeback. And that's exactly what happened. A single play, and the graph just shifts so dramatically.
Yeah, a huge goal deficit shift. Now, for these neutral objectives, how exactly are these teams actually going about it? Because there's so many times that we see that there are different variations of how they play it out. Sometimes Ruff goes, you know, I'm going to go ham. Sometimes even Spencer puts himself out of position to make sure he can bait an ability.
And he knows he can too with that brilliance. We saw a lot of clean catches, a lot of strong plays. Super Yoshi also performed well. This is also the breaking of the 100% win rate on the Cho, I realize. So no longer an undefeated hero.
No longer undefeated. Yet, some of these fights can get a little weird. I don't know. I think that if they can deny a couple of picks from Super Yoshi, that would be nice, but it's really hard to, like, completely lock him down, right? The hero pool for supports is currently too big for these bigger punishments, so it has to be targeted. Things with single target lockdown, like Kalia alongside with the Cho. Then you have the glue problem, which I think right now, Invictus Gaming is riding on that glue.
And they're quite comfortable with it, considering they can flex it into both Roam and EXP, and Nova and Go just both seem to be pretty comfortable on it. You expressed a little bit of doubt about this Lunox pick early on, but I genuinely think it may have been one of the linchpins for this game, purely because of how cooldown-oriented RRQ is, and how much time of that cooldown can be wasted with the Brilliant.
Yeah, I think that initially the thought was maybe it's going into the gold lane, they're going to have a different mid laner, but instead they said, you know what? Nothing much is going to happen in that mid lane. As long as we both, me and Nova, stay healthy, we can scale and we can actually make things happen elsewhere later down the line. But that means that we're going straight into our third series, straight into our third game here to close out this series. 1-1 so far, and we've seen both sides of this coin, right? We've seen RRQ, we've seen IG. Has this changed your opinions from the beginning of the day?
Oh, definitely. I think a lot of us were thinking, oh, we're gonna go into this and RRQ has the definite advantage as long as they win out early. But in both games, IG has actually been doing pretty well early on. Even though in Game 2 they were behind on gold, they were still achieving their objective.
They were finding it. And I think that right now, IG, if they want to close out this game and really show that they are multifaceted, they got to be RRQ in this third game. But with that being said, we've got one more interview to throw to you before we start heading on into the draft. I think it's Rose, maybe? Who's up there?
As per the casters, said ini adalah one of the best match thus far untuk musim 17 dan sekarang ni actually Rose bersama dengan fans daripada RRQ dan juga IG untuk buat sedikit mungkin interacting dengan fans kita. Kita ada Abang
Harit.
Abang Harit dengan Abang
Alif.
dengan Abang Alif. So Rose akan tanya beberapa soalan tentang match ni, tentang your favorite teams, and mungkin we'll get to know more about you guys. Okay, kita start dulu dengan Abang Harith. You expect tak match ni akan jadi sengit macam ni?
Tak expect jugalah sebab agak keras punya game sampai boleh bawa ke satu sama sekarang ni.
So, adakah Hazel akan jadi betul? 2-1 RQ.
Kita ikut cakap dia saja.
Sebab kata Daira tadi dah tak jadi kan?
Betul.
Okay, untuk Abang Alif pula, did you expect IG to macam put out such a great fight untuk perlawanan ini?
Saya rasa 2-0 bukan 2-1.
You rasa 2-0?
2-0.
Seriously? Ramai orang masuk match ni expect RRQ boleh menang 2-0 tau. Apa yang membuat Abang Alif rasa IG boleh dapat game ni 2-0?
Sebab adanya Hazel.
Ada Hazel. So I think for my next question, I tak payah tanya lah. I dah rasa you memang suka Hazel. Kenapa you minat Hazel?
Sebab sesuatu tim kalau nak menang mesti kena ada jungler yang hebat.
Jungler yang hebat. And you rasa Hazel adalah orang yang sangat-sangat hebat lah sebagai jungler?
Betul.
Okay, untuk you pula. Ramai-ramai player dalam RRQ Tora, you rasa siapa yang you paling minat dan you rasa memang boleh lah gendong tim tu?
Ada 2.
Oh, 2? Okay.
Satu Gary, satu lagi Ruff.
Gary dengan Ruff. Okay, mungkin boleh bagi tahu kenapa you suka dua-dua player ni?
Saya suka Gary sebab gameplay dia memang laju, retry dia on point. Untuk Ruff, saya suka dia daripada MV lagi. Bukan daripada MV, daripada Todak sampai ke MV sampai sekarang.
Woi, memang fan lama untuk Ruff Okay, now kenapa you rasa RRQ boleh menang hari ni?
RRQ boleh menang hari ni sebab saya percayakan diorang confirm akan jadi 2-1 berpihak pada RRQ, bukannya IG.
Woi, dia sangat-sangat detailed dan accurate ya?
Ya, betul.
Okay, untuk Abang Alif pula, kenapa you rasa IG boleh actually sapukan game ni?
Mungkin sebab retry kepada Hazel.
Memang Hazel lah starter.
Memang Hazel.
Tadi apa rasa masa kita boleh dapat satu sama?
Apa?
Apa rasa abang bila tengok, tiba-tiba satu sama, ada chance lagi ni?
Dari awal game dah rasa memang satu sama.
Memang satu sama. That is the confidence. Anything yang nak cakap kepada IG?
Good luck. Main macam biasa je lah.
Untuk RRQ Tora?
Alright, untuk Tora, good luck and have fun. Kita habiskan sehabis yang mungkin. Viva RRQ!
Woi, semangat dalam MPL Malaysia Arena. Terima kasih kepada Abang Harith dan juga Abang Alif. May the best team win. And with that, mari let's show it back to the casters to wrap up this best of 3.
Thanks, Rose. Right now, so far, based on what I'm seeing in terms of the crowd, it's honestly a lot more packed than I thought. Initially, there was still a couple of seats left. I think they covered most of it, and the seats that are currently open are people who's already heading into the bathroom. So we are pretty full this time round, and I gotta say, if you're an REQ, if you're part of the kingdom, it's understandable if you're thinking 2-0. But if you're IG, man, after that first and second game, you'll be like, they've got a chance to be top 3.
I think IG stocks are definitely going up after this match in particular, right? This was going to be the testing ground. How well can you perform against a team that everyone is counting in their top 2 after week 1? And now that second place may be in question. Game 3, IG going to be on first pick, I believe that's what it said. Let's see what they'll do.
Let's see how they're going to play this out, because choose your side. Who will win the retribution battle in game number 3? Hazel or Gary? Because both of these games, wow, man, if the EXP and supports get involved, none of them can get anywhere close to the Lord Pit or the Turtle Pit. Really, quite the struggle. We haven't seen like an honest 50-50 yet.
There have been a few. It's just been too chaotic to really notice. I do feel like Hazel has been a little bit more consistent if we're looking from purely a retry standpoint. But the playstyles of these two are also quite different.
Very, very. And I think that right now, I would like to see the full length and breadth, but so many junglers got banned out in the previous bout. Now, I'm expecting sort of the same things, right? Take away the key pillars, start getting rid of things like the glue, arguably even the Valentina openers, and then let's see where they go from there.
It makes you a little concerned because I think part of the issue last game was that Gary had very few junglers left to pick from. And Hayabusa isn't really a particularly good answer in that position either. So do they need to prioritize jungle pick earlier this time around?
We'll see. I feel like unless it's Yi Shin or like a flexible jungler style that could go into any other lane, then I think it is worth it, especially if you are on the blue side and it's not your last pick on the first phase. Now let's head on into the drafting phase first. Random map draw. We've already got dangerous grass. We've already got broken walls. We are going to flying clouds. Say goodbye to your laning phases because you can never get punished anymore.
And that opens up a lot of possibility here. We prioritized the importance of the side lanes winning out. That's why Dyren got focused so much before. But flying clouds can actually help deal with situations where you're being camped heavily.
Yup. Take a bad trade. Don't worry. Just clear the wave and come back later with the help of a cloud. Marcel, Sora gonna get banned out for the side of IG. It looks like they're going to go with the same drafting pattern as they did in game number 1. And the same goes for Sasa here onto the red side.
If they are banning out these heroes, makes me think that IG might just go for a first pick glue for the 3rd time in a row.
Yeah. That doesn't sound like a bad idea here. Unless they've learned their lesson and they're like, you know what, there's still the Valentina that we gotta worry about. Glue's always gonna be a problem at that point. Do we want to hold up the counterplay or not?
It's a Guinevere this time.
Okay. Guinevere opener. I like it. I'm all down for it so far. The most, honestly, versatile, very versatile meta jungler.
I agree. I think it's a great opening choice, especially since the Valentina shows up. You have no worries about the ultimate being stolen away, and you are able to handle most heroes. But we haven't actually seen Guinevere EXP for IG yet. So is this going to be a locked-in jungle?
I think it has to be a locked-in jungle. Seeing the EXP would be kind of weird. Mostly because Guinevere, she wants to duel with whoever is in that lane. Most laners just want to clear the waves and walk away.
Or I guess it could also be Roam. That is a possibility. But the Yi Sun-shin, that you said, if they're gonna pick jungle early, it's gotta be the Yi Sun-shin. Does get locked in, and we will stick with the Cho for Super Yoshi.
I'm all for it. I'm all for that show. It's been doing so well, but it does mean that Glue, probably the Valentina, should be picked up by IG at this stage. Are there any better enablers at this point? No, Jushin's already gone. I would argue for the Brock, but it doesn't seem like most teams actually want to pick it up anyways. It takes too long. Hard to
Could still go Valentina. Lunox is still a possibility if you're looking for mid laners right now, but oh, going for the Kimmy instead.
Okay. Going for the Kimmy. Why would you be going for the Kimmy at this stage of the game? Especially when you know, like, you're going to have to take Purify. I guess this is either to kind of whittle down, like, try to win out the situation by mid early on. I mean, I would say that level 1, yes, Kimmy is great, but there is a possibility if they take an awful trade at level 1 that the laning phase is just done for.
Yeah, it's a pretty risky pick nowadays. And it means that they're going to need to ban out more dive-style heroes from Dyren in the 2nd phase. Things like the Arlet are stuff you have to be concerned about, especially now that you have the Cho and the Eve on that side too.
It's our showtime.
I think... Well, yes and no, right? Because based on what I'm seeing from RRQ, you have two choices. Either you ban out the counter picks towards your comp, or you are trying to set up for something even better. And looking on the opposite side and seeing that there is a missing, like, quote-unquote tank in this case, usually you would pair up this Kimmy with some really beefy frontliners that help you kite. Glue doesn't necessarily help you kite in certain scenarios, and the same goes for Gwyn, but Fredrin does in all situations. So I don't know if they want to shift that hard into the Fredrin and then hope that your gold laner will be able to carry you through the lane game.
It's not impossible, but Fredrin into Cho and Eve feels a little rough.
It does feel a little rough. At least you have two other guys to kind of, you know, mess around with your opponent for you.
I will choose my own path.
Tank jungle is a possibility. They do decide to ban out the Arlet, so we're not going to be seeing those big combos coming out from RRQ.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Does that mean that they're going to go for something else here? There is no way they pick up the Farmist to counter the Glue. There is any other You could go for the Yuzong. You could set up for the Yuzong because your Yuzong is basically just gonna eat this Kimmy for free. Like, you're almost guaranteed that every single time.
Yeah.
You could go for Benedetta as well, but the matchup matters so often that blind picking the Yuzong might be good. And arguably, if you just go Lapu Lapu, you're just surrendering it. You're like, whatever happens, I'm gonna try and make it work.
I think RRQ can afford to keep their EX pick for last.
Think about the Grok.
They do ban the Grok. Surprisingly, not a hero we've seen much of throughout this series.
That's the thing. I'm down for Grok, but the big problem is that if you build a composition that's designed to skirmish, you're playing around his first and second abilities. Like, that ult takes forever to come back.
Well, does IG want to continue focusing on the EXP lane here? Banning out the Yuzong, banning out things like the Lapu Lapu would make it more difficult for Divin to go for that backline dive, but at the same time, you do have the Guinevere already, and that handles fighters a lot of the time. The Uranus is going to be the final hero removed from the pool.
Okay, that's like all right here. I guess you get the sustain. Yes, it's a good way to kind of enable the Yi, but there are still plenty of other ways to enable it, right? For now, it's about mass team fight disruption. Ideally, something that can, you know, like an Atlas ult, a Tigreal Implosion would be nice to have to kind of set this up for the rest of the team so you don't have to waste Way of the Dragon and RWM on the same target. Alice! I'm liking this a lot more. We need a team fight disruption. They got it.
Yeah, you need dive as well. Alice has got that. You counter the glue well because you're gonna be able to drain HP from all of the split. So now IG, what is going to be the play here? RQ has a lot of dive potential. Their team fight is solid as well. There's still a lot of flexibility with the picks they've got right now. We've seen heroes like Kimi being flexed into gold lane before in the past, so that's not completely off the table.
But no major, the two major side lane fighters already gone. I don't really know where they could go with this.
You can still go Lunox. Lunox is actually not terrible here if you want a mid laner.
I agree it's not terrible, but you have to take Purify, which is like the most annoying part. If you take Flicker, then there's like a pretty good chance you get caught by something. Literally anything. You Brilliance, you're like begging not to die at that point.
That's true. Looks like they will go for the Hylos and Moskov instead.
You know what? I'm down for this. I think that this is a much better iteration from the Fredrin earlier, because at least now you have the glorious pathway to push the envelope forward, but more importantly, you have the independency of this Moskov to keep them away at bay, even when you are working side by side with a Kimi. You can split in multiple directions, you can kite back in the same direction, either way, very linear from IG.
That makes for a good macro presence as well, in case things aren't going too well.
Carry.
Gonna be the carry. One of Ruff's signatures coming out in the final choice for RRQ Tora. Pretty good option here. You have the Hylos, you have the glue. You need someone that's able to melt through that. Carry will be able to do so, but doesn't quite have the same luxury of multiple frontline tanks to hide behind.
Yep. Oh boy. What do you think about the full compositions? I am sort of leaning more into the traditional IG because I just think it's a lot easier to pull off. And we also need to see the battle spells, right? Those battle spells make so much difference for IG.
Yeah, I also agree with you. I think IG has a slightly easier win condition overall, but RRQ Tora has a lineup that will work well if these players pop off, basically.
Oh, dude, Spencer is the one who decides to go for the Purify. And unfortunately, it means that Mel QT decided to go for the Flicker. Let's jump on into this, right? Who is going to take this final game 1-1, currently at match point, if they want to advance further in the league here at MPL MY? Let's jump right into this.
We wondered which of these new squads in the new era of MPL Malaysia would be able to match up to the Kingdom. And now Invictus has stepped up to the plate. But will they be able to knock the ball out of the park? One game is the difference between victory and defeat. Invictus on the blue side, RQ on the rim.
Now Diamond has a little bit of a winning matchup here. Down by the, oh my god, Super Yoshi getting chunked out pretty heavily here. A very nice move coming in from IG, trying to take out early resources so they are uncontested for these neutrals.
This is exactly how you should be abusing Kimi's level 1. Still a very annoying hero to handle, especially when paired up with something like a glue. Gonna be hard for Super Yoshi to gain advantage here.
Now, as the junglers have already completed one quadrant of the map, we start looking into the emblems. Nothing too out of the ordinary, at least the Casablasses and the weakness finders are there. Gotta make sure they just forcefully clear these waves. And now, unfortunately for Gojes, it's a very separate battle. He's like, I'm never going to kill Dyron, and Dyron knows he's never going to kill Gojes. But what he can do is actually slowly whittle away his mana. Once he runs out of mana, that's when he's going to have the most amount of problems.
That's when he can actually exert either kill pressure or just leave the lane entirely, and Gojas won't be able to respond too much. I will note, Invictus Gaming seems to be a team that's quite consistently okay with playing the sandbag style of EXP lane compared to a lot of the other MPL squads we've seen.
I don't know, maybe it could be scrim results, maybe Gojas is like, I'm a little rusty, don't worry about it, I'm much better at sandbagging, you know, the usual stuff, but now we go to this very first terminal. It looks like something's about to happen mid.
Yoshi and Nova Escobar are going to be at each other's throats basically for this entire game. Nova actually dropping quite low, and that means Hazel has to back it up, and that means Nova goes down. First blood over to Kim, but they will lose their roamer as well, but they get Hazel, so it's more than worth it.
Did they just get like lazy there? Like nobody reacted to it. Like Super Yoshi got flicker. Hazel as well, he was kind of looking like, okay, when is the boat gonna come out? And everybody just did nothing and ate it.
I would like to say that went to from 0 to 100 very fast, but it was not fast.
It took its time.
It was pretty gradual, actually.
It felt like Nova Escobar is realizing the mistake as the timer goes down.
It's like, oh, hold on.
He's replaying the
bot. This might be a bit more damage than I thought.
I mean, I'm curious to see whether or not Nova is going to go traditional full tank blue, or whether he's going to go with like that hybrid, like glowing wand into Curse Helm, which so far I have not been liking at all. Like, yeah, it's great like early to mid, but if you're not like continuously finding these picks and continuously annoying your opponents, you kind of fall off a cliff later on.
I think this game, you can make an argument for going a glowing wand at least, because you have a Hylos who is able to make up for that bulkiness, and there's an Alice on the opposite side.
Yeah, but you can just get like a Dom Ice. Dom Ices are just as good, if not arguably better, because there's no true damage on the side from IG. Sorry, there is no true damage coming up from the side of Invictus. More importantly, it's only Ruff that you really have to care about. Everybody else you kind of need armor for. Armor and MR.
I guess it depends how well the game is going. Oh, they see the glue. They're going to commit the way of the dragon and instantly burst him down.
Okay, pretty good so far. That's the pick that they were looking for. And now that Nova Escobar is gone, RRQ trying to press their advantage up on that top side and get Ruff that gold plating.
It's like this time around, RRQ Tora does have their fangs across the map. The fact that Tsuruyoshi was able to hide in the jungle for that long with that much backup shows that Invictus has a lot less control than before. They'll even get a free tower up top.
Yep, they get it for free. Nothing Melkuji can do. And now they're going to try and invade. Tsuruyoshi wanted to extend the lead even further. But, I mean, Spencer here to cover Hazel's purple buff for the time being. Next turtle is already up. So let's see these rotations. Dyron, he's already in the mid. He's ready for this.
Could probably blitz this. Hazel's nearby, but Super Yoshi is doing a great job of zoning. So IG has to give it up.
Nothing they can do. 0-3 so far, and RQ Tora getting away with a murder. Literally brought daylight savings here. Okay. I mean, they swapped the lane. I don't think this does too much here.
I think the goal is to allow MalQT to farm while keeping Dyron in lane, because Goja's is clearly not going to win lane against either side anyway.
Or so.
Nice timing. You're gonna get stunned with the Law and Order, but now the Mount Shaker comes out and stuns Hazel into the Artillery M. A great combo from RQ Tora. They find one kill. They get the kickback on Gojas as well. Sets up the double for Gary.
Like, what are we doing here? What happened? It really feels like this is getting a little sloppy from Invictus Gaming, that they aren't able to kind of synchronize on this, because again, all the information is right there, and more so, a lot of macro stuff that isn't working in their favor.
Uh-oh, Throne of Ruin counterplay, really good bait from Dyron. He set that up on a silver platter.
Yep, and he still has his flicker. Literally almost 0 resources lost overall. This is what I'm talking about, right? It feels like Invictus are getting a little lazy to do their due diligence, and RRQ arguably doing the same. Like, I'm surprised that Ruff was stuck so long on the top side of the map. As soon as he broke that, he should have gone for the lane swap on bottom. We didn't see that, and he was just stuck there farming one wave on the top side and one beetle after.
I think big difference is that this game, Invictus doesn't have the early game advantage. They don't have the early game control, at least. And we already know how quickly things spiral when RRQ gets early game leads. The stalemate that we've been seeing this entire series no longer exists.
It broke. They broke it and skewed it in half. Gary already second item complete in the endless battle. Anybody who is squishy is going to die.
5k gold.
I mean, I think the majority of this gold is actually from Gary. I want to say it's from Gary, but I could be entirely wrong. Actually, it's a bit of a split here between Gary, Kim, and Rob.
Oh, the flicker forward RWM, they're looking for Hazel and they find it. Super Yoshi gets the killing free. Not really the person you want to give it to, but at this point, that doesn't really matter. Gonna be a free turtle.
Gotta take those freebies. Gotta take those freebies. Currently, oh my goodness, 4 levels up Gary currently is on Hazel so far. If there was like a GG moment for junglers, I think this is pretty much it.
7-0 kill score. Gary literally ambushing in the jungle. I think he might be able... No, Gojus is still tanky enough for now. But wait till he gets that Malefic.
I've never seen Gary go hell nah so fast in my life. Touches him twice, he's like, nah, I'm done.
Not yet.
I'm not gonna keep attempting this. This is ridiculous.
I'll come back to you later.
Ah, he knew. He suspected. And Super Yoshi, unfortunately, doesn't get an attempt at a steal. But they do get to see the retribution coming out, which is nice. Oh wait, topside. Solo kill?
Yes, it is. Gary finds MLQT, pushing way too far up.
So free for Gary. So free. He's so far ahead of the game right now.
Oh, this game might already be over here.
It's looking, I'm not gonna lie, it's starting to look kind of over, but unfortunately, I think what we're waiting for is for Spencer to actually complete a 3rd item. And more importantly, they really need Hazel to kind of get back into this game and faster now, sooner, rather than later, because there's just not enough damage, right? Spencer unable to provide enough damage. The early game didn't go as well as they wanted to from the side of Hazel. Mel, QT as well, not complete with the 3rd item.
Yeah, they are very behind at this point. And
my lord.
Invictus is basically going to need to... Oh, there's the flicker kick. Oh, there's a flicker counter from Nova. Escapes the RWM, but they're not going to be able to fight back here. They just have no items.
Stop, sir, stop, please. You're doing negative damage here. You're actually giving him HP at this point.
Uh-huh.
They gotta wait for a moment here. Man, honestly, 2 bad interactions and RRQ, they just locked them out of this game entirely. So far, I think the way that Dyron has been playing, again, isolated on an island on his own, nothing much that Gojus could really do. But it feels like Sasa has been making sure, we just make these slight tinkering measurements. We found out what Spencer is really uncomfortable with dealing with, and now he's in a super compromised position where he can't take Flicker, he has to take a Purify, unable to reposition himself, and somehow needs to provide all the damage for the team in the early to mid-game.
It's a lot of conditions to have to hit, and they're just not able to hit them. Fear of Destruction, timing's not quite right. Gary going to secure the Lord here. Oh, actually, he got hit. He got countered by Dyron. I was wondering where it went. But yeah, RQ. Full control, full driver's seat.
All right, let's see whether they're going to make a mistake or not. Tsubiyoshi has got 52 seconds more until he's got that flicker once again.
Got the traction pulse in, but this Alex is so tanky. Violet Requiem doesn't connect. They're not going to commit it. And out of flicker forward, the Throne of Ruin. Arcutora running over Invictus, but at least the glorious pathway allows them to walk out.
This is kind of ridiculous. So far, it kind of feels like they're forgetting how Alice works. They just need to wait. They just need to wait for MelQT to scale. Once he has 3 items, then he can do something. I mean, the best case scenario, he has 4 because he really needs the Malefic Gun as well to maintain that space against Gary. Until then, it's going to be a tough time.
LQT is surprisingly not that far behind in gold compared to Ruff, but when we look at the junglers, it is not even a comparison. Hazel literally half the net worth of Gary, and the Lord is pushing up top.
Yeah, Gary's bogging him right now. He is, he's doing a little too well. 5 levels ahead, that's ridiculous. What a ridiculous scoreline for him.
Holy Defense will take most of the Lord's HP. It's still early enough that that exists. And RQ is already sitting on a 10k goal lead. The Lord is gone, but it doesn't matter. Glorious Pathway uses Floating Down the Wave. The Dragon connects to Nova and Gobar, kicks him into the team. Super Yoshi with the Mega Kill. Meanwhile, Dyron is in the base, tanking damage from 3 people. Like he's just taking a morning stroll. RWM forces the flicker from MelQT. Inhibitor taken. RQ out.
RQ, they walk away from this. Honestly, I thought they would get a little bit more than just this, but they're not willing to risk it for the biscuit because they've already got the checkmate angle right here, right now. 11k lead, a bit of a wave, and Super Yoshi, he wants it. He wants it bad. I'm pretty sure he's gonna flicker for this.
Here's the glorious pathway. Invictus trying to find something to get a nice two-man stun from Nova, but the way the dragon gonna kick the glue in place. They find the Spirit Mystery, Violet Requiem connects, but it's not enough damage. Hazel goes down. Ruff does get traded away, but Gary is still alive. He's got the double kill. Spencer finds his own. The front line on both teams have been melted away, and the DPSs are still surviving. Here comes Kim with the RWM once again. Gary goes forward, looks for Spencer. One hit away. It's a monster kill streak for the East Sunshine. Mel QT trying to do his ordinary marksman things, but it's not quite enough. It's a double. They found him! The full team wipe on Invictus Gaming. RRQ Tora with a clear pathway straight into the base. Compared to the previous grinds, this has been such an easy game for them.
It has been really an honest, nice, clean game, and Gary, he is having the time of his life. Can do no wrong. Outscaled the entire lobby at this stage and just needs to cycle through abilities. Now, RQ Tora, they're not completely out of the water just yet. They will start rushing. Look at, they've set this up for a 4-1 split. They want him. They want to kill Mel QT again.
Well, Gary, does he know the rest of them are... Oh my... Well, where did he go?
And that should be it. That's Free Lord, final push. And then that should be the closure, right?
It's like Val QT never even existed in the first place. That's how quickly he disappeared.
Everybody else just can't do much, right? Novex Gobar just...
Oh my goodness, Super Yoshi, stop! They're already dead, man! Spencer's gone too!
They've staggered the kills so badly. It will always be a 4v5 now. For the next 20 seconds, let's see.
RQ gonna break straight in. Inhibitor already gone, still 5-man strong. And Invictus just can do nothing about it. Trona Bruin into the backline, Hazel secured, dead in an instant. Kim will get shut down, but his job is already done at this point. Mel QT has respawned, but the rest of the team is not as lucky, and Dyron alone can just stand there and eat his damage. Gojas will fall. Legendary streak for Gary, and the Kingdom will keep their streak alive. RRQ Tora with the victory.
The Kingdom all celebrate, kicking up and down here, making sure it was a tight series, but only one of these teams were gonna drop their win streak. RRQ said not today.
It was a good attempt from Invictus Gaming, but once RRQ got to play on their terms, the game just looked so different.
That has got to be so frustrating. IG, they came in prepared, they had a game plan, it's just that they didn't have enough of a variety of that game plan. Once again, sportsmanship comes on through ex-teammates, good friends. In the land of Dawn, it's all war, but outside of it, these brothers are gonna have a quick little talk about that game, most likely. Look at Novex score, he's looking at Gary, he's like, ah!
It's all smiles across the board, and you can't blame him. I think it was a good showing, even if Game 3 was a little bit anticlimactic. Both these teams have shown their potential. There's so much room for growth because it's only the start of week 2.
So much. We got to see a different side of IG. That plan, unfortunately, didn't have enough ends. And RQ, they adapted very, very well. This is one of the few games that we get to see Gary go back into that form, a deadly form. 6-level lead. Haven't seen that in a long time, but let's throw it over to our host to have a chit-chat with some of the members of RRQ. Rose, please take it away.
Satu lagi kemenangan untuk RRQ Tora MPL Malaysia. Give it up for RRQ Tora! Dan sekarang di atas pentas bersama dengan Rose, kita ada Ruff dan juga Kim. Hello boys, how are you?
Hello, sehat. Sehat.
Sehat. Okay, mungkin kita boleh borak dengan Ruff dulu. Now, kita tahu RRQ masuk minggu kedua dengan win streak daripada minggu pertama. And of course, ramai orang terkejut bila you guys win streak kan di minggu pertama. Adakah you guys ada apa-apa pressure pun untuk kekalkan win streak tu untuk minggu ni?
Untuk kekalkan win streak, rasanya tak ada sih, sebab kita orang cuma ada mindset yang setiap game yang kita orang kena buat yang terbaik je. Itu je.
Take it step by step jugalah kan?
Ya.
Tapi kalau macam tu, let's talk about the series itself kan. Tadi nampak itu adalah kalah pertama, game kalah pertama untuk RRQ Tora. Apa sebenarnya yang jadi? Did you guys think that itu adalah masalah daripada you guys ataupun IG just memang step up untuk game kedua?
Mungkin dari segi idea daripada AJ itu untuk cara bermain diorang lagi bagus daripada kita orang, and kita orang lambat untuk catch up cara diorang main lah.
So dapat adapt masa game ketiga lah kan?
Ya.
Nasib baik best of 3. Nervous tak?
So far tak pernah nervous lagi lah.
Tak nervous lagi. Now, dalam quote tadi, Raf ada kata di mana Raf tak penting sangat pasal KDA tapi more towards consistency.
Betul.
Apa cara Raf untuk jadi konsisten lah sepanjang kerjaya Raf di dalam MPL MY?
Mungkin kena start daripada training dulu lah. So habit daripada training tu akan bawa dekat MPL lah.
Okay. Nampaknya memang it starts from the small things lah kan yang kita buat untuk dekat rumah, masa kita main dengan kawan-kawan, sampailah dekat MPL. And of course, tadi dapat lawan your ex-teammate, Nova Escobar. And honestly, Nova Escobar actually put up a pretty good fight tadi kan. So, ada kata-kata ke untuk kawan dekat sana?
Untuk Nova, seperti yang dia cakap, dia suruh bagi 1 point je. So saya dah bagi, kira okey lah tu.
Oh, kira okey lah.
Okey lah,
dah bagi 1 kan?
Yeah.
Jangan 2, lebih-lebih tu.
Dah, tak boleh lebih-lebih. 1 cukup lah.
Alright, thank you very much Raf. And of course, Kim.
Hai.
Hello Kim. So, bukan Raf sahaja yang kalahkan ex-teammate. You pun kalahkan ex-teammate. Siap package dengan coach lagi.
Coach, oh ya, betul.
Lupa. So, apa perasaan kalahkan Coach Bam dengan Hazel tadi?
Rasa dia puas, memang puas.
Kenapa puas? Puas, kenapa macam tu?
Sebab tu Hazel kan ada beef sikit.
Hah?
Tak, beef kawan lah macam tu.
Oh, beef kawan. Sebab tadi dia cakap you suka dia daripada Dairen.
Tu belakang cerita lah.
Oh, belakang. Tapi
belakang
atas
cerita.
Pentas memang ada beef dengan dia.
Hazel lah.
Ada kata-kata ke untuk Hazel? Sebab tadi dia kata dia nak toxic sikit nanti. Trash talk sikit.
Untuk Hazel, kalau boleh belajar hero lain lah. Sebab kalau dapat Ishan-Chin pun kalah, macam mana nak menang pakai hero lain?
Okay. Harap Hazel tengah senyum. Dia dengar lah apa kawan dia cakap. And of course, next you guys akan lawan AC Esports.
Yeah.
Ramai orang letak AC Esports as one of their top contender untuk musim ini. So, you rasa dorang akan bagi cabaran yang susah ke dan keras ke untuk RRQ ke? Biasa-biasa je.
Boleh jadi lah sebab diorang punya player pun player potential yang pernah masuk grand final juga. So mungkin hard game lah untuk kita orang.
Hard game untuk you guys.
Tapi itu pun ada estimate juga Emal.
Oh. Jangan underestimate Emal.
Mungkin result dia macam hari ni ke?
Oh, 2-1. You guys ni suka predict 2-1 kan jadi. Tadi apa yang Hazel kata. Tapi guys, tadi kita dah tengok full best of 3 series tapi hanya seorang yang boleh menjadi MVP. You guys rasa siapa MVP dia? Nama. Siapa? Diorang tengah busy tu. So, mari kita tengok MVP in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada
Gary.
Pandai you guys predict. Okay, Gary, jom panggil Gary.
Sini naik Gary.
Macam tu je. Alright, congratulations Gary. Okay, jom. Kenapa malu? Dah menang, dah MVP, jangan dah malu. Hello Gary.
Oh yeah.
How are you?
Okay.
So, Gary, I'm gonna ask you the same question tapi different sikit lah. Kita tahu you guys masuk minggu kedua dengan win streak daripada minggu pertama, betul? Tapi, lepas kalah 1 game hari ni, how would you rate RRQ hari ni? Apa rate yang you bagi dekat team you hari ni? You boleh rate 1 to 10. 10 you rasa memang itulah max yang you guys ada.
Kalau rate, saya rasa performance kita orang hari ni 4/10.
4?
Sebab saya rasa kita orang tadi kurang enjoy. Rasa kalau enjoy tadi 2-0 lah.
Biasanya kalau enjoy macam mana? You guys buat apa untuk enjoy?
Rahsia
RRQ. Okay. Mungkin beberapa match lagi Ros akan bocorkan rahsia tu. And of course, did you expect IG untuk jadi kuat macam tu tadi?
Expect. Sebab bagi saya line up dorang agak solid daripada semua role. Lagi-lagi dorang ada Hazel hyper carry kan. So bagi saya dorang bagus lah.
Bagus. And I think kita pun semua nampak lah that itu adalah game yang sangat-sangat sengit. Okay, Gary, is there anything yang you nak cakap kepada Kingdom yang datang? Nampak ramai orang datang hari ni.
Untuk Kingdom RRQ, thank you so much. Lagi-lagi yang dari Indo, thank you.
Thank you juga dekat mak saya setiap hari datang untuk game saya. Thank you. Okay, rock pula.
Terima kasih kepada semua fans-fans yang datang pada hari ini, yang support. Terima kasih sangat-sangat. Viva RRQ.
Hey, congratulations RRQ Tora. Sekali lagi boys, thank you so much. And with that, mari let's show it back to our casters to dissect apa yang terjadi dalam perlawanan ini. Casters, back to you guys.
Thanks, Rose. Our MVP of this game goes to none other than Gary. The wildest lead I've ever seen a jungler have on another jungler.
You remember how we were saying after the end of game 2 that nowadays junglers, their GPM is lower?
Yeah.
And
Gary heard that.
Gary just decided, nah, not anymore. 1026 GPM, 10-0-6. This was just perfectly played.
It's a classic. It's a good old classic to the Hyper Jungle carry days, and honestly, Gary still remembers how to do it. Honestly, really great plays all across the board from RRQ. They were winning every small interaction, and they were winning it at key times. And once they were able to kind of break this game wide open, stealing away small little leads and winning one key fight, that momentum just overwhelmed IG.
Nova actually did greet Curse Helmet, glowing wand.
I think it's.
I think that was a mistake.
It really was. Just build a Dom Ice, save yourself some HP.
That extra tier ability could have helped a lot because IG just couldn't control the map at all this time around,
but
right?
Here's the argument that I have for you, right?
Okay.
Because you know that Hazel's already having a really hard time. So somebody else needs to get into that backline and deal like a little bit of damage.
Okay.
Was kind of like the only person to do it because MelQT wasn't landing the spear at the backline. Dyren, he was just eating it, so it's like, man, somebody's got to do it.
I would argue if you're in a position where you have to make your roamer buy a damage item to try and do damage to the backline, you should just not be fighting.
Well, I mean, it's more sustain, it's util sustain more than anything else. That's the best way I can describe it on Glue because of his unique kit. But I think Go just really got shafted here in the draft. Like, why do we have to end up with this?
Like, the Hylos is good. They needed a front line that could tank. The Glorious Pathway can counter the RWM.
Dude, just put him on Godbot. At least he can clear the way without having to interact with Dyren at all.
I think it's likely because they wanted that Glorious Pathway, right? It's one of the solutions for Eve that has been used in the past. And I can see the logic behind it. It would have probably been better in Rome, but because they know Glue is going to get shafted by Alice, they had to make that switch. And it lost them a bit too much lane prio.
I think so too. I think Dyren played a very, very strong, solid game for any EXP outlaner wanting to learn how to actually utilize these like well, I wouldn't even say snowball, but really just wet blankets, right? How do you smother your opponents? And I think Dyren did a phenomenal job from level 1 all the way to even this, right? He knows his boundaries.
This is an eco challenge if I've ever seen one.
And he could have flickered at him for fun. Just for the fun, he's like, nah, respect.
Dyren could have gotten out of that at any point, but he specifically stayed to bait MelQT. Is like, hey, look at me. I'm about to die. You just have to take your Spear of Destruction, and that's exactly what he wanted.
Oh no, I'm so soft and vulnerable. If only there was a big, strong Moskov to take me away. Big mistake there, big mistake. But I would say that at the very least, Hazel did find an amazing catcher onto Ruff. Like, there was no reason for Ruff to get caught there, especially with Flicker available. It's just something that it's hard. And I think, personally, if I have one big gripe with Guinevere, it's that her magic thump isn't the most clear. Especially when characters go up into the air, you don't have depth perception once she's airborne.
Yeah, you gotta really keep an eye out to make sure that your combo is going through properly. So that can cause issues from time to time, but I think this is just a case of RRQ Tora genuinely regaining their mojo, right? They said in the interview, oh, we weren't really having fun in the first couple games. We decided to have fun, and this is the difference. Just the aggression, the fact that Kim is flickering forward with the RWM to get catches is already worlds apart from how they were playing before.
Yeah, and you can see even in the player camps, Kim was shouting for Gary's solo kill on the bot side against MelQT. They were so happy with that. Overall, if this is the type of play that RRQ Tora wants to do, where it's about having fun, really making sure that they can do what they can do, I think they need to come up with a more solid game plan rather than just vibes and feels, right? Because that's what it felt like in game number 3. IG, however, if you are turning into an IG fantasy, you know what? If they can go all 3 games with RRQ Tora, with some of the best in the league with SRG, you might as well do the rest, right? Pick up the tickets while you still can. Check out their performance from week 1 all the way to the very end and see how much they change.
Wow, their match against SRG is already sold out, and
It's gone.
we're still several weeks away from that. So if you guys want to make sure you still catch it.
Dude, wait, that's actually messed up. The second round robin was sold out, but the first one wasn't. The first one on this one is sold, but not the second one. So people are like choosing, oh, for this team, it's the first round. For this team, it's the second round robin. I'm gonna show up for them.
I feel like I'm a little confused, but it's okay. You guys do what you want, right?
Yeah.
As long as you're here making the atmosphere fun and energetic, that is all we ask for. Scan the QR code, buy your tickets before they run out.
Pick them up while you still can, because these teams have a lot to turn. Honestly, I would expect that teams wouldn't even look the same by the end of this season.
I think so. Like 8 weeks, that's such a long time, right?
Speaking of 8 weeks, does mean that next week is going to be the transfer windows. So now IG is looking at the team and is just like, do we need to change? Do we not need to change? I feel like RRQ has made one hell of an argument for them not to change. For an upcoming game of SRG facing off against BTRM, maybe some changes may be necessary. My name is Gideon, of course. This is Sadafa here at MPL MY Season 17. We'll see you right after these breaks.
Jim, kita kalau di kanan lu jangan
barengin aja, Jim.
Alright.
Salah dia, boy. Salah dia, dok.
Dapat win. Gue mati.
Oke,
tengah prap.
Float jauh. Gak ada ulti, kolotnya, gak ada ulti.
I stand back line.
Kena guys.
I just want to ranger. Hey, sabar. Clear minion only, then tower. Tower. Nice one, dog.
Nice one, guys.
Ayo, ulti ko prap. Kiting.
Kena. Sabar.
Kena, 3.
Hey, gue never jump. They turn on me, ha?
Kena banyak, guys.
Kelak mati.
Nice. Go. I will hold atas. Go, fight.
Nice. Kelak mati, guys.
Let's go, guys.
Kena.
Awas saya. Dulu. Ayo kena. Jangan show.
Lihat harinya. Hari.
Dapat hari. Hari mati.
Hai boy. Go win terimo. Alhamdulillah. Pecah dok win trick dia.
Ya, Mel tak mati. Kita percaya Mel.
Good luck so recall yuk. Game semua boleh. Jangan. Jangan dong. Nanti kena karma.
Nanti Angel tak dapat prize pool.
Aku nak kita anda.
Nice, boy.
Silos. Nice one.
Guys. Can try. Aman. Aku ada ulti.
Enggak ada.
Tengok. Piri.
Itu untuk Mel.
Nice game.
Ayo Bim.
Woi.
Bawah. Kenen bawah.
Nice one, boy.
Alhamdulillah ya Allah.
Alhamdulillah ya Allah, susah banget.
愚かなる弟よ。
Transform diri anda cuma memerlukan 1 tahun. Sijil kemahiran Malaysia, 3D animation sesuai untuk anda langkah ke industri dengan cepat. Kenali juga dunia AI robotik, game development dan content creation. Berbekalkan pelatih dari industri dan fasiliti canggih dan premium. Todak Academy dari industri kependidikan.
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟。子供騙しか。アマテラス。
ふっ、行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Transform diri anda cuma memerlukan 1 tahun. Sijil kemahiran Malaysia, 3D animation sesuai untuk anda langkah ke industri dengan cepat. Kenali juga dunia AI robotik, game development dan content creation. Berbekalkan pelatih dari industri dan fasiliti canggih dan premium. Todak Academy dari industri kependidikan.
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟。子供騙しか。アマテラス。
ふっ、行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Transform diri anda cuma memerlukan 1 tahun. Sijil kemahiran Malaysia, 3D animation sesuai untuk anda langkah ke industri dengan cepat. Kenali juga dunia AI robotik, game development dan content creation. Berbekalkan pelatih dari industri dan fasiliti canggih dan premium. Todak Academy dari industri kependidikan.
Tonight is movie night. Cerita apa yang suka? Contoh macam cerita makan-makan ke, macam dia ambil makanan ni kan? Tengok. Ada rasa pahit coklat. Ada rasa manis susu. Ada rasa pahit manis coklat campur susu.
Roti dah nak siap.
Sedap pula macam ni.
Sedap bang.
Inilah masanya.
RM2 satu gelas.
RM2?
Kau dah tahu kau allergic dengan tapai tu, kenapa kau belasah lagi?
Sedap, cute.
Zon. Sabar, Zon. Aku pun lapar, Zon. Kami faham, Cik. Kami sahut sabaran Cik Man tu untuk menuju ke wawasan tu. Ayuh, kawan-kawan.
アマテラス。 愚かなる弟よ。
Saya tengok ending semalam.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton.
Macam ni baru boleh kawan.
Terus keping je.
Mesti shopping pun boleh. Siap ada diskaun lagi.
MPL Talk MY dibawakan khas daripada Pautan Gaming.
Gimana ngelihat standings yang sesuai ekspektasi?
Invictus Gaming, waktu diorang nak secure that second turtle, diorang dah ready untuk main dengan 1-4.
Cultured by Toda.
愚かなる弟よ。
Transform diri anda cuma memerlukan 1 tahun. Sijil kemahiran Malaysia, 3D animation sesuai untuk anda langkah ke industri dengan cepat. Kenali juga dunia AI robotik, game development dan content creation. Berbekalkan pelatih dari industri dan fasiliti canggih dan premium. Todak Academy dari industri kependidikan.
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟よ。子供騙しか。アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Transform diri anda cuma memerlukan 1 tahun. Sijil kemahiran Malaysia, 3D animation sesuai untuk anda langkah ke industri dengan cepat. Kenali juga dunia AI robotik, game development dan content creation. Berbekalkan pelatih dari industri dan fasiliti canggih dan premium. Todak Academy dari industri kependidikan.
渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟よ。子供騙しか。アマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Transform diri anda cuma memerlukan 1 tahun. Sijil kemahiran Malaysia, 3D animation sesuai untuk anda langkah ke industri dengan cepat. Kenali juga dunia AI robotik, game development dan content creation. Berbekalkan pelatih dari industri dan fasiliti canggih dan premium. Todak Academy dari industri kependidikan.
Tonight is movie night. Cerita apa you suka? Contoh macam cerita makan-makan ke, macam dia ambil makanan ni kan? Tengok. Ada rasa pahit coklat. Ada rasa manis susu. Ada rasa pahit manis coklat campur susu.
Roti dah nak siap.
Sedap pula macam ni.
Sedap bang.
Inilah masanya.
RM10 satu gelas.
RM10?
Kau dah tahu kau allergic dengan tapai tu, kenapa kau belasah lagi?
Sedap, cute.
Zon. Sabar je. Aku pun lapar, Zon. Kami faham, Cik. Kami sahut sabaran Cik Man tu untuk menuju ke wawasan tu. Ayuh, kawan-kawan.
愚かなる弟よ。
Saya tengok ending semalam.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton.
Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton. Tak ada tonton.
Macam ni baru boleh kawan.
Terus keping je.
Mesti shopping pun boleh. Siap ada diskaun lagi.
MPL Talk MY dibawakan khas daripada Pautan Gaming.
Gimana ngelihat standings yang sesuai ekspektasi?
Invictus Gaming, waktu diorang nak secure that second turtle, diorang dah ready untuk main dengan 1-4.
Cultured by Toda.
愚かなる弟よ。
Transform diri anda cuma memerlukan 1 tahun. Sijil kemahiran Malaysia, 3D animation sesuai untuk anda langkah ke industri dengan cepat. Kenali juga dunia AI robotik, game development dan content creation. Berbekalkan pelatih dari industri dan fasiliti canggih dan premium. Todak Academy dari industri kependidikan.
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟よ。子供騙しがアマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Transform diri anda cuma memerlukan 1 tahun. Sijil kemahiran Malaysia, 3D animation sesuai untuk anda langkah ke industri dengan cepat. Kenali juga dunia AI robotik, game development dan content creation. Berbekalkan pelatih dari industri dan fasiliti canggih dan premium. Todak Academy dari industri kependidikan.
渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
飛来神の術。
俺ってば父ちゃんを越す火影になる。
愚かなる弟よ。子供騙しがアマテラス。
行くぜ。これが俺たちの力だってばよ。
Transform diri anda cuma memerlukan 1 tahun. Sijil kemahiran Malaysia, 3D animation sesuai untuk anda langkah ke industri dengan cepat. Kenali juga dunia AI robotik, game development dan content creation. Berbekalkan pelatih dari industri dan fasiliti canggih dan premium. Todak Academy dari industri kependidikan.
Tonight is movie night. Cerita apa you suka? Contoh macam cerita makan-makan ke, macam dia ambil makanan ni kan? Tengok. Ada rasa pahit coklat. Ada rasa manis susu. Ada rasa pahit manis coklat campur susu.
Roti dah nak siap. Sedap pula macam ni.
Sedap bang.
Inilah masanya.
RM2 satu gelas.
RM2?
Kau dah tahu kau allergic dengan tapai tu, kenapa kau belasah lagi?
Sedap, cute.
Zon. Sabar, Zon. Aku pun lapar, Zon. Kami faham, Zon. Kami sahut sabaran segmen tu untuk menuju ke wawasan tu.
Ditelan air mata, selamanya ku takkan di bawah perjalananku sampai ke puncak. Dalam perjuangan, bila hati terang menyala, setiap luka jadi kekuatan. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita, pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
Sweat and grind, guess we never gon' fade. This that definition of a legend. Every single move that I make, feel it ain't no doubt. Dorang kena aku, I'm a winner. Cuba check gerak-geri aku semua tiptoe macam ballerina. Genggam bara api, biasa berjadi arah. Mimpiku mula menjadi, tiada siapa je yang halang. Kalau bikin hari-hari, benda susah jadi senang. Segala cabaran aku ready, masa depan aku terang.
Tiba masanya, melangkah takdir jalan yang gentir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita, pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
Satu hati, satu jiwa, bangkit bersama kita Wira Arena. Yeah. Dari bayang kenyala api, nama kita terpahat di bumi.
Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita, pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Adakah takdir lemas ditelan air mata? Selamanya ku takkan dibawa perjalananku sampai ke puncak. Dalam perjuangan, bila hati terang menyala, setiap duka jadi kekuatan. Pengorbanan yang jauh ujungnya, sudah tiba masanya. Melangkah takdir jalan yang gentir ku tempuh. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kita kawan pentas dunia, Wira Arena. Bangkit bersama kita juara, membanggakan negara. Kerana di hujung cerita, pastinya kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena. Kita Wira Arena.
MPL Malaysia Season 17 is powered by Pautan. Presented by Celcom DG.
Power up now with Cellcom DG Prepaid 5G. Climb to mythical immortal with unlimited 5G power, uncapped hyperspeed, and endless entertainment. Cellcom DG Prepaid 5G. Limitless. Made for Gen now. Infinix Note 60 Pro. It's note what you think. With Snapdragon 7S Gen 4 plus 3D Ice Core Vapor Chamber cooling, active matrix display, and 90-watt wired plus 30-watt wireless charge. Grab your Infinix Note 60 Pro. Available now at Infinix Official Store or TikTok Shop in Phoenix, Malaysia. Official food delivery Grab. Definitely focused when full. When people is hungry, they lose focus. Then, they will have bad aim or bad performance during the game time. Hence, order from GrabFood to stay focused. Cultured by Torak. Torak Academy. Accelerate your skills and career with Torak's Academies, TVET certificates. Be industry ready in under a year. Official motorcycle partner, Yamaha. Official content partner, Media Prima. Official streaming partner, Tauntaun. Our strategic partner, Ferry. TNT Co. Obspot. Quill City Mall. Supported by KBS, ESI, Rakan Muda, MESF.
Welcome everybody, the MPL Arena at Quill City Mall, Level 6. It is currently 7:59 p.m. of the GMT +8 for all of those watching from across the world. Welcome to MPL MY Season 17. Everybody's been getting their tickets. It has been selling like hotcakes here today as SRG will be playing up against another competitor, Bigatron Malaysia by Vitality. And let me tell you, the atmosphere here is electric as everybody is ready to check out this next best of 3 to close out week number 2, day number 1. My name is Gideon Q. Of course, here with me is going to be Sadafa at the desk. We're going to be taking care of you guys for the entire broadcast. And I mean, the second best of 3 after witnessing what we saw in our first, do you think it's going to be, well, I don't want to make early predictions here considering the last one was 2-1, but any new changes? Is it going to be enough?
Well, I think compared to the previous game, a lot of people are gonna be going into this one with a bit of a preconceived victor. Because of course, we've got our defending back-to-back champions facing off against a team that unfortunately hasn't quite found their stride yet.
It's going to be real difficult for them to find their stride. Or maybe it's already been fixed today. Either or, scan the QR code down below and quickly redeem your prizes while you still can. Go send it over to some of your friends. Ask them to go check out MPL MY and maybe, catch some of the action that we have here before you. Because again, BTRM has been a very big question mark since week number 1. A large majority of it is like, what are they doing?
Okay, you know what? I was not expecting that, but that is an accurate description of the questions that a lot of us are asking right now about this team. But you know what you don't need to ask questions about, Gideon?
What? Tell me some facts here. I need some facts to really ground me here today.
I need to tell you something that is note what you think. The Infinix Note 60 Pro with Snapdragon 7S Gen 4 plus 3D Ice Core Vapor Chamber cooling, active matrix display, and 90 watts wired plus 30 watts wireless charge. So, grab your Infinix Note 60 Pro, available now at the Infinix Official Store or the TikTok Shop Infinix Malaysia.
Bang for buck is what I can say about this particular phone. But if you're talking about really extending your bang for buck, or maybe you got some extra bucks lying around, maybe consider joining up and playing some Mobile Legends Adventure. It's a relaxing idle RPG to take you away from the stresses of real life. You can collect 100+ heroes, level up with ease, and enjoy idle rewards anytime. Literally just doing nothing. Build your strategy in auto battles, explore endless game modes, and fight players worldwide in global PvP. Download Mobile Legends Adventure and start your idle adventure today.
Sounds pretty good to me, and you can even play it on your Infinix Note, so you could combo them together for even more fun, even more cool stuff coming right your way. Just like the cool match that we're gonna be watching very, very soon. For those of you who missed out the first match of the day, I suggest checking it out again because that was quite intense, but you kind of wonder if we'll get the same kind of intensity.
That's the thing, right? We have a pretty strong follow-up after match number 1. Match number 2, I don't know if people are going to be coming in with such strong opinions with SRG because anything could happen at this point. And still yet, SRG is going to be going out throughout the entire season with an imperfect scoreline.
That's true, but we also know that SRG hasn't really had that perfect scoreline for a while. They're not infallible. There are times when they will drop a game or two, and funnily enough, it's often in the first couple of weeks as well, so they're still sticking to that old trend. But which jungler is going to be starting today, right? They've been rotating them out.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point, because we've seen the difference between Uni and as well as Sakai's, both of them having some pretty high heart rates when they first got into the game. So just in case you guys don't really understand what exactly these heart rates are supposed to mean, it is beats per minute. That's, you know, what BPM stands for. And here, if you see on our right, this are the levels of which, well, I mean, stress could play a large part in your beats per minute.
Indeed. If you're at 60 to 100 BPM, you're typically at rest, you're chilling, you're calm. If you're focusing real hard on something, you might be 100 to 140. Maybe if you're playing some intensive sports, it might go higher, up to 170, or if you're real stressed out. If you go any higher than that, we might have concerns.
Genuine problems. Peak stress. Honestly, calling it high pressure and peak stress is an understatement to what could potentially happen to you. Please, don't get your BPM that high. Yes, it's good to, like, you know, spike it up every once in a while for exercises, but, like, you know, let's try to keep it on the down low. Make that heart strong. Make that heart pump eventually. Make that heart pump well, most importantly. Now, Clash of the Reds, Red Robots versus the Red Giants. Obviously, the Red Giants are coming in with a huge advantage, but I want to see something new from the Red. I hate the fact that they're both Reds, but from the Red Robots specifically, because Chiku is a good player.
Yeah, you'd expect a little bit more from Chiku, and we already know he has a history with Yumes as well. In fact, we prepared a video with them, so check it out.
Rose here. Sebelum kita masuk di dalam perlawanan terakhir untuk hari ini, Rose akan borak sedikit dengan Yumes dan juga Chiku. Hello boys, how are you?
Hello, I'm good.
Hello, ya saya okey juga.
Okey juga. Okey, nah mungkin kita boleh tanya Chiku dulu kot. Sebelum Chiku kembali aksi di dalam MPL Malaysia, Yumes jadi salah satu target awak lah.
Okay.
So apa perasaan jadi frenemy di atas pentas sekali lagi?
Rasa happy lah. Sebab dia masih bermain dan saya pun masih bermain. So agak seronok sebenarnya. Ya.
Seronok lah.
Seronok kena target.
Seronok kena target. Yumes, Rose dengar cerita sebab minggu lepas tak ada. Tapi Rose ada baca lah satu kata-kata di mana Yumes cakap you dah pernah satu tim dengan dia, so you tak nak ulang sekali lagi. Tak nak jadi satu tim dengan dia sekali lagi. Kenapa?
Sebab saya nak pecah dia punya piala. So saya kena decide jangan tim dengan dia. Sebab kalau dia tim dengan saya, confirm dia akan champion lah.
So you tak nak bagi dia piala dah?
Betul.
Dah cukup lah?
Dia kata kalau Chico pergi SRG, dia lari daripada SRG.
Oh, serius?
Serius.
So you memang just stay away from me?
Yes, I don't like him at all.
You don't like him anymore?
Yes.
Not anymore. Okay, now, one more thing pasal minggu lepas. Janganlah kalau macam tu. One more thing pasal minggu lepas adalah SRG bukan nombor 1 di carta Liga tapi nombor 2. Adakah kita terkejut dengan benda ni ataupun dah biasa?
Oh, saya agak terkejut tim Bray dapat 1 poin lah daripada duduk dekat nombor 2. Sebab SRG season lepas pun nombor 2 juga. Awal. Tapi ujung-ujung dia menang juga. So tak terkejut pun sebenarnya.
Bagi saya tak terkejut sangat sebab masih lagi early weekend. So tak ada apa sangat kita kena standby dekat finish line je kot.
Sekejap, last soalan sebab dia cakap dia terkejut tim Ray dapat 1 poin. You terkejut ke tim Ray dapat 1 poin?
BTR ada berapa poin?
Okay guys, thank you very much. Let's go into the game. Terima kasih.
Bye-bye.
Casual banter amongst old friends now turned rivals on the opposite side. Yumes and Chiku, rich history in Torak, having dominated MPL Malaysia in the earlier seasons as a team together, but finally breaking apart to where we are here today.
Ever since that break apart, I think one of them has definitely had a larger success story, and yet the legend of Chiku still lives on, with many fans hoping to witness his return to glory once again. And hopefully this is the season where we will get to witness that. But first, they're gonna need to overcome the Selangor Red Giants.
Starting off with Innocent, Yumes, Stormy, and Uni this time round instead of Sagai's plus Cram. This squadron now going to be playing as hard as they possibly can to ensure as many points as possible. Overall, based on their overall performance last week, the games that they did eventually drop, a lot of like, oh, Why did they let Marcel through initially? Why did they eventually drop that game? And I think for the most part, it's just unfamiliarity.
I get the feeling they were just testing it out, right? You take the opportunity to see, okay, how difficult is it actually to handle this brand new hero? And once they realize, okay, he's a bit of a pain, you just decide, we're gonna get rid of him from now on. I imagine that's gonna be the case for the rest of things. It looks like they're still sticking with taking turns between Skies and Uni, but on the other side, we got Bigatron Malaysia by Vitality, consisting of Chiku Guys, Arasi, Bakers, Annabelle, and Smooth.
Yep, so far, this team has been given a lot of question marks to a lot of the fandom on the outside. We have seen moments of glory, but that really comes at a cost, right? And those big costs is what everybody is critical about. Man, you're sacrificing 4 people to win this fight when you only needed 2. And Chiku Guys, yes, turning it around on the Yishin Shin. Fortunately, I will say that Bigatron needs to show more variety, or at the very least a different side of them if they want to get the fans on their side.
It definitely felt like there was a bit of breakdown in communication in the past couple times that we saw them play, where not every player seems to be on the same page, where maybe they're trying something that they're not too comfortable with, or they're weirdly passive at certain points. Yeah. There's a lot of things that need to be fixed.
I agree. And I think that oh man, I'll have to save those points for tomorrow because I have very similar feelings with AC sometimes. There are moments in the game where BTR and AC look exactly the same. They kind of just stop and do nothing and wait for a second, right? And those moments is where I'm curious, what is the indecision? There's no way to tell. We can only speculate about these points for the time being. But for SRG's side, I want to see them actually try and test the meta even further.
I think so. They are a team that has the freedom to do so. They have the extra space to be able to experiment a little bit more, go out of their way. But we all know that Coach Arcadia has never been the type to take any match non-seriously. Every single game up there, doesn't matter who their opponents are, he's going to be drafting 100%. So maybe nothing too out of the ordinary here. And that's why Bigatron is going to need to lock in.
It's quite the min-max. I would like to see, you know, some of the old favorites that that come out during the regular season that you don't get to see on the international stage as often. Dairoth, for an example, really interesting play. Pick from Cram, played, what, 3 times last season, 1 time at an international, and that's it. Never saw it again.
SRG will pull out heroes when they think, like, now is the time. But you gotta push them into that position.
I don't know. Sometimes it's on a game 1, dude. They're like, now is the time. Nobody asked.
It could be anything. It could, like, the time could be for any reason.
Yep.
It could be for a good reason. It could be a bad reason.
It could be for a menial reason. Oh, Chico's on the other side. Good enough. Let's try it out now.
That's all it takes. Oh, we've hit the conditions. Oh. Just barely.
It's scary.
Let's do it.
It's really, really scary because when I think about SRG, yes, it is this dominant force, but BTR, I feel like if they can really polish and refine, they can be quite a chaotic entity within MPL MY. Look at the way that Rossi has been playing, and yes, obviously there are miscommunications here and there, but with enough trust, I feel this could look very similar to how Indonesians play, the full brawl, the full skirmish.
Yeah, I do think having a little bit more trust, better communication, and ideas of what they want to do is important. But what's more important is to welcome these teams onto the stage. Still undefeated so far, but certainly not untested. 2 wins, hard fought, with cracks beginning to show. With the jungler position still in rotation, a rhythm still missing. This is the moment for the Giants to silence the doubters. Let's welcome the red and yellow, the Selangor Red Giants!
Despite securing 2 wins, the performance looked a little shaky in week number 1. Are they still warming up? Uni is fielded once again today. Will SRG show a different playstyle once again in the white and black home jersey? Still searching for their first win and still searching for their own identities outside of one shining contestant, Chiku guys. Everything else feels uncertain. Shaky coordination, questionable calls, and a system yet to click. Can they regroup and shock the defending champions? Let's cheer for Bigatron Malaysia by Vitality!
An unfortunate but inconsistent performance last week. Annabelle's gameplay still raises questions. And can Fakis prove that he is proficient on heroes beyond Zetian? It's time to welcome onto the stage the coaching staff of both teams, the masterminds behind every match. Joined by our head of League Ops, Franklin, who ensures every game will run fairly and smoothly. We got Coach Arcadia and Azora Vecchi for SRG, and Coach Barbosa with Kenji for Bigatron.
Let's keep it going with fist bumps between the team. A true sign of professionalism and the final point of contact before they start this war in the land of Dawn. Good luck to both of our competitors up on this stage. And let's get this battle started. From the get-go, we're already looking at Chiku guys to be one of the fourth runners for this team. But getting an import like Annabelle already raises one or two things. Either you're thinking maybe the previous team he was on, it was just not good enough, or he wanted to look for something better. It's one of those two ideals that we're seeing here with Bigatron by Vitality.
Regardless of what ideals those are, I think what matters here is what is going to be the goal moving forward. What are going to be the steps taken here, especially up against the Titans of MPL Malaysia, who are going to be starting on first pick for the first game here. We already know the capability of Chiku guys, capability of players like Rasi as well as Annabelle, and yet they've still not really meshed together.
That's the thing. It's going to take a little bit of time to get the consistency rate about their communications and what they want to do in a game. It will take some time. There's really no going around it. 125 coming in from Rossi, slightly above a calming rest rate. He is thinking about something in the back. Curious what Annabelle thinks about it, because we even got a bit of a word with Annabelle prior to the game.
We asked him, what went wrong in your previous matches? And he said, we didn't play bravely and lacked discipline, so we were shaky in the mid to late game. I don't think I'm at my best performance yet too. So hopefully in our match against SRG, we can take 2 games.
He's hopeful that he can take a couple of games off of SRG. And honestly, this will be a real test for him if he's starting to feel like he's getting into that motion. We'll see what that peak is going to look like. Because the real question is, how well does he jive with the rest of his team?
Yeah, I think it's already a good sign that he's able to identify the issues, point out, okay, I'm not at my peak performance. We lacked a little bit of discipline overall, and we're too passive. But those are already things that we pointed out. It's great that there is awareness about this, but it's easier said than done when it comes to fixing it, right? You have the synergy. What is the source of these issues in the first place when this is a team a lot of people expected better from?
Now, do you think this is a situation where there are too many shot calls, there's too many cooks in the kitchen and nobody can get anything done? Or is it lack of vocality? You're hearing Chiku screaming, let's go in and fight, and Annabelle's like, I'm not in the right position. Do I comment?
My personal opinion, I don't know much about what's going on behind the scenes, but this is just from me personally. I think that the players naturally approach the game a little differently, and that's not quite working together. We'll get into a bit more detail later because we have a quote from Innocent.
Choosing the main jungler. Now, running Sakai's and Uni is, again, really difficult to manage overall, but Uni and Sakai's have very different playstyles, so we need more time to adjust. However, by the time we reach the international stage, we will have to settle on a single jungler. Uni is more reserved compared to Sakai's, but they get along well, which is great because Sakai's doesn't annoy me as much as before. Yeah, this is taken from a piece of content earlier. He did ask Innocent about this, and those are his actual quotes, which is kind of interesting. Do you feel like this is not denying the opportunity if, let's say, Sakai's or Uni make it into the international stage? The opposing doesn't get to enjoy that.
I think that's exactly what it's implying. They're saying that Skies' position, despite having been with SRG so long, is not actually secured. And that's the whole reason they got Uni in the first place. It's good to see Skies in the back cheering on for the team and for Uni as well. It is a surprise that Uni is more reserved than Skies, because I still remember when Skies first joined MPL. That kid was quiet.
Oh, he was. He was very quiet. Behind closed doors, he annoyed Innocent like nobody's business. Tom and Jerry, if you watch the documentary. But I think Uni has, especially during his time with MV, he is always been so vocal with the rest of the team. But we did hear from week number 1, Cram is still making that final call. Yums is still extremely vocal with the way that he plays and with the way that he communicates in the game. So we'll see whether or not Bigatron by Vitality Malaysia is going to have what it takes to at least steal one game. Let's start simple, one game at a time as the drafting phase begins.
Bigatron Malaysia definitely being thrown into the fire right here, up against Selangor Red Giants. A team that has brought glory to the country time and time again. We're going to be hopping in SRG first pick, banning up Baxia and Sora first.
Oh, rather interesting. Getting rid of the Baxia means one of two things. Either A, you're looking to play a composition that requires early game sustainability, or B, you're looking to kind of lean into the Kimmy a little bit more.
Yeah, that is a possibility. We know that Stormy does enjoy a little bit of Kimmy, but also feels a bit strange to go for that so early on. I think they've noticed that Annabelle has been a little bit more consistent on the tank junglers so far, so maybe even the Brethren might get taken out.
Honestly, we'll see here if that is going to be the case, because there are still a lot of primary picks that we need to worry about. The Valentina is still available. We'll see whether or not they even care about it. The Sora finally banned out, but I'm assuming that even the Guinevere is being considered. Guinevere opposition's already banned, luckily. Arguably even a Fanny, but that usually depends on the team more than anything else.
I think SRG is probably one of the teams you need to contest Guinevere against. They can flex it in so many positions, and they're so good at manipulating the hero as well. So I imagine they'd be setting up for that or Valentina first pick based on previous habits.
Yeah, I would imagine that the Guinevere makes a lot of sense for the side of SRG. It looks like they even banned out the glue on top of that. Very nice picks and bans so far for the side of SRG, really limiting what exactly the follow-up 2 picks are going to be from BTRM.
Actually, the Marcel is also still open.
I'm assuming BTRM is going to be the one who bans it out, right? Like, it would make
they would have
sense.
to, but they'd also have to consider after that the Valentina, the Guinevere, both of which are a lot safer to pick now that glue is off the table.
I don't think they ban out Valentina because they're too closely related to potentially getting Marcel. The Yves ban makes a lot of sense here. Now the question is, does SRG want to say, do we care more about having the counter engage ult, or do we want to be the one engaging with it?
I know that SRG probably they're one of the teams that hasn't really leaned too heavily into the hero. Guinevere or Valentina still seem like more likely options. There's also the Kalea, which is a favorite of you.
I think they go Valen, right? If not Gwen.
Yeah, it's either Valentina or Gwen are the most likely, I think.
Flexible, good at what they do, doesn't really like skew your draft too much as well. Looks like we've already got the first lock in here. It's going to be Fanny right off the bat coming in from Uni. Now, this is good and bad. Yes, Uni is like, yeah, this might go well, it might not go well. He's happy that he gets the play, but the counter picks from BTRM is what's concerning. Knowing that Marcel is open, that means they're not going to get the traditional Cho, the single target lockdown that we were talking about.
Fanny is a type of hero that's going to get affected quite heavily by Marcel as well. You just get frozen halfway flying. That can really mess up your momentum. So this is very confident from SRG, and a hero they would never first pick back when Skies was on the main lineup. So a lot of trust to Uni.
Hey man, mainly because Fanny was 100% pick ban during that time. Like every season, like for like what, a year and a half straight of just Fanny bans. Brutal stuff, brutal stuff. But even so, SRG looking to kind of round out this composition a little bit more. Knowing that Phoveus is on the other side is a little frustrating because, once again, you are facing off against Smooth, but at the same time, Cram has shown that his lane dominance is second to none.
Personally, I'm not really liking the performance of early pick Phoveus so far in the season. And now you have to deal with a Uranus, which you're not really ever going to kill in lane. And Stormy is even pulling out one of his signatures. If you're gonna get stunned anytime you get close to Marcel, just pick a hero that never needs to get close to Marcel.
Exactly. I agree with you on the Phoveus, but that's only on the exception if Sora is on the opposite side, right? If you're blind picking Phoveus, I'm like, who are you kidding here? What are we doing?
Well, that's what they did.
Yep, and hey, it's just BTR things, right? We just gotta accept the facts. they do what they want to do.
All right, sure.
Frederick, good call though.
Okay.
That was something that we were suspecting after the Baxia ban.
The fact that SRG banned the Baxia, but not the Fredrin, leads me to believe they already knew this was a possibility though.
Yeah.
So I imagine there's already something being set up.
I don't know. It's definitely a hard read coming in from the side of SRG. Like, you wouldn't go out of your way to ban only just one tank jungle. You usually go for both, or you set it up in a way if you know that the enemy only picks it at the very end. But here, oh, okay. Hilda ban.
You normally wouldn't ban Hilda if you're playing tank jungle.
Yeah.
But they are fielding a Marcel, which isn't particularly good at stopping Hilda level 1. So I can maybe see why.
Unless they have like a super squishy like mid lane gold laner, I suppose. But what mid laner actually cares about the Hilda 90% of the time? I mean, you still got the Valentina, you can steal Feathered Airstrike, the Yve has already been banned out. I mean, mid laners are maybe if it's like Kimmy, I guess, but even then, it's kind of like hit or miss, and Kimmy got banned.
There's also Fakus's signature Zetian.
Ooh, you're right.
Would work well with Fred.
I think it's okay at best.
I think it's not terrible.
I don't think it's terrible, but I feel like it's a little underutilized because you're not really eating the whole animal. You know, you're eating parts of the animal. You're not really getting benefits of like the magic MR shred. But other than that, you should be fine.
Unless you have like a Hari.
Oh yeah, you're not wrong. Either Harith or maybe you're like, you know, a magic jungler.
Or like a Lunox. Gold is not impossible here.
Let me think about it for a moment.
Brilliance to dodge Fanny.
Yeah.
Targeting to melt Uranus.
Possibly. Okay. Okay, I can see the vision a little bit. Chiku, and he's gonna like whip it out again. Unless Innocent decides to do it first. He's like, I already did it week number 1.
I mean, he lost with it against the Marcel.
And watch him, he's gonna do it again. Now I'm gonna at least turns his Lunok's win rate to 50%.
He would do it, actually.
From 0 to 50 is a pretty big jump.
It is, yes. All right, the Kalea final ban. Respect over to you. Now SRG with their final ban. They already got rid of Kimmy before. Do they want to continue focusing on the mid lane pool?
I think it would make the most sense to ban, unless they care about vision. Banning out the Zetian makes sense just so that you can get your Feathered Airstrikes off confidently without having to worry about the ult coming at you. But they get rid of the Obsidia, the late game scaling at the very end.
Okay. Getting rid of marksmen that might cause issues to Fanny later on, and not allowing Bigatron to just turtle and play for the late game makes a lot of sense, though you will still have risks like Claude, for example, is a little easier to handle considering the experience.
Let's see how this will play out. If SRG is making the assumption they want to play for ultra late game, is Yi Shunshin a consideration for Chiku at this stage?
He's tried it before. It is going to be the Claude though.
Yeah.
Sticking to the basics, the classics. I think it's a good idea.
Deals with Marsa well. You have access to the Trinity. So any other tanks from this point onwards will struggle in the later stages of the game. I was thinking whether or not like carry was worth like taking away just to deny SRG, because you are running like both Fove alongside with a Fredrin who both melt to this carry.
Yeah, carry I think is the best bet, but it is a little boring. And I wonder if SRG might want to do something more unique.
I don't know. Trying to read some faces, read some body language. Looks like Innocent looked like it's another day in the office.
Yeah.
Doom's not giving me much as well.
So I guess the standard pick.
Sure.
Oh, that's not carry. What's that? Wait!
You're disgusting.
No!
Animals. These animals!
No!
These animals! How could you? No! How could you break our ninja, or the purity of our ninja princess?
Not like this!
Honestly, it's not that bad, because now there's literally nothing that BTR could do other than like Claude just jumping in and killing her.
The bad thing about it is that we already had enough Hanabis and Pugs.
Well,
and now SRG has played it.
I mean, there's like 3 CCers, so having a little bit of a shield protects you from all 3 of these guys, I'm kind of down for it. Like, there is some logic behind the madness. I hate the fact that Guinevere took this long to get picked up anyways, but that's fine. That's besides.
Yeah, that's fine. Well, I was wondering if they might do something more unique. I didn't realize how right I would be.
Lunox, right? This is where they go.
Bad. If they didn't already have EXP, I'd say Esme would be good, but looks like it's going. Oh!
Called it.
Okay, so it is Lunox mid. Okay, yeah.
Because nobody wants to die to Fanny. Everyone's like, please! Please! Get this woman on 3D gear off of me.
This is surprisingly not the first Hanabi we've seen this MPL season.
Yeah.
It was played in IDPH?
Yes, it was. It was played in a different
forgot
region.
which one.
It was played by... I want to say ID so badly, but I will double check it just in case before I get flamed. Now, let's jump right on into this, breaking down the final compositions before we start heading on. Hanabi's first debut here at MPL MY after a long series of misses with marksmans. We do get a pretty interesting matchup as we get into the game.
And it is with Aegis as well, so this is going to be a classic Hanabi approach in the hands of the half-man, half-beast himself. Hanabi spammers in pubs raising a glass in cheer. But it looks like we are going to have a quick pause before things get started.
I hear the audience going, oh, what do you expect? We pick Hanabi. What do you expect? Picks like this cause problems.
Stop picking Hanabi in pubs.
Stop it.
Please.
Oh, boy. Oh boy, honestly, considering everything, considering both drafts, I think that Hanabi is like very uniquely positioned here. The only issue that I have that potentially could go wrong is whether or not she's gonna get. Knowing Innocent, he's not gonna get caught that often. I'm just thinking, what can break the shield specifically, other than the Blazing Duet?
Yeah, I'm trying. I guess Lunox Claude, you'd have to use one of them to break through the shield.
Yeah, but you're kind of trolling if you're that close to Lunox in the first place, right? You know, it's like, unless you're catching her with your all...
Tell that to my pub, Hanabi.
Cut to Innocent. How'd you kill the Lunox? There was a minion wave, 5 dudes, and another 5 dudes. It just bounced.
You got it.
That kid's got some moves.
Yeah, kids got already getting ready to become a future MPL player.
Yeah, well, getting real close to that stage there. Hopefully the next one does a kickflip or something.
I feel like that's asking a lot.
Really? A kickflip? I'm sure somebody knows how to kickflip.
From a kid?
From a kid, yeah. Kids, they got nothing better to do. They'll scrape their knees all the time. Just do a kickflip, you know? Like if you're gonna do something cool on stage, do a kickflip. Well, that's one. Second one is a backflip. That one, I'd be very impressed.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe one day your dreams will be realized.
Unironically, more kids know how to backflip than they do know how to do a kickflip.
Yeah, honestly, because I feel like backflip is the more common trick.
Yeah, you don't need a skateboard to do it. That's the main issue as we head on into the game. Let's see how both of these teams are going to play this out. So once again, we're seeing a no-leash start. A no-leash start from Bigatron, MY. And they already figured out where the Fanny was going to be in Smooth, having a bit of trade on that top side, but I am a little curious here. I am a little bit curious because this Hanabi into Claude, I really hope Chiku guys doesn't end up getting solo kill randomly. That'd be kind of painful.
If Chiku loses lane to a Hanabi,
what are we doing? Yeah, that's
you'd be a bit concerned because remember, this is the guy that originally played the Laylas and Mias.
Yep.
So we're just competing. Oh, hold on. A bit of an exchange here. 4 members of SRG in the river to contest Litho and steal a camp as well. Don't think they'll be successful though.
Honestly, this is a pretty winnable fight. I think that it is possible if Mooney wants to go for like a retry steal, but he's already wasted enough time hanging around in enemy territory. He's got to clear up the rest of his jungle, and it looks like he is going to go for the Beetle first. His primary focus is fighting within the mid lane. In terms of laning phase, Cram's move, again, wet noodle fight, not expecting too much.
Yeah, we shouldn't expect anything to happen here, but that is in favor of Cram because his goal is to keep smooth here as long as possible. Mid lane things do seem to be fairly even though, with Stormy clearing wave just a little bit faster, but not really looking to affect side lane.
Speaking of, oh no, did Cram miss the timing here? I think he might have. He should be tanky enough to walk through it, no problem. Rather surprised that Smooth didn't like even bothered like walking up to get in one auto, but really, it's just a waste of time. Smooth, he just needs 4.
I think he's aware that even going in for an auto isn't gonna make that much of a difference. Better to save his HP. The hit level 4 for the first turtle. Feathered airstrike used very early on. Rasi goes in, freezes him for a moment. Uni gonna be doing lots of damage and sets up the first blood for Cram. Smooth trying to jump on top of the Vanny, not quite able to find him. He has just enough energy to fly out, but the Flicker Dark Wave, beautifully played by Smooth, locks down the Vanny, secures the kill onto Uni, and continuing to cause problems as Yume's now next one stuck. Smooth picks up another.
Hopefully we can get an instant replay of Stormy specifically going for that feathered airstrike. Why was he not disrupted there? Was there, where was the mid laner as well? Were there moments that it could have been canceled? Because knowing Annabelle, that was probably his only way out, but they should be able to secure this turtle.
Yeah, Cram is not going to be able to contest this, especially 1v4. So Bigatron Malaysia gonna be starting things off with a win.
I'm okay with this. Retro use though. And Youm's managing to flicker back out. A lot of these rotations focused around collapsing back onto the mid lane.
So far, so good. Bigatron knows that they can start playing off of that mid lane now because this is where Marcel starts being annoying. Smooth is in trouble. I don't think he's getting out of that one. Nicely played from SRG.
Yeah, unfortunate. Takes the 1 extra auto and ends up dying for Cram, getting into a fight that he cannot win and locking him in the animation. Unable to do much about it. That's going to be a very early turret here for Cram. He will end up clearing up this wave. Oh, Rossi actually holding the wave just in time. And Stormy now looking to break that straight away. They don't want to waste any time.
Rossi tanky enough for this. He's going to try and outrange, and he does actually manage to dodge. He's been going back in for frozen moment, but has to use the flicker just to get out.
Cram, he's thinking about it. He's thinking about whether he has enough damage to actually go for it. Now, has to just buy some time.
1v3. Can he survive? I think he knows he's not getting out.
No, he knows for a fact. I don't think he should have flickered there, honestly, but it's all right. No matter what, he is buying plenty of time for people like Udi as well as Yums to start taking control of the opposite side of the map. Free, free takes on these smaller camps and even allowing Innocent to enjoy his 1v1 against Chiku, because this is the best position Innocent can be in, right? Right in front of Chiku's tower, hitting the tower while Chiku is just taking damage from it.
Was able to secure that gold crab as well. We already know in pubs, Hanabi is surprisingly difficult to lane against because of all the bouncing, so can't fault Chiku too much from losing lane trio here. It's just whether or not he can translate into more farm later on. Next turtle up in 10 seconds. Violent Requiem onto the Marcel. They've caught him. And a Feather Airstrike finishes him off.
Classic combos being reinstated here in Season 17. This has been a pretty smooth ride so far for Selangor Red Giants, but now, after recovering from the initial damage of the very first turtle, they even the score back up, and I think they're not really too bothered by this. They actually want to fight more than they want this turtle.
It's a good time to rush it. They know there's no Guinevere ult, no Farsa ult, and now Yumes has to flicker to escape as well. Really nice Hanabi ult there, but SRG knows not to fight.
Yep, it's just not worth the effort. Not yet. Especially when they don't have the right amount of items to get it working for them. So far, Selangor Red Giants are currently playing a 1-3-1 style of formation. The 3 looking to move across the map, while the 1s have to individually sustain throughout the lane until they've got some items or an advantage. So far, based on what we've seen early game, they lean towards Cram's side of the map. Now, as we start transitioning in towards that middle stages, past the laning stage, they want to make sure that Innocent has a good time. This whole comp is basically for him.
And that's a pretty common strategy for SRG as well. Darkening comes in, Violent Requiem connects with Annabelle, but oh, a golden hour from Rasi saves him, and now the Blazing Duet on top of Innocent. Here comes the Aegis, he's surviving for a while, but it's not long enough. Uni looking for some revenge, they'll find it. Chiku guy is going to be the first one to go down, and Cram still tanking in the front line very, very well. Here comes another Spice Skill migration. Annabelle actually dashing the other way around, and the Appraiser's Wrath will be dodged with the flicker.
Doesn't connect, very unlucky. Been controlled by Vitality. Oh, concealed. They want to go back in.
Rasi has the frozen moment passive once again. Stormy out of position, has to flicker out, but here comes another spatial migration onto Annabelle. He's surviving. Rasi keeping him there, and Smooth comes in to cut off Stormy, picking off the Farsa.
They're pushing the limits here. BTR are playing with fire, and Annabelle coming up with just a sliver herself. They fight again.
And Cram goes down instantly. Violent Requiem this time committed onto Smooth, but Yumes did not have enough HP, but it's enough for Innocent to come in and clean up on the Phoveus.
Yup, Innocent, he's got damage as long as those targets are bouncing. Woody! Sliver of Health manages to survive. Just look at these constant rotations we are seeing from both sides.
My butt was clenched, but Uni's was not, because his heart rate is still at a steady 77. I don't know how.
He's chill about it. He knows that it's too early in the game for Chiku guys to be one-shotting him just yet. But so far, Bigatron has been playing a very strong game. Consistent takes on these neutral objectives. Yes, they are giving structures over to SRG, but that's the necessary evil to make this comp work.
It's still pretty even thus far. They should be able to get this turtle as well. Neutral objective takes will always lean towards Bigatron with the Fredrin. Uni not able to find Chiku. Net worth difference still very even.
Yup, good reaction time from Chiku guys. Still has it even after all these years with the BMI, but makes... Oh my god!
Darkening forces out the flicker from Yums, and now Annabelle goes in, gets the taunt on Stormy, sets up the kill for Smooth. Bigatron is taking control.
And they're doing it in a spectacular fashion. They're not letting themselves get greedy. They're not looking for those big split pushes unless it's Chiku guys. Everybody else just needs to build a great wall for him.
This is a pretty unexpected situation. It's not unusual for SRG to be losing out a little bit in the early game, but by now you'd usually expect something. Golden Hour traps Uni. Meanwhile, Annabelle trying to steal, but the purple buff's already been secured.
Takes it. Anything to worry about. Chiku guys gets a free push down to that bot side as Uni clears it up to make sure that all their structures are going to remain healthy for the duration of this game. 5-8, despite Bigatron actually having a higher kill score, it's very close numbers. Both sides haven't really broken even.
Team play has definitely looked a little cleaner from Bigatron today.
Oh,
this
much
is
better, yes.
more of their comfort, having the tank jungle along with the proper support, and we already know Marcel is very difficult to handle.
Oh my god, that's crazy. Check it out. Innocent has a lead of 0.0k. Oh, Quad 0.1. Coming out from Chiku guys, taking it back.
Can one legend defeat another? We get the taunt onto Yum, starting off, but Violet Requiem lands onto an important target. Blazing Duet comes in, so they're not able to finish off Rasi in time, and the rest of them have to back it off. Rasi will eventually finish Ayuni, but the backlines are being disrupted by both junglers. Killing spree on both. Will they be able to follow up? It's 2v3 currently. Cram trying to tank, but the damage is missing. Uni gonna need to recall on the other side.
Quite the ambitious dive there from Chiku guys. Trying to make sure that they don't notice him in the bush. Still gets revealed by Stormy anyways, but he takes the BMI right at the very last second when the rest of his team were trying to peel and push forward to get to him. Let's look at this instant replay one more time, because keep an eye on specifically where Chiku is, right? He comes out, BMIs into the fight to get on top of Stormy, and even flickers behind him. By the time they reposition into this fight, honestly, probably shouldn't have taken the BMI. He already had his two frontliners right up to the pixel brush.
Bit of a mistake from Chiku, but was able to get quite a lot of kills into Fakers on this Lunox, who is currently 3-0. Here comes the Violet Requiem. They found Annabelle, but the Golden Hour once again saves him. And the Feathered Airstrike is already gone. Annabelle will be able to survive. SRG needs to find another angle of approach. Lord gonna be reset. Smooth doing good damage. This is the Dark Wave. Cram still healthy in the front, and both sides will slow it down.
Crab, this immovable object so far. Every time they damage him, it's just building up those stacks, and look at him just sustain through all the pain. Uni still pushing on the top side, and now the full contest.
Ooh, Tree Man, Dark Wave from Smooth, great initiation, and now Bigatron dives in! Stormy explodes! The Fakers is an instant, it's a mega kill, and they find more! It's a double for the Lunox! They are dismantling SRG! Uni finds a killing spree on Annabelle, but it's already 1-4-3. Very worth it for Bigatron.
It sounds like a bad idea to take the Lord, because it absolutely is. BTR need to recognize, unless they take out Uni, they can't take this Lord.
Again, the frozen moment being annoying. One hit away, Uni will finish off Rasi. Mega kill for Fanny.
That was hot, that was hot. He was calculating. He was thinking, like, how many more do I need to secure this kill onto Rasi? He finds it, though, and at the very least, Retribution should still be up and available. Annabelle just came off cooldown. Should be another fight, but I don't see a wave set up. Is that top wave set up? No, still
really.
Exactly the same.
One thing concerning for SRG is that Chiku guys is actually farming up quite well. Not to mention that Fakers is 5-0-6 on the Lunox. In comparison, Innocent has not really been able to find any space, and Stormy is getting disrupted constantly.
Yeah, these feathered airstrikes do come at a big cost, right? Puts a huge red target over you. Now they're looking to take space and looking to fight. I don't see the reason for it just yet, but Now that the Feather Airstrike is down, does this give hope to Bigatron by Vitality? Like, top wave, Udi is still there. They gotta make some choices.
It also commits the defensive brilliance, so it's not a terrible trade. SRG going for more of a macro play since they know they're not really able to compete in 5v5s.
I am stressing out here. I'm stressing out so much because Bigatron are just not making any decisions.
Somehow Uni is unpunished there.
Yep.
Gets knocked up by the Lord of all things. But now, Requiem finds two! Humans with the setup! The follow-up is not quite there, but they're actually going for the Lord instead. I think that's the more important target. They will find it, and they will walk away.
I'm surprised that Cram didn't want to chase any further. His only real enemy here is Fakes, and his flicker is about to come back up in about 2 seconds or so. Cram already flickering out early. Already has Chastise, finally completes the Chastise. Pauldron, Stormy would... wishing he had more gold. I'm looking at him, he's like, dang, everybody is like level 11 or 12. And then you cut to Udi, who's already 15. Power farming the entire game. None of these neutral objectives should ever fall into Vitality's hands at this point.
As the rest of SRG has basically been sacrificed to allow Uni to do his thing across the map. It's not ideal because they're forced in that position due to the team fights, but it is making up for what SRG lost before. Lord now pushing up. They've got a 2k gold lead.
Slowly gonna heal back, waiting for the next wave to actually collapse down here. Upside, however, there should be at least one inhibitor. Fortunately for SRG, unless they find good engages, they're not great on the siege and will have to use cooldowns to even pose a threat to it. I'm waiting for the Feather Airstrike. There we go.
There it is, doing good damage. Annabelle down to 20%. Uni picks up Chiku guys in the bot lane, which means there's multiple waves pushing at once. Top inhibitor is already gone. Bottom inhibitor is colliding. Mid-tier 2 taken down. SRG has flipped the script in an instant.
Still dancing around it. SRG, eventually this onslaught has to end. The revives are already coming through. The resurrections are through. Chiku, the last one. 12 more seconds and they just can't break. They can't break it.
Oh! Vegas flickers forward with the darkening. Nice dark wave finds two, but the tankier members of SRG are eating the damage for them and Humes! Sets up the Violent Requiem, sacrifices his life to pick off Smooth. Annabelle gonna be the next one. Double kill for Stormy. Getting some revenge.
Target prioritization. That's the big problem here. And Stormy managing to flick in to these fights, and more importantly, dodging some key abilities here to put Fakes in a compromised spot. That's the thing. If Fakes isn't in the right place at the right time, that darkening is not going to have as much effect as you want it to. Looking at the items as well, there's just a lot more burst coming out right now from Stormy in comparison to Fakes. And Fakes, he can 100-0 somebody in a millisecond now.
Yeah, and I guess that's why they felt like they needed him to initiate, but it also felt like a bit desperate of a call there. Oftentimes, BTR has been able to find success by counter-engaging SRG, especially canceling out that Feathered Airstrike by forcing the issue there with the Lunox spending cooldowns. It was not really the best.
Oh, I can only imagine. 34 stacks already. Basically finding at least 2.2 stacks every single minute. And it's only going to get higher from here. Because so far, the consistent amount of wars we've seen between these two teams already in 15 minutes has surpassed a couple of games we've seen this season.
Definitely not as clean as we would expect from the defending champions. But they are hitting their stride now. There's still a chance for Bigatron Malaysia. Chiku guys is still pretty far, and Fagus is still going to be a threat. Has not died yet. But SRG is finding the angles they need.
No, they continue to dance. This dance has been going on for so long with all three inhibitors missing. There's nothing Bigatron MY can realistically do. Every time they walk up, it just means that SRG just gives them the space for free. And while this is all happening, whatever the gold that they can catch, at this point, I'm looking at Innocent. He's already maxed out.
The waves are being set up. Here's the Violent Requiem. They found one. Feathered Airstrike finishes off Rassi, and now Annabelle is on low HP. Princess Wrath doesn't even finish. Cram picks up the double kill and is continuing to chase the rest of Bigatron Malaysia. Chiku guys has to flicker back into base. Here comes the Blazing Duet. He comes back with the BMI, with the Wind of Nature, but the damage is not enough. Stormy point blank throws his spells, picks up the killing spree, and they get another spatial migration on the final survivor. A full wipeout shutdown from SRG as they secure game game number 1.
I'm not gonna lie, that was a pretty decent game coming out from Bigatron. We're seeing a lot of good moves actually coming out, and it looks like they're not exactly at their peak just yet, but they're putting way more of a fight against SRG. However, the big difference maker, Yums. These catches, they gotta get Yums off of these pickoffs.
He is the moment maker for a reason. This guy, his timing is still on another level entirely. That early game definitely could have gone better. Felt a little bit uncharacteristic of SRG to be making that many mistakes, but at the same time, it feels like their essence still exists.
The essence is still there for sure. It's going to be something that SRG is going to be thinking about, especially the coaching staff. They're like, okay, guys, we got to make sure that that early game doesn't happen again. We're lucky we won this time, but it can be better.
It was pretty close most of the game. It actually seemed like Bigatron Malaysia might be able to make something happen here. But after a certain, when you start seeing the same old issues where they don't really know how they want to initiate, and one time they tried to do so was with the Lunox for some reason.
If he did the Rubididi combo correctly and got right on top of their targets, there was a chance. There was a chance he could turn it all around.
Maybe.
Because look, at the end of the day, the only reason why Innocent died doesn't have a flicker. He has Aegis and you're like, oh no, there's 3 dudes on me. Like, I gotta try my best.
I mean, that's just Hanabi things, isn't it?
Hanabi things in a nutshell. It's crazy. It's crazy. I can't believe he got away with it. I really, dude. Like,
it seemed like he was doing all that much most of the game.
Honestly, if he doesn't have the most damage in this game, I'll be like, oh wow.
I feel like it would be Stormy actually.
Would
it? Hard to say actually. I guess we'll see.
Stormy should, considering where Stormy was at, he should have a decent amount of damage. I know Uni would probably have like close to Yums' amount of damage. He wasn't participating in as many fights as I would have imagined. He was kind of all over the place, right? Just out farming.
Yeah, Uni is the one delaying the game, basically. Once SRG found themselves a little bit behind and not able to take team fights, it's just, okay, Uni, you gotta keep the wave shoved out. Did that well because Bigatron needs to stay together, right? They're playing the Fredrin comp.
Yeah.
You can't really be too far apart to do housekeeping.
Can't do that.
And that buys enough time.
Yeah, plenty of time, in a matter of fact. And, man, I don't know if they're going to go back-to-back Hanabi games here, because again, we'll see whether or not the adaptation specifically...
This one is Layla.
BTRM. Oh, no.
Use it against Chiku himself.
No, bring up the classics. I want to see the Roger. again. It's been like a full 2 years.
Oh man, those were the days.
Those were the good old days. God. Hey, at the very least, we will see Bigatron by Vitelli make a second attempt. I'm hoping that they actually take blue side, because I want to know what the plan was initially. It felt like SRG, despite having that first pick, already knew what the lineup was going to look like.
I think so as well. So that's not too unusual, considering it is Coach Arcadia after all. Let's see who our MVP is going to be for Game 1. And looks like it is our moment maker, Yums himself on the Guinevere. Still, such a strong pick for SRG, specifically because there's so many people who can play it.
Yep, so many people who can play it, and more importantly, it's just a great strategic tool in the draft itself. You don't know who's going to get access to it. Luckily, this Guinevere did show up at the very end, which is something I do want to talk about later. But for now, we are happy with the performance that Yums is able to provide. Everybody, Dom Ice is going into the Pautan, back in to the Radiant Armors, the usuals.
A full tank Guinevere with concussive blast as well to make sure he's sturdy enough to tank the front line, even if he does get frozen from time to time due to the Marcel. Yums has a very interesting way of initiating, where he's not always the one that starts the fights, but he will be the one to finish them.
Hey, he's been finding these incredible picks on the Chiku guys, like in the middle of the chaos as well, which is a little more unacceptable for Chiku, because again, he's the one who's running the flicker, even though he knows everybody on the side of SRG has some form of like lockdown, or can basically chase you halfway across the map. You had to make some tough choices. Marcel play coming in from Rossi, I thought it was all right, generally speaking. Fakes as well. It was just that last fight that got a little bit awkward. And overall, in terms of raw chemistry, I think Smooth and Fakes probably have the best chemistry on this team.
I think Smooth and Fakes did a very good job this game. Smooth was setting up a lot of those Solark waves, actually being quite an impressive presence in the early stages. Fakes actually was racking up kills left and right. You could have even argued that a Sky Piercer might have helped him snowball more, considering how far ahead he was. But we're still lacking a little bit something from the rest. Annabelle felt a bit non-existent, I have to admit.
Well, I mean, what could he farm? Udi was like, what, level 15 when he was level 12? Level 11, if I remember correctly?
I think so, yeah.
It was like 4 levels down at one point and then 3. Either way, it was pretty impossible for Annabelle to beat it, which is probably why we got to see that initial early interaction, right? It felt like SRG's initial plan was, hey, we get priority, mid EXP, we push it to enemy jungle, we take it away one camp after Litho. That's what I thought the plan was going to be.
Yeah, I think that is probably what it was. Didn't quite work out because BTR could play quite defensively. You have a Fredrin, you have a Marcel, you can really punish people if they dive into you. And for a moment, I was thinking that, oh, maybe SRG just can't deal with Marcel. And then a little later on, they're like, okay, they can.
We really can, boys. And speaking in terms of damage dealt, we did see that at the end of it, Stormy edges out against Innocent's Hanabi by 5,000. Casual 5,000.
And that's after having almost every Feather Dare strike cancelled in the first like 5 minutes.
That's so funny. It's so funny to see because when you look at the opposite side of things, he's already like 83 dealing the most damage in this game and he's like, man, I can't believe it. And right at the very end is when I lost it.
I think they needed to play a little bit better around Fakes where don't force him to initiate, defend him a little bit more. Sacrifice your bodies if you have to get as much damage out of this Lunox as possible. Yes, the Ruby DD play would have been great if it worked, but it's a little risky.
It is a little risky, not to mention that they already had some like a decent amount of armor. I was thinking like whether you should just attack Yums in these cases, but he's very patient with these magic dumps. Like he will really wait until the very last moment to get it off.
You're also kind of afraid of spending your resources on the clone, right? Sometimes, especially if you're a single target hero like the Lunox, you're afraid of wasting Darkening on the clone, so you may want to target someone else instead of the roamer, and that can cause some issues.
Yup. Frustrating issues, some may say. As many feathered airstrikes we've seen getting cancelled out here. I like the plan by like Bigatron MY. Having your side, especially like it's typical to see your gold laners transition in towards that mid lane and pick up double the farm. But I'm noticing that Bigatron is making sure that we're bringing everybody to this, right? We're not here to just give you the wave. Ideally, we also want to hand over either Yums or Stormy to you.
Yeah, that would be the ideal. I understand Bigatron moving around together. It's a Fredrin comp. You have a Marcel. You need everyone together to actually do that damage. But they overstay a lot. Where it's like, oh, we're just grouping up, we're waiting for something to actually happen. And they did counter-engage good, but that reduces the snowball speed they could have.
And with the snowball speed slowed down, that's where you start taking advantage of your opponents. But overall, this is just one of the few dynamic plays that we see from SRG to answer the problems that have always been thrown at them in the earlier stages of the game. Because again, it's not like SRG is the best early game team. In terms of like the international, they're actually at the bottom of that top 3 list when it comes down to the early game. It's the mid to late is where they start to really shine.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Though I feel like they did kind of fix it up recently. Maybe it's just them not being too used to playing with Uni yet.
Oh, that's actually a good point. I mean, you're not entirely wrong there. Did I say any like notable mistakes? I mean, he was holding on to his Retri for a long time after, but I think it was a better call to just... You saw 4 people there, they're like, okay, yeah. I don't think 1 camp is enough for this.
That makes sense to me. Well, already a pretty good start here for SRG, but looks like we have a video for you guys to check out here.
We just play aggressive early.
Okay, let's go back here.
We just play aggressive early, and then into the mid late game, during the Lord Dance, we just need to help the Hanabi to kill the front shot like the 4 wheels. Once we kill the 4 wheels, right, penny free game, guys. Okay, let's do it, boys.
Oh, that's my goal! Okay. That's my goal! Azora, dude, Azora Vecchi, I can keep talking about this guy forever, but that's why he's the technical side of the coaching staff. Apparently we got another one ready to go, so you let that rip whatever. But at least from Azora Vecchi's side, his perspective is actually correct. A lot of marksmen can't actually take advantage of just hitting the front line other than Hanabi. But with that being said, let's hear BTRM's one.
Okay, what
bisa deh, skill gua nggak ada yang skill bars ya. Yes, di Big Team Fight juga kau boleh flicker ke Hanabi. Ya. Let's go, guys.
So that's probably what happened during the Lord fight on that 3-man down bot side, right? Was that fakes or was that smooth? I feel like that was fakes.
Not too sure actually, but basically the goal was to try and flicker into the backline to disrupt Hanabi and Farsa, which did work, especially in the early game. But then after a certain point, it's like they could no longer do that consistently.
Well, they had to split them apart. They were like, okay, we cannot line up straight away. You and me, Stormy, we can't. No. We gotta add a little bit of gap. Just a little bit of a gap. If one of us gets it, not as bad.
And once Hanabi gets to the point where the shield really builds up, then even if you do dive the backline, heroes like Phobius aren't gonna be able to threaten her fast enough. You just need that burst to burn down, especially the Aegis shield.
Yeah, again, a lot of things to talk about when it comes down to Hanabi. We might see it again, but first we have a little bit of a VMix call with someone very, very special.
Hey guys, so actually sekarang ni Rose ada sebab kita actually nak call somebody sangat-sangat famous lah. Dia dulu suka beraksi-aksi di atas pentas MPL. So, sekarang kita nak call Ripo. Mana Ripo? Ripo?
Hello.
Hi Ripo.
Ya, saya.
I rasa semua orang rindu Ripo di atas pentas. How are you right now?
Everything is good. Everything is fine. Memang best gila lah kalau tadi tengok MPL tu. Wih, serius dok.
Now, kita tahu sekarang ni Ripo sangat-sangat aktif buat restream kan. Dah retire dah daripada scene MPL MY ni. So, in your opinion, macam mana you rasa tentang era baru MPL Malaysia sekarang ni?
Era baru MPL okay. Memang best gila tengok daripada stage dia, tengok pada penonton sentiasa ramai ada kat situ dengan stage dia memang itu kalau sebelum ni main MPL stage macam tu lagi semangat.
Lagi semangat. Hopefully you boleh visit kita soon dekat Quill City Mall Convention Center. Now, Report. I nak tanya sikit tentang pasukan-pasukan kita lah untuk musim ni sebab kita ada beberapa pasukan yang baru masuk MPL MY kan. Ada ke pasukan yang exceeded your expectations?
Maksudnya macam yang macam tak expect yang dia perform macam tu tapi dia lagi bagus macam tu
Yes.
Viva RRQ dok.
Oh, really? Kenapa Viva RRQ yang exceed your expectations?
Sebab macam mana orang cakap okay line up macam biasa kan tapi bila dia orang main tu macam aura dia dah boleh tukar ke Indonesia ke kalau boleh.
Wow. And kalau ada team yang exceed your expectation, apa team pula yang you rasa masa mula-mula akan perform tapi actually buat you kecewa?
Kalau kecewa Ros, nak tahu Ros apa tu team tu Ros?
Team apa?
Vamos tu. Sorry minta maaf Vamos Serius dok. Jangan kecam guys. Jangan kecam guys Tapi memang daripada line up kita pun dah tahu guys Vamos always dok.
So, you rasa memang belum keluarkan potensial mereka lah untuk musim ini?
Ya, Vamos tu tak tahulah potensial dia orang bila nak keluar sebab tahulah terus macam mana kalau tengok Vamos macam tahulah macam mana kecewa lah dengan Vamos tu. Kecewa sangat tu.
Tak apa, transfer window pun akan buka sekejap lagi. So mungkin kita akan tengok perubahan daripada side Vamos and maybe they will then impress Ripo. Now Ripo, kita tahu you ni dulu main untuk Bigatron kan dekat Indonesia. Apa perasaan you tengok Bigatron di MPL MY? Prestasi diorang macam mana?
Prestasi diorang okay, jujur lah Ros ini tak ada tapis-tapis Ros okay, ni jujur je Ros tengok performance BTR memang bagus. Memang ada lagi-lagi ada Barbosa, ada Chico, semua kawan-kawan aku kan. Tapi okay. Macam abang VIP lah tadi.
Serius
Oh ya, minggu lepas Chico abang VIP, lepas tu Annabelle, sorry lepas tu hari ni Fakers pula. Ya.
Apa yang diorang perlu perbaiki untuk mendapatkan mata menentang SRG hari ini?
Apa yang perlu perbaiki tak tahulah, mungkin diorang kena tukar engine mungkin diorang sekarang pakai engine Kapcai. Kena tukar Ferrari punya engine kan, nama pun robot.
Alright Ripo, thank you so much. It's great catching up with you. Is there any words for your fans?
Any word for my fans So untuk fans-fans saya, jangan lupa support team kesukaan korang, support yang terbaik. Apa orang kata semoga MPL kali ni lebih menarik orang kata Okay.
Thank you very much, Ripo. We miss you so much di pentas MPL Malaysia. Hope to see you soon. And with that, mari let's throw it back to untuk mulakan game kedua dalam pusingan best of 3 ini. With that, let's throw it back to the casters.
Thanks, bros. Whoa, I wasn't expecting Rippo to have a look in. I always thought maybe it'd be kind of funny if Rippo comes into MPL MY one day, sees the 17th, sees BTRM, and it just goes, why weren't you guys here like, I don't know, 6 years ago?
Where were you guys when I was here?
Hey!
Where were you for me?
Yeah! I had to go to Indonesia, now these guys have come here. That's crazy!
But it's good to see that he's doing well, having a great time as well. And maybe some of the points he says are right. You know, maybe it's time for Bigatron to switch engines.
Switch engines? Well, I mean, maybe they can switch engines coming into week 3. We'll see what exactly that innate problem is going to be. Because I think at least if they showed this on week number 1, I think people will be a lot less critical of them.
Yeah, it feels a little more stable, but there's still definitely something missing. So I wouldn't say that SRG played perfectly either, because that was not the cleanest game, especially from a team of their caliber.
Of course. But that also goes to show that the meta is pretty uncertain right now. You can't be prepared for every single option. And honestly, I wasn't expecting Fakes to actually get that far ahead into the game. Once he already had like the sorry, not the lightning charm, but at least getting his hands on the Genius Wand, that's when he started to shred people pretty fast. And I don't think SRG respected that enough.
I think so as well, where SRG were contemplating, hey, we can dive, we can be aggro here, and then ended up beating a few too many kills to the Lunox. We already knew the Lunox was going to be good during the draft, that's why we considered it in the first place. And Fakes piloted it pretty well. Kind of answers the question of, oh, is Zetian the only thing he's solid on? But you gotta be able to actually finish those battles.
Yeah, that's the tough one. You can do really, really great. One singular mistake could put you back so far in a game like Mobile Legends. Especially how quick these days teams like SRG quickly shift that momentum. Now, it's time we head on over into game number 2. But before we head on into the Land Beyond, we must decide on what the random map is going to be. And of course, everybody's favorite, the drafting phase.
It's always so interesting to see the drafting phase, especially with accomplished coaches on both sides here. Let's see what the map is going to be for game number 2, and it is Expanding Rivers. This is a map variation that SRG has historically performed quite well on.
Yup. One of the few benefits of being on these Expanding Rivers is the fact that you can rotate from pretty much anywhere you are on the map. So it's about control, it's about the lane, and most importantly, it's about priority.
So we should see a little bit more of that onto the side lanes here, especially from SRG. That's how they like to play around it. That's why they were willing to give Cram the Uranus so early on previously as well. It's gonna be the exact same 3 bans from SRG, still staying on the first pick side. BTR still with the same ban so far. Will they go all the way through?
Well, I think it's starting to look exactly the same here. They're gonna attempt this one more time for the side of BTRM. And I think, if anything, how do you start changing up of this draft, right? It's not like there were previous problems. I think the only big thing was probably the Guinevere. And if you get rid of the Guinevere, then you have to also start thinking about getting rid of Cho and Kalia, which only started to ban out towards the second half of the drafting phase.
Well, it's gonna be the exact same bans, both sides for the first phase. Previously, this is where we saw the Fanny first pick. Will SRG want to do that again?
Find out. Let's find out, because it feels like BTRM, when it comes to down to the draft, really in their own heads, yes, some good ideas, but always got to be present here consistently for every single one of these picks. SRG still waiting on that, what that first pick is going to be. I don't think they're going to get away with another Fanny. They can probably save it for their very last 2 picks if necessary.
Well, if it's not the Fanny, I still think that Guinevere is one of the better choices. But yeah, run it back. If it worked, why change it?
Okay. Attempt number 2. BTRM. They can reply in the exact same manner here. They can go pick up the Marcel if they wanted to, pair it up with a Fredrin if necessary, or just hold up their flex picks.
I think Marcel is still fine, but going Phoveus early previously, I think, was not the best. Move ended up still performing pretty okay with it, but I still retain the idea that you should counter pick EXP lanes. So yup, they're gonna go with the Marcel Fred.
Marcel Fred this time round. Honest picks, really making sure that they can show off they're capable of doing. Now that they've got the tanks in the way, they can probably change up what the third pick was going to look like. They can hold on to the Lunox if they wanted to. Personally speaking, unless we see another signal like, oh, we see, sorry, not Eve, another Farsa or arguably another artillery mage, that's when the clause is going to get picked up in third again.
I think for SRG, you could go Farsa Guinevere here. I think Guinevere is for sure a good choice. Mid lane could be changed though, but a little bit different actually.
There's the
The
Rizzler.
Farsa and the debut of Terizla in MPL MY.
Haven't seen the Rizzler in a very long time here. What was their previous, It was Phoveus, right? Well, does Phoveus have a better matchup against Rizzler? No, not really. Rizzler kind of doesn't care about him and honestly outdamages him pre-level 4. And even at level 4, arguably Phoveus still doesn't do enough.
There are definitely counters to Terizla. It would be a bit risky to show him this early on, but I think SRG is a little less concerned about those potential counters.
I think... Ooh, where do you go from here? Where do you go from here? It feels like they're kind of forcing them back onto the Claude, arguably carry. We get Valentina on the other side, a good adjustment here. I like this adjustment a lot better the side of BTRM.
Better Dare Strike is a good ultimate to steal. Should be the go-to for Pigs.
Yes, Guinevere ban.
Guinevere will finally get removed from the pool, so we will see something different. Now, Hume still has plenty of options left. The Kalea and the Cho are both wide open, so I'm suspecting one of those.
I think they ban Claude here. They ban Claude. If not, they have to get rid of both pickoffs. Or... Oh, what if they change the order a little bit? What if they... No. It's still the same outcome at the very end of the day. Still the same outcome. They are still either looking to deny the potential marksman picks, or at the very least thin it down enough because you are still going to get oh wait, no, red side gets first pick. I forgot. BTRM wanted to go second. Oh shucks.
So I don't think SRG will ban marksman actually. Though the Masha is interesting. Not a particularly good lane versus the Terizla, so I suppose they're getting rid of it because of the threat it poses to Farsa and Fan.
I think does Masha do like god awful against Terizla? I don't think she does. She can force a trade at level 1 before after he clears the first 2 minions and not the Arbalest at the end. I gotta think about this a little bit more. But for now, I do think that Masha is a little odd at this point of time. Yes, eventually, if I were to put my head into the mind of Arcadia, like eventually Masha is gonna one-shot the Fanny. It's kind of like, whatever, not the biggest of deal, but I think Farsa and even the gold laner would suffer a lot more had it gone through. Hilda gets banned. Again, still sticking to a lot of the same things.
I don't really feel like Hilda needed to be banned here.
That's what I'm thinking as well, right? Because if Hilda shows up, like, does Marcel really get beaten up that hard by the Hilda? I don't think so.
And if he does, you have a Valentina now, which helps.
To help peel the Hilda
I feel
off?
like it would have been fine, but I guess they just want to make sure they have early game.
You're right. Because I think that if Hilda fell into the hands of SRG, they'd be able to run over the map and kind of do whatever they want, right? Because if they get the Phoveus again, Terizla has prio. Right now, Farsa has prio. Assuming that they have a concussive blast support, we'll see whether that's going to be the case later on. Arlet ban as well. Okay.
Respect to the Arlet Fredrin combo.
Nice combo.
Just to make sure BTR doesn't have too many tools to work with. Coach Arcadia continues to impress. These are not heroes you would consider in this situation.
Agreed.
But continuously making sure that every possibility is being covered here. BTR now gotta make a choice.
What do they go for?
What shadows will I find lurking in your
Fourth pick
reflection?
that doesn't have too many counters. Benedetta, this early on. Okay. I think I would have preferred to see the gold laner first rather than give that option over to SRG. Would much rather see the Claude fall into their hands or something of that sort. but they're letting SRG choose first. You get to choose. Either you get the quad, or you're going to go for the carry. If you decide to go for anything else, it has to have high mobility because it's going to get chased down by the Benedetta.
I mean, we already talked about how important it is to secure side lanes and expanding rivers. They already got the chance to play the Benedetta after the Turtisla got shown, and by doing so, they get to counter-pick the gold lane. So I think VTR saving gold for last is actually a pretty good idea, especially considering Chiku's hero pool. SRG now going to finish things off. They will go ahead and take that Claude away. And it is going to be the Cho. I think we all saw this one coming.
Yeah, no surprises. No surprises at all. If you're not going to get Guinevere, he's going to get the Cho. It's still a single target pickup. Dude, he could have gotten Kalia just for, like, fun. Just for fun, you know? But even so, Valentina's still there, and a lot of good ultimates. 3 major ultimates that she could take. 2 to set, 1 for just pure damage output.
I think that Cho in the end is still a little bit better because Kalea has some funky interactions with the golden hour.
Yeah.
So keep it to the classics.
Keep it to the classics. Very least. At least Yums can like Shunpo at the edge of the golden hour.
So what's Chiku gonna go for here? You will still have to deal with a Fanny. Lunox is not bad. You could go into things like Brody. Oh, Obsidia, right. It got banned game 1.
That's true. Ooh, guaranteed late game. Now SRG have to be the one who pushed the envelope, and that's exactly what they want to do. I like this a lot, actually. This is going to be quite fun because now we're seeing 2 polar opposite strategies.
It's SRG that wants to get things started strong, get a snowball into the Fanny and Farsa to allow Claude to come online in the mid game. Whereas BTR can just take it slow, wait until this Obsidia scales up, gets the stacks, and you definitely have the heroes to make that happen with the Fredrin and the Marcel.
All right, let's jump into this and look at the final compositions, because the way I see it, man, the mid laners have a lot of work to do. So many people could eventually punish them, but the gold laners, more importantly, Chiku, has to be the one that gets to that late game. If BTRM don't make it there, it's going to be a quick ride home.
Well, let's jump back into the land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be game number 2. Our defending champions, the Selangor Red Giants, 1 game up, 1 game away from taking the victory against Bigatron Malaysia by Vitality.
All right, now, don't get me wrong, I love the EXP lane, but Benedetta is in a really unique position because there's so many ways for it to go wrong mechanically that if you're fighting against a composition that has any form of lockdown, they better be able to land it without having to target your opponent. If it is single target lockdown, even just a little bit better for Benedetta when she has the eye for an eye, but up until that point, I'm expecting her to just proxy waves.
I mean, Smooth is one of the original Benedettas here in MPL. You're not going to be able to jump on Rasi there, but having Smooth on the Ben aim means they can match in macro too.
Really smart play and a really smart adjustment here coming out from Bigatron and Vita. Chiku guys is going to lose a decent amount of HP, not the biggest deal, but just notice how Annabelle is going for a smaller camp spur rather than just the buff. And Uni, he doesn't care. He'll take whatever he can get, and he still has vision knowing that Annabelle is going to be over that orange.
They want to steal. Nice 2-man cheat control knockup. I don't think Rasi needed the flicker there, but they do end up resetting the orange, which means Fakes is here now, along with Innocent. It's an absolute mess. They're looking for the kill on Rasi. Not able to find it. Nice side step, but they do steal the buff away.
Uni got it. Uni got it. Oh, yo. Very dangerous coming in for Smooth. He still had his eye for an eye, manages to get on out of there, and he doesn't need to worry. It's expanding rivers. Eventually, the waves are going to push into him. He should be able to get back no problem after hitting level 4. Ideally hitting level 4.
Gonna feel a little bit rough for now, but not for too much longer. Mid lane Prio in favor of Bigatron at a very nice time with the turtle just spawned. Uni, I think he did steal that.
He got it. You can see the EXP icon underneath him. And now, they're just not ready. SRG is not ready to fight. They had to take a quick recall from Stormy specifically. He was down to 1/3 of his health. Now, moving over to the turtle, they have to protect their positions, right? They know purple buff is going to be the start for BTRMY. They're going to hold it for now, but it's about zoning them, right? Here we go, Annabelle. He walks up.
Yums is quite low already, but the flicker kick into the Fredrin Fender is like doing good damage. Annabelle instantly dead. First blood to Cram, and Cram is still tanking
for SRG as well. Free turtle. That was disgusting. That was disgusting. What beautiful chain of CC coming along for the lines of Stormy, Crab, Yums. Everybody got involved to maximize the CC time. I feel really bad for Annabelle, but he's surprisingly chill about the situation. Still sitting at a 69 heartbeat now. I think he was probably thinking to himself, like, what am I going to do? You just have to pray. You're just tapping buttons and hoping that somebody messes up along the chain. Pretty much. Gonna be a small lead for SRG, which is expected with this kind of draft, and Bigatron MY is gonna need to try and slow it down. Yums is already out-leveling the jungler. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. He's the same level as Annabelle and same EXP. Oh, kick onto the Marcel this time, but the freeze mid-air on the Fanny, a bit unfortunate. Golden Hour does miss though, and better air strikes on both sides will be used. Okay, bit of a strange interaction. Oh my goodness fakes, what are we doing here? He knew where they fought earlier. Why position yourself there? That is what we call failure to consider object permanence. Oh. And now Rasi runs in, has to flicker out as well. Oh my god, are we forgetting what's happening? Literally, we saw the machine walk around. Why are we double checking if they're gonna still be there? Why are we double checking? And he also, and funny enough, he was already looking at you. I was like, oh, I guess he's there, right? And now that Stormy is no longer being cancelled every single time, he can fly around the map and be a nuisance. Oh, he's simulating Grave of the Fireflies all over again. Oh boy. For those who get it, they get it. For the time being, seeing that BTRM haven't been able to find too many opportunities in general. And look, moments like this is why SRG are so good, right? They are willing to take the risks, and more importantly, they need to disengage at key timings. They just seem to find it every time. They synchronize so fast, even with the disengages. The moment Rasi runs in, everyone's already gone. Move though, finds a Petrify on Stormy. Wings by Wings gets him out, but he's on very low HP. Annabelle on top of the turtle. Innocent starting to walk over to join the fight. Objective dropping low. Uni is securing his purple, so they're gonna give it away, but now Yu's in trouble. Here comes penalty zone. Connects in the backline, but Stormy has already been dismantled by Smooth. Annabelle, though, gonna be cut to pieces as Innocent finishes off the Marcel with the Blazing Duet, and now Chiku guy is gonna be the next target on the chopping block. Double kill for the Fanny, and Fakes will not survive. Cram will make sure of that. Taunting right to his face. Good place across the board. What was the big difference there between Bigatron, MY, by Vitality compared to SRG in that fight? Was it better positioning? No. It was just flickers. Flickers and battle spell. More resources to work with compared to their opponents. And now Bigatron, unfortunately, can't keep up with this tempo. Annabelle now falling behind by 2 levels. And Uni just refused. He's stealing food right out of his mouth. Chew it for me, little bird. I'll take the nutritious parts. Oh, literally insult to injury. He's already 2 levels up on Annabelle and not even letting him take his small camp for free. See that things are spiraling out of control. Yums is the same level as Smooth, and that is not good. Oh, it's not good at all. It's not good at all. Annabelle will not be able to contest for any of these neutral objectives for you know, a good chunk of, I don't want to say 4 minutes, because, oh, hold on. A good catch on towards Yums' side, but he's still holding on to Shunpo and Jikundo, while Smooth gets shoved in way deep underneath his turret. Yeah, this is a bad spot. You really need Smooth to be unlocked to cause trouble on the map. Maybe do the same thing that Uni was doing for SRG in game number 1. Innocent does take a good amount of poke there. Bigatron is a little unwilling to engage. Oh, they don't want to do it. They know that they're behind. It's too risky. They need some guarantees. Oh, they at least take the purple buff. Oh, Yums goes in. Wave the Dragon finds the kick, but here comes the Blaze Thread in the mid lane onto Smooth. They're going to be able to find that trade, and unfortunately, Yums will go down as well. Oh, actually, Smooth got away, so this is kind of a win for Bigatron. They found 2. Again, huge win. Stormy basically dies for free there, and that's what Smooth is now shifting his attention to. He is now punished 2 times, Stormy, for showing up. He got chunked, put down to 1/3 of his HP, flew away, tried to rejoin, then died. Then our upcoming kill that we saw just now, where Smooth basically takes him out underneath the turret. Now, at the very least, Stormy needs to be a lot safer. He needs to make sure that he doesn't get caught out by specifically Smooth. Hopefully the rest of SRG can create that space for him. Move also starting to hit pretty hard. You can see he was able to zone out Uni from
stealing more buffs away, so Megatron is starting to enter their death ball state.
Well, they're getting to an all-right state. Annabelle now playing as unfortunately a roamer at this point that requires a lot of resources. He has fallen behind significantly. Very least Smooth, despite it being like a level down on Cram, still provides enough threat, allowing Fakes to maintain his lead despite being 0-2 against Stormy.
And as long as they can continue to keep that lead, Megatron still has a way of closing things out. Remember, they have an Obsidia, so that late game is going to be quite difficult for SRG to handle unless Innocent really pops off.
Yep, and now look, the vertical jungling has commenced. Yums makes a second attempt.
Not able to kick, gets frozen midway. Not even sure if he wanted to kick, but it gets disrupted. Feathered Airstrike will zone out Annabelle, so Uni secures his purple.
So fortunately Smooth unable to disrupt the position of Stormy, but it's fine. Took what they wanted, and now Yums thinking about another re-engage. I don't think he's going to do it until he has that flicker. How many more seconds? 6 more seconds until he makes an attempt.
SRG gonna take this slow, but their jungle is starting to be invaded. Having this Benedetta around means Megatron can play a lot more aggressively. So SRG does have multiple split push tools, the Fanny and the Claude specifically, the latter of which is pushing bot.
Yep, and they don't mind this. They're like, okay, whatever, take it. Take that top side. They find another one in mid, and now they're gonna take the mid turret as well, unless Rossi has something to say about it. Does he have his ult? Yeah, he does.
Rossi should be able to slow this down, but SRG ideally wants to force him to use the ult.
Come on,
Rossi gets the lockdown on 2, not quite enough. He has to flicker out, but does buy enough time to keep the tower alive.
All right. He was more willing to lose his flicker than his ult there, and I think that's totally fine. But the split pushing is starting to become a little bit of a problem for Megatron, right? Because at the end of the day, the person carrying this game is going to be Chiku, guys, and I think that should be no... Oh my god, that
damage! But the damage in return, Innocent! Oh, that does not feel good. And now it continues as well. Feathered Airstrike is zoning out. Yums gets stopped midway, not able to find it. No, he still gets the kick! Are you insane? Go penalty zone in the backline! Golden Hour really doesn't even matter at this point because everyone else has been CC'd. Fakes is gonna be the first one dead. Chiku guys can no longer participate. Oh, wait, Fakes actually survives, but the damage is done.
Fakes actually survives! Is he running Brave Spine? Is that why? Oh, that's so funny. Or maybe he had Rejuvenate ready to go. Either way, still surviving that fight. Pretty hilarious overall. Not losing too much resources, but losing out that Lord gonna be pretty huge for him. Innocent has been power armed this entire time. He completed the Trinity prior to the fight, and now at full strength, they will be able to start taking these outer turrets for free.
Innocent has reached his power spike for sure, turning that situation around against Move. I'm not sure if Move had the Petrify. I'm gonna assume no, because if he had used it, he probably would have gotten the kill. But now Lord is gonna be pushing up top. We are 11 minutes in, 7k gold lead for SRG.
I think the real question that everybody has on their mind, how many stacks does Chiku guys have? Has he gotten to the point of no return just yet? Based on the damage that we're seeing so far, without a golden staff as well, not yet. Oh my god!
Coming from the behind flank, catches out Stormy. SRG one man down, but Innocent still has more than enough damage. Wave the Dragon kicks into Annabelle, but the Golden Hour saves him for now. Is it enough? Uni comes in, flies through. Annabelle able to dash away. Good save. Fakes next target. Uni not gonna commit for it. Innocent, the Huffman out base. He's in the base. He gets the double. He gets the triple. And they peel off Swoop as well. It's a killing spree for Cram and Rumbell Swoop. 4 members of Megatron Malaysia dead. The only one surviving is the Marcel, and taking pictures is not gonna help you here, sir. You can take shots of your demise as SRG slowly whittles down the crystal and clean sweeps the series.
That was nice. That was a nice finish there by SRG, just to show that we're still a level above the rest. That's what I thought. You know what? I'm not gonna bother bringing it up. Even so, BTRM, I think this is a much better showing than last week. However, it's still clear that there are just a couple of problems. And honestly, compared to last week's problems, I think these are more manageable.
It's hard to truly judge if they fixed the issues because SRG doesn't really give you a lot of opportunity to demonstrate that, but it does look a little bit better than before. Leave it to the Giants though, they know how to finish with a splash.
Yeah, they really do, they really do. You can see Chico going on each of the members, showing their respect. Everyone doing the same. A little frustrated, but he's saying the words to the people who specifically went out of their way to catch him. Uni alongside with Yums, he gave him that look. It's like, all right, I see. Wait until the second round robin.
The Fanny showing up in both games as well. This is Uni mode for SRG. We don't know who's gonna be the main jungler going forward, but this is a strong argument for this guy right here. Anyways, we got an interview up on stage as per usual. Let's throw it over to Rose.
Dua bebalas kosong untuk Selangor Red Giants for their last match malam ini. And boys, congratulations on that win. How are you guys?
Good.
Sant, how are you?
Good.
Sant, let's talk a little bit. Just now in game 1, the Hanabi pick came out of nowhere. First, tell us more about it. Why the Hanabi?
Because before our game start, I was watching Omega and TLPH, I think, and I saw they use Hanabi.
Oh, so you were inspired by them?
Yeah, a bit.
A little bit. You asked coach or coach asked you to pick Hanabi?
I show coach.
You show coach?
Coach, if can I use this?
Okay, since you said you were the one who asked for Hanabi, why was your heart rate higher today compared to last week? I realized, I was watching the game, I'm like, kenapa heart rate Innocent hari ni semua 100? Minggu lepas walaupun kalah satu game, 50-60 je.
Because I Hanabi.
Yeah, what's wrong with Hanabi?
Yeah.
What's wrong?
First time using Hanabi. Hanabi.
Memang padu lah.
Kasi na-flicker Hanabi.
Oh, so no mobility, you're a bit scared. Then why second game, you play Claude, still heart rate 100?
Because I know I will make Blazing Duet from Innocent.
Blazing Duet from Innocent, or are you scared to meet Chiku?
What?
Are you scared to meet Chiku? Is that why you're...
I was excited because Yums wants to face Chiku also, so he can gank him at gold lane.
So he can gank him at gold lane. Happy ta, hari ni?
Happy.
Happy. Now, Innocent, last week, I wasn't here, but you mentioned that the jungle swap between Uni and Sakai's kind of gave you guys a harder time, right? What do you think about it now? Has the team adapted to it more? No?
Let's see on Sunday.
Now, you mentioned to, I don't know who, but you mentioned to somebody that this season you are still aiming for a 14-0, a clean season, as in no losing, no lose at all, diba? No loss. Do you think it's still very much possible? Because I think this season a lot of the teams are stepping up. You think you can still bantai everybody?
Possible ta?
Boleh. We also stepping up.
Wow! Other teams are stepping up, SRG pun step up. Betul?
Yes.
Betul.
One step ahead.
Okay. Hari ni Innocent banyak cakap. Tapi sekarang ni Rose nak borak dengan my favorite person lah. To borak di atas pantas with Yums. Tadi Yums, kita kan film video dekat bawah tu. Lepas tu Ciku cakap apa-apa pun yang jadi, dia nak satu mata malam ni. So, nampak benda tu tak jadi. Is there anything you nak cakap kepada Ciku?
Good luck next game.
Tu je. Anything else?
Semangat.
Dah agak dah. Baru hari pertama Rose kembali. Tapi tak apa. Now your next match is going to be against Team Flash. Now biasanya SRG and Yums of course, as a veteran player di dalam MPL Malaysia, akan jumpa Team Flash ataupun player-player Team Flash di international tournament sahaja. So apa perasaan Yums jumpa dorang di MPL MY pula kali ni?
Saya rasa sangat excited kot sebab dapat jumpa team international dekat lokal ni kan.
Is there anyone particularly you're very excited to meet? Mungkin Diablo ke, Hades ke?
Tak ada kot.
Tak ada.
Saya excited jumpa team Flash.
In period. Anything you want to say to them?
Good luck, have fun.
What was I expecting lah kan? Tapi guys, kita nampak a very clean sweep game. MPL MY, who is your MVP? Siapa? Alright guys, sama-sama kita cari MVP in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada... Alright. Wow, why? Did you not expect it?
Sebab saya nak orang yang ada kat dalam tu naik.
Nak sama-sama atas pentas.
Yes.
So you tak suka MVP?
Saya suka.
Suka kan? Tengah kejar leaderboard mesti suka kan?
Suka.
Okay, now Yums, to make it very simple, I know that aside from Team Flash, one of your next matches is going to be RRQ kan? And RRQ pun sekarang tengah actually dominate pretty well. How do you think that matchup will fare like, in your opinion? You rasa perlawanan dengan RRQ tu akan jadi sengit ke, one-sided ke, you bantai 2-0 ke, kena bantai ke, apa?
Saya rasa sengit lah sebab diorang punya player semua potential kan. Diorang semua pun mekanik bagus-bagus kan. Kan Sen?
Kenapa you tengok Sen? Kenapa you tengok Sen macam tu?
Apa?
Kenapa you tengok Innocent macam tu?
Sebab saya takut dia kalah by one dengan Rock.
Oh, okay. Ini akan jadi sangat-sangat menarik. You know what, Yums, is there anything you want to say to your fans sebelum kita wrap up interview ni?
Alright, terima kasih semua sebab datang, hadir. Jumpa korang hari Ahad ni
Thank you very much, Yums and Innocent. Once again, congratulations to Selangor Red Giants for that amazing win. Dan sekarang, mari let's throw it back to the casters to break down what happened in this amazing series.
Thank you so much, Rose. Once again, MVP going over to Yums. No questions about it. He played one hell of a game.
He's literally number 1. That's his entire KDA right there. You cannot give this guy these heroes, and yet you also can't afford to ban them out. That's just what makes him such a threat. Finding these kicks in positions where you would never expect the kick to happen. So fast, so clean, and then the follow-up as well. SRG is still a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, I think it's fair to be pissed off about it. Especially when you're going up against a Cho, especially when, okay, let's look at the items real quick, because a lot of it just boils down to, oh, if Cho gets a kick, all we have to do is just kill the Cho before he gets the second part of the kick. They never got that opportunity. He goes for the Chastised Pautan, realizes I'm unkillable, walks around, finishes the Dom Ice, and closes out the game.
It's a great play as well, because he knows there's no one that can threaten him in that way. The early game damage from Bigatron is just lacking entirely. You have to hope that maybe Smooth can burst him, but then he's gonna be busy dealing with Stormy or Innocent a lot of time. So Yums gets a free pass, just walk in, get the kick, walk out, totally fine. SRG as well looked a lot more put together this game. They knew the plan right from the get-go.
Yeah, completely agree. I think this Obsidia was a very good idea, and it was so close to getting to the point where it was online, but SRG, they know their timings, right? They told Udi, stop it. Don't take those last 3 kills. I got it, Innocent says as he BMIs in Blazing
It's my turn now.
I got to see no action. Please.
Niku actually went for a Sky Piercer though on the Obsidia, which I feel like maybe not a good choice here when you're basically not able to participate in fights at all.
Well, I mean, he is supposed to be like the dedicated damage dealer. I think that it was either Smooth or Chiku guys who had to get a Sky Piercer just so they can finish off these kills. I'm not against it. I'm not against it. I just think that it's real difficult once you are coming to a point where not only are you losing the lane pretty hard without getting any support, but having to hold your ult for that long. Because there's a lot of good targets on the opposite side. If you just use Obsidia's ult as a means to kind of lock somebody down, don't give them any dashes, you can't even flicker out of it as well, you get a free kill just like that. And I think that the target should have been Yums in a lot of these cases, but that's why. With Obsidia, she kind of does like the opposite. You want her ult, but she hasn't scaled, so therefore you just have to keep her in lane.
And they weren't able to delay the game long enough to reach that point. SRG probably ended because they know that, oh, if we let this go too long, Chiku is going to be a problem, so let's just finish it up as soon as possible. I think this is the first and best case of a team playing so quickly that Marcel isn't able to lock them down long enough, and that's really shocking. In fact, I think a lot of the golden hours actually bought more time for SRG to collapse rather than saving his team.
Yeah, I think that is also true. And then there were a couple of weird golden hour moments coming from Rossi, but then again, he also has some like weird AOG moments as well, so I'm not too surprised. But overall, considering what BTRM had to try, I like the ideas. The execution could have been just a little bit better. However, SRG still an extremely tough really tough opponent, right? Even when we're looking at Cram, who's surprisingly the carry, dealing the most amount of damage in this game, while still being truly unkillable, because we didn't get to see Obsidian get that final golden staff.
Highest damage on a Terizla is not something you see every day, and if you're on the enemy team, not what you want to see at all, because you know that means he is out of control. I don't quite remember what his item build was, not too sure if he had like War Axe or anything.
Yeah, yep.
He did, right? I hope so, because if he got that damage without it, I'd be very shocked. Annabelle as well as the Sandbag, I do feel like putting him on tank junglers all the time is kind of limiting.
Well, I think that's what they just came prepared for, right? That's just something that Bigatron MY by Vitality wanted to do. And I mean, unfortunately, SRG had incredible reads on it, because who the heck bans out Boxia like that without getting rid of Fredrin alongside it, unless you have insider knowledge or like some form of a read on your opponent?
They were probably watching the first week's matches and realizing, this team plays a certain way, and Fredrin's a lot easier to handle than the Boxia, so they already had that plan going in, the preparations in place. Giving Innocent the Claude as well is just, well, you can't let them farm too easily either. But then what do you do? Every single member of SRG is popping off.
Yep, they are popping off this one. This one's disgusting. Literally told Uni, don't go any further. Stop right there. Uni had like at least three quarters of his entire energy bar. He could have easily gone into take 2.
Honestly, some of these late game plays happen so quickly from SRG's side that even I wasn't able to respond to them. So I don't know how Bigatron would be able to do so. 12-minute, one of the faster games we've had this season. And with that, SRG maintains their position at #1, tied with RRQ.
Yep, the points are tied, but the aggro points are also tied as well. We have to yet see one of these two teams drop an entire series, or, you know, maybe it's one of those moments where they're winning up until the very end, and it's just those 1 or 2 games that make those aggregate points shift.
But these standings definitely look a little bit more interesting. IG, after their previous victory as well, in the top 3. Despite being a team a lot of people were still having questions about. Unfortunately, Bigatron Malaysia now at the bottom of the chart. They're gonna need to figure something out quickly.
Yeah, they gotta figure something out quick. Are those bells? Who is blowing a whistle in
I'm
the
hearing a whistle.
Oh, it's security, and they're guiding the people out like luggage at an airplane, coming out of an airplane. They gotta organize it. There's just so many people here trying to go for the meet and greet. All right. That's besides the point. Let's look at tomorrow's schedule, because we only saw just a snippet, just a tiny little snippet of all the teams that we have here at MPL MY. Now, we look at Team Ray facing off against Flash. IG versus Vamos, RRQ versus AC. Only get one AC game this time.
Pretty interesting set of matches tomorrow. Team Ray and Flash both still in the middle of the charts. Teams with potential, but haven't maximized it yet. IG today got to show off their capabilities, even though it wasn't a cleanest victory. I think they have a lot of chances. And Vamos, can they prove Rippo wrong? Are they truly in a terrible state, as he puts it? And AC needing to take down a team that has yet to drop a game.
Hey, I think AC has a lot of potential to do so if they don't have those, like, I don't want to, what's the best analogy? Like those musical chair moments where you're like, has the music stopped? Do I sit down now? And 2 people go for the same chair. That's what it looks like. Everybody just like pauses for a moment. I don't understand that. There should always be consistent movement. There should always be purpose in the move. If you're doing pointless movements, you got to fix that up. Got to tighten it up. Got to tighten up as much as you can. But it's tough because, again, these tickets, they're not easy to get. If you're looking for SRG tickets, scan the QR code down below and quickly pick them up while you still can, because they are selling out a little too quick.
Anyone who's been familiar with SRG knows that their matches sell out fast.
Jeez, man.
So you gotta jump on that. We say that every time, but for this one in particular, you gotta jump on that. Scan that QR code right now.
The first round robin has already been sold out entirely.
Wow,
yeah, the second round robin only starts on like from May onwards, and then it's so wild. Wait a minute, yeah, they fight an RQ and then RQ again. Yeah.
You guys got to keep an eye out once the second round of matches is available here.
Oh boy, or you go for the counter play. you buy tickets from the other team to go watch them.
Yes, go watch
It's the only way.
BTR.
Yes.
Instead, they are also red.
Yeah, they're also red, and they're also going to face off SRG one more time on the 10th of May. So, get your tickets now while you still can.
Honestly, I'm really happy that we're getting a lot of fans dropping by ever since the new era started. Today's a weekday, by the way. We normally don't get the most fans outside of the SRG match, but even the first match of the day had a lot of people around. So thank you very much, everyone who's been coming by and supporting, and make sure you guys continue to do so, because there's still so many more matches for this season of MPL Malaysia.
Yep, we can't do this without you guys watching from live on the stage or at home. And we want to thank everybody who has been tuning into the MPL MY, especially those who have been coming down to the stage. Big shout outs to the Kingdom here, because again, they made that atmosphere energetic and awesome. IG fans as well. Really, really happy for you guys. Now, with that being said, we do have to also announce the land of the redeem codes. Please take it while you still can. These redeem codes are easy, simple, and quick. And if you're already starting up and thinking about maybe getting into the game and you're like, man, that's too many hours of grinding, this just scan it. We'll save you some time. Maybe a couple of days.
A bit of a gift from us for supporting MPL MY. And if you guys continue watching, there's even more where that came from as well. So make sure you guys stick around. We've still got more stuff coming tomorrow. At the end of today, though, what did you think of the matches today, Gideon?
Honestly, I'm rather surprised. I thought week 1, it would only go down from there.
Really?
It went up. It got a lot better.
Okay. Well, that's all from us. Once again, this is Staffa and Gideon on the English desk. We'll see you guys for the matches tomorrow. Thanks for dropping by.
Conceal lah.
Slowly.
Tiket.
Go send.
I'll just burst. Ako aman banget. So mana play ka na? Hero.
Balik. Slowly, bang. Hear me. I don't have anything, bang. Sabar, Bang Kram, sabar. Istighfar.
Gas bang, tingin at kill me bang.
Yeah, jump.
I start.
Mobius. Balik.
Oh, Chico guys.
Chico.
Tingin.
Hey, badut.
Badut.
Si Kram ah.
Aku ada okay.
1G.
Boleh. Boleh yum.
Boleh yum.
Oh, tingin. Behan ah.
Yung ko bang, dapat 3 orang bang.
Wait. Ready first.
No flicker. Obsidian.
Aku ada.
Wait, go Marcel.
Nasib. Di ulti. Si kasi si
aku.
Tawa. Oh, uni.
Yung malojo. No double dash set.
Let's go, Sen! This back net, oh. Ano mo, killing.
Oh!
Boleh.
Ready.
Nice one.
Tawa lah.
Blazing new wet. Send.
Gila, nice try.
Gak bisa defend ya?
Gak bisa. Betul. Laju, siap one.